Void Evolution System, Web Novel, Chapter 1 to 500. Description: 5 years ago, Earth was subject to an event now known as the World Awakening. At that time, the world completely changed. Mana awakened in the world, gates began opening, and a holographic screen showed up in front of the eyes of every human that outlined their status. Each individual was given a talent to start with, ranging from simple abilities like enhanced eyesight to insane fantasy stuff like pyrokinesis. And within this myriad of abilities, Damien awakened a spatial affinity with the skill, short-distance teleportation. At first, he was excited, thinking about intense battles and gaining great power, but the reality was quick to shoot him down. His ability only worked in the area 10 meters around himself, and his physical stats were insanely weak, leaving him tired after using his ability a couple of times. Disillusioned by his weakness, Damien lived a quiet life doing anything he could to meet ends meet, until one day, everything changed. Damien was betrayed and thrown into a gate, left to fend for himself in a labyrinth of beasts. Something snapped in him that day. He refused to stay weak and keep his head down any longer. When he emerged from the darkness, he found himself in a new world with no idea how to return to Earth. However, he wasn't the same kid he was when he first fell. Chapter 1, Earth 1. Prologue. Survive. As he stood with blood, both his own and from various other beasts, covering his body, he only had one thought in his head. I need to survive. He strengthened his grip on his weapons and charged forwards. He appeared before the beast and slashed down, cutting a gash in its neck while the beast swung its paw at his head. He teleported behind the beast, and, even while coughing up more blood, he kept stabbing and slashing. Survive. 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 As the single word repeated in an endless loop, he jumped on the back of the beast, which was already starting to become sluggish from blood loss. He stabbed down once again, however, his weapon broke on contact. Survive. 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 Even as he began losing his bearings from blood loss, he could only hear one word. He stuck his hands into the wound on the beast's neck and ripped it open, sinking his teeth into its raw flesh. Survive. 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 He clawed, bit, and ate, and with the last bit of reasoning he maintained, he used the broken weapon to stab into the gaping hole in the beast's neck. The beast fell to the floor, lifeless. As he began to lose consciousness, he saw a holographic screen appear before his eyes. Level up. First class obtained. I survived. As he drifted into unconsciousness, a smile began to form on his lips. 5 days earlier, in a hospital somewhere in Los Angeles, a young man could be seen sitting patiently beside a hospital bed. He was 17 years old, with shaggy black hair and amethyst eyes that looked almost hollow. Combined with his skinny build, he was someone who could have been extremely handsome if not for his unkempt condition. On the bed was a middle-aged woman with similar features, evidently his kin. Mom, it's been 6 years since the world changed, but I'm still okay. You don't have to worry about anything. Your son will make sure you can wake up and enjoy this new world as well. Just please fight on and stay alive. Although he hoped to get even the slightest twitch as a response, he knew it'd be impossible. The young man continued having idle chatter with his mother as he thought back to the incident that's been coined as the World Awakening. At that time, while he was just a freshman in high school, the world completely changed. As if they had been living in a certain Korean novel, mana awakened in the world, gates began opening, and a holographic screen showed up in front of the eyes of every human that outlined their status. Each individual was given a talent to start with, ranging from simple abilities like enhanced eyesight to insane fantasy stuff like pyrokinesis. Hell, there was even a story on the news about some guy who got raisin manipulation. And within this myriad of abilities, he awakened a spatial affinity with the skill, short-distance teleportation. At first, he was excited, thinking about intense battles and gaining great power, but the reality was quick to shoot him down. His ability only worked in the area 10 meters around himself, and his physical stats were insanely weak, leaving him tired after using his ability a couple of times. Due to this, he was never able to fight beasts and level up, only becoming level 5 through sheer coincidence and kill stealing. To be honest, once he realized his own weakness, he never wanted to become a hunter and explore the mysterious gates. However, he was left without a choice. He had no useful skills for the changing world, but was in desperate need of money. When Mana awakened, not everything was fantastical and cool, as there were many people whose bodies couldn't adapt to the changing environment, leaving them hospitalized and comatose, his mother being one of them. There was no cure for this ailment yet, but even the costs for the hospital to simply keep the patient alive were thousands of dollars. So he persisted. He joined the Guild Association, which manages hunters, and became a member of a collection team for the guild his best friend was a part of, keeping him relatively safe from attacks. Sometimes he'd act as a porter and steal a kill or two, but after his stunt was discovered, even that stopped being allowed. And like that, 6 years passed. He never made any progress and barely made enough money to support his mother. Mr. Damien? Mr. Damien Void? Suddenly, he was snapped out of his thoughts by the call of a nurse. "Sir, we need to take care of the patient now, so we would appreciate it if you could wait outside for a few moments." Since he knew of this routine from his countless visits over the past 6 years, he nodded and left the room. Damn. After that last raid, I haven't been able to get a job in a while. He thought to himself. If I don't manage to join another raid in the next week, I probably won't be able to afford to continue paying Mom's medical bills. No, I have to. No matter what, I won't stop paying those. Even if I have to move out of my apartment and live on the streets for a while, I still have to pay her bills. What am I even supposed to do with these weak-ass stats? Damien thought out loud as he decided to check his status. Status. As soon as he thought the word, a holographic screen popped up right in front of his eyes. Status. Damien Void. Human. Male. Age 17. Level 5. Classless. Experience value. 0 out of 100. Titles. Bearer of the Void Physique. Affinities. Space. Physique. Void Physique. Magic Power. 20. STR. 3. AGI. 5. Def. 2. Int. 3. Dex. 5. Skills. Short Distance Teleportation Level 1. Minor Telekinesis Level 1. Minor Regeneration Level 1. Damien heaved an exasperated sigh. All my problems could be solved easily if I could just get stronger, but my physique seems to be stuck at this pathetic level no matter how much I try to improve. He thought back to the times when he would try his hardest to work out, even going so far as to use the One Punch Man and solo leveling workout routines to improve his body, but to no avail. When he first awakened the system, he already had 2 titles. Thinking back to how much he bragged about it back in high school, he felt like crawling in a hole out of shame. As it turned out, his first title, which was only represented by a series of dots, was absolutely useless. At first, he thought it would be like one of those novel tropes where the title was too powerful and therefore sealed, but after 6 years, he had given up that faint hope. His second title was even worse. It wasn't just useless, it was harmful. Instead of Void Physique being some kind of cheat power that granted him an easy understanding towards his spatial affinity, it just absorbed most of the nutrients and strength meant for his body like a black hole and converted it to magic power. Due to this, he had a good amount of magic power for someone at his level, but that was redundant when his body couldn't even handle the strain of teleporting too frequently. Even my spatial affinity is one of the rarest and most challenging affinities to train. After all these years of constant effort, the only thing I've managed to achieve is the ability to float cups towards me. He thought as he sighed once more. Seriously, it would be nice if I had some plot armor or something, at least that would randomly give me a way to cure Mom, and then why would I need to care about being a hunter? I could just live the peaceful life an ordinary citizen with *T luck like me should be living. As his thoughts continued to get more and more self-deprecating, the nurses finished their procedures with his mother. He went back into the room to bid her farewell before leaving. Don't worry about this useless son of yours, Mother. All you need to do is keep living. I'm sorry I couldn't do more for you, and I'm sorry your son is so thin that he probably won't be able to get a girlfriend before you wake up. He chuckled slightly at his own joke as he continued. I'll be leaving now. I promise I'll bring you more stories of the gates and the crazy stuff that's happening in the world next time I come. I heard that even that guy with the raisin manipulation has become famous. One day, this son of yours will stand at the top of the world and make sure you can live any life you desire. After leaving those words, he left the hospital. On his way out the door, however, he was abruptly tackled to the floor. Damien. Chapter 2, Earth 2. Damien. Feeling the two soft mounds glued to his chest, Damien looked up and saw a beautiful girl around 17 years old. She had dark blue hair, matching eyes, and a body that had been refined over the years for combat. This was his closest friend, Elena Pierce. Geez, she said with a pout, you didn't even notice me waving at you. You must have been overthinking things again. You really need to get out of that habit. Damien was used to this behavior though, so he just took her off of him and stood up while offering her a hand. So, what happened to get you so excited? And just like always, she pretended like nothing happened and took his hand to stand up. Well, the guild just got access to another gate, and it looks like it'll be a big one this time. It's only a B rank gate, but the mana signature it's giving off is abnormal. And since I'll be going this time, I can be sure that you're safe if you come too. So, what do you think? Damien nodded with gratitude. Although she tended to act like a mom around him sometimes, she always had his best interests in mind. Even when she found out about his mother, her first reaction was to help him pay. However, he refused since he didn't want to owe her anything. All right, I'll be there. Anyway, that's probably not why you're so happy though, right? Damien responded. After all the years they spent together, he had a pretty good grasp of her personality. Nope. I have some time off right now, so we can finally hang out, she said while she grabbed his hand and started dragging him away with a slight blush on her cheeks, though Damien failed to notice it. Fine, let's go. It's not like I have anything better to do. As Damien let himself get dragged, he thought back to when they first awakened. Although he was stuck with the short end of the stick, Elena had massive potential from the very beginning. Although she was supposed to be a healer, she loved to fight on the front lines, turning her into a combatant who could continuously heal herself and have everlasting stamina in combat. And after she got her first class, she became known as the War Priestess by the masses. She was someone who had the potential to reach even 4th class with enough work, so she was always favored by the guild. As he was lost in thought once again, Damien and Elena arrived at a cafe. After they ordered and sat down, Damien suddenly realized something. Hey, if the gate tomorrow is so abnormal, why are you asking someone as weak as me to come along? Elena pouted, because if you come with me, I can at least look after you. Do you think I don't know that you've been getting injured all the time by going through a gate after the gate and overusing your skills? Damien averted his eyes, knowing she was right. Well, I guess it can't be helped. He was just recently losing his mind over trying to find a new gate so he could make some money, so he would be stupid to reject her offer. Besides, he had never been afraid to enter any gate, no matter its difficulty. His only fear is that there's nobody to take care of his mother if he dies. After all, his dad disappeared to God knows where around 10 years ago, and they had no other family that was still around. Time passed swiftly as Damien spent his day with Elena. They finished eating and visited an amusement park and spent the rest of the day there. Sometimes he wonders if these types of days that they have every so often can be considered as dates, but he quickly shook off the thought. He had to take care of his mother and make sure his life was still livable first and foremost. Besides, with her potential, she'd become a huge figure in the near future. He can't let himself be a burden to her for much longer. Walking back from the amusement park, Damien looked at Elena, who was jogging ahead of him and giggling like a child. He found this kind of scene refreshing since she only acted like this around him. When she's around her guild mates, she's always cold and has a fierce aura surrounding her, making her generally unapproachable. That's why he enjoys spending time like this, thinking that maybe she needs days where she can act like an ordinary girl instead of the guild's most promising fighter. Watching her, he thought back to their days in high school once again. He was naturally an outgoing person, but he was never able to make any friends. Even with his looks that should have made him popular, he had no luck. He was even bullied at one point in time by one of the other guys in the class. Perhaps it was jealousy, or maybe it was something else. Damien didn't know. What he did know was that meeting Elena was salvation for him. His dreary school life instantly brightened up as she became akin to a sun in his dark world. He really didn't know how to repay the gratitude he felt towards her. After saying goodbye to Elena, Damien headed back to his apartment and started preparing for the raid tomorrow. The following day, Damien grabbed his supplies and headed to the meeting spot in front of the gate. It was relatively early, but since he's weak, he decided it'd be better than risking being late. The world was slowly transforming into one where strength is king, and the law could no longer fully contain certain people. As he rode the bus, Damien felt his chest constricting as an ominous feeling rose within him. Although he had read enough novels to know that this kind of feeling isn't something to be ignored, he had no choice but to continue forward. After all, he's too weak to do anything about it even if things go wrong, and his most prided expertise is in fleeing. All he can do is hope that he's just imagining things and trust those on the front line. When Damien stepped off the bus, he was greeted by Elena, who seemed to have been waiting for him. Hee, I knew you'd show up early, so I came and waited. How is it? Surprised, she said while jumping up and down. Damien smiled lightly and made idle chatter with her as they walked to the gate. Upon arriving, Damien noticed Elena's behavior revert to coldness, though she still held some warmth when she spoke to him. As he knew this was just her personality with the guild, he just sighed lightly and headed over to where the collection team was. Yo, Damien. Looks like you're here again, huh? Guess we'll be having an easy time in today's gate, called a burly middle-aged man. HM? That skinny kid? Why are you acting like that? His buddy questioned. Haha, Pete, you haven't been on a raid with him before, that's why you don't know. Although he has one of the weakest bodies I've ever seen in a hunter, his collection speed is great. Ha ha ha, Dave, if it's as you say, I guess we can just sit back and let the kid do all the work today. Damien just smiled and waved as he continued walking. Even if those stronger people and frontliners tended to look down on him and berate him for his weakness, those who were in his crew in the collection squad always held him in high regard. After all, his short-distance teleportation and minor telekinesis are both skills that excel inside jobs like this one. Those guys get to finish much faster when Damien is around and get to laze around for the rest of their shifts. Although Damien had just previously been hoping everything went without a hitch, he always considered himself someone with *T luck, and naturally, such luck needed to come into play at this moment. While he was preparing his equipment, an arrogant voice sounded from behind him. You there, dirty kid, I need a porter, and you're coming with me to do it. Chapter 3, Earth 3. When Damien turned around, he saw a relatively handsome man in his late 20s with blonde hair and green eyes standing there haughtily. No, I'm good. Find someone else to do it for you. Though he responded casually, he inwardly prayed that he wasn't dealing with an arrogant young master of some corporation. Sadly, his prayers weren't unanswered. Who do you think you are, talking to me like that? I am Jean Horton, heir to the Horton conglomerate. If I say you do something, you do it? The arrogant man said. Damien sighed. The Horton conglomerate was one of the world's leading tech companies, even after the influx of mana. They had more than enough power to ruin his life and the lives of those around him without any repercussions. As he sighed again, Damien followed the man. I wonder what other fun my *T luck will bring me today. When Damien arrived at the area where the frontliners were gathered with Jean, he received looks of disdain from almost everyone, which he promptly ignored. Turning to look at Elena, who was barely hiding her surprise, he could only flash a helpless smile. Listen up, people, Jean yelled. I'm Gene Horton, and I'll be leading the expedition today. He paused, seemingly enjoying the shock on everyone's faces when they realized his background. This gate was officially listed as a B-rank gate, but the boss will likely be a first-class beast. We need to proceed with utmost caution so we can close the gate successfully. As he spoke, Jean snuck several glances at Elena, trying to impress her. However, she remained as stoic as usual. While Jean continued to give an overview of the raid plan, Damien looked at the gate in wonder. It was like a swirling vortex of deep blue attribute-less mana that maintained its shape by assimilating the mana in its immediate surroundings. Gates usually sustain themselves like this. However, after all the mana in a radius of 50 meters from the gate is absorbed, it can no longer sustain itself and collapses. This collapse is usually just an implosion of mana that decimates the area around it, but in some cases, it can lead to a dungeon break, where beasts use the moment the gate destabilizes to breach the barrier and arrive on Earth. These incidents, although rare, have led to many cities being decimated in the past. Therefore, the Guild Association made a rule where no gate is allowed to remain untouched for longer than 1 week. When Damien looked at this gate, he felt an undeniable attraction to its function. Slowly but surely, he got stuck in a trance staring at it. Although it's never expressly mentioned, these gates also make use of the spatial attribute to function. The suction force of the gate resembles my void body in some ways, by absorbing everything that's usually meant for different situations and repurposing it all to sustain itself. Damien realized. If my void body works on the same principle, what would happen if I consumed more energy than the limit? Is that the way for me to strengthen myself? If so, how dash. He was abruptly woken up when he felt a powerful force kick him to the ground. Hey, worthless little sh*t, if you aren't going to listen to me, then what's the point of even having you here? Damien looked at Jean with hateful eyes, but said nothing, swearing that one day he'll get strong enough to repay his grievances. As it turns out, Jean wasn't even saying anything meaningful. The only reason he even bothered to hit Damien was to maintain his superiority complex. Damien looked at the gate one more time before acting like he was paying attention to Jin's speech. However, he was still stuck thinking about his void body. A method to strengthen myself. Even if it's only in theory, it's still the first step forward I've taken in years. The question is, where am I going to find an energy source large enough to test my theory? He continued to ponder on this concept while letting Jin's words go in one ear and out the other until he finally finished his speech. Once everyone separated to prepare, Elena walked up to him. Hey, are you okay? That asshole is only leading this raid because of his background. If it wasn't for that, I swear I would have dashed, since it seemed like Elena would go on a rampage soon. Damien smiled lightly and patted her head. I'm okay, don't worry. If it wasn't for his family background, he wouldn't be sh*t, so why should I worry about him instead of thinking about how I can improve myself? Elena blushed, but didn't stop him. Well, whatever. If that's what you think, then I'm fine too. Even as she tried to play it off, she put her hand on Damien's chest and began to heal him. Seeing this, Damien chuckled. Well, if you're done worrying about me, how about you go get yourself prepared for the raid? It would look bad if our friendly neighborhood war priestess was fumbling around, right? Elena's blush deepened at his tease, but since his words were partially correct, she scurried away to get ready. Damien watched her for a while before turning back to the gate, his expression becoming serious. That ominous feeling only got stronger once I got closer to the gate. Well, no matter. If it comes to the point where I need to flee, I'm confident I can get out. Only. Damien looked towards Elena again. Even if I need to sustain some internal bleeding, I have to make sure she makes it out too. He'd mentioned before that she was his best friend, but it was more accurate to say she was his only friend. After that fateful day of awakening, when everybody got their powers, even social hierarchy went through a change. While those with useless powers were shunned to one group, those with stronger abilities gathered together. However, Damien could be said to be somewhere in the middle. He was ostracized by both sides, and the only one who had stuck with him was Elena. Thinking back, he couldn't help but feel grateful to her once again. Gathering his thoughts, he stood up and joined the attack squad. Deep within his eyes, an intense determination began burning. To keep himself safe and to keep Elena safe. No matter the situation and no matter the consequences. As his resolve grew firm, the space around his body started to distort. Whatever happened in this dungeon would be a new beginning for him, whether it was a good or bad one, only time would tell. Chapter 4, Stranded 1. Expansive. The scenery inside the dungeon could best be described this way. When Damien entered the gate, all he could see was a huge cave system that spanned the distance of several miles, its end at a point he couldn't even see. All right, folks, we should only be seeing first-class beasts that are at most level 20 around this floor, so be prepared to take them out. Even if they're weak, we still have to stay vigilant in case something unexpected happens. Once Jean gave the order, the team began moving, with Damien following at a slight distance behind them. As time passed, the raid continued without a hitch. With beasts being at the maximum of level 20, the attack squad, which is comprised of many first classes whose levels average around 30, weren't having any issues, especially with Elena present. Whenever they met a beast that seemed like they would need to team up to kill, she would charge forward with her sword and start slashing in a seemingly reckless manner. After all, no matter how refined her fighting style was, its base principle was her ability to constantly heal herself and replenish stamina. With this, no beast near or even slightly above her level was her match. However, even with this assurance, the team continued forward vigilantly. The most dangerous aspect of weaker dungeons like this one wasn't always the beasts. Around 2 years after the World Awakening, when humanity was finally beginning to completely adapt to mana and the changes it brought, they discovered something that changed their entire viewpoint of its capabilities. When an advance party from a nameless guild was exploring one of their dungeons, they came across other humanoid species. Naturally, they attempted communication before wantonly attacking and accidentally discovered that they were no longer speaking any languages that existed on Earth. As it turns out, the introduction of mana and the system that follows it grants all beings under its influence with a shared language. As the inhabitants of Earth use English as their universal language, this new language wasn't introduced until they came into contact with other intelligent species. When the members of this guild began speaking to the humanoid individuals, they learned that the dungeon they were in was actually connected to another world called Lahir. As other guilds also began meeting intelligent races in dungeons, they learned of the existence of countless other worlds. As it was explained by the denizens of some of those other worlds, gates are phenomena that only appear in worlds that are newly awakened to mana. After a world has adapted to and assimilated with mana, dungeons are structures that naturally spawn. However, a world that hasn't fully assimilated with mana doesn't have the structural integrity to hold constructs born from mana, such as dungeons, without collapsing. Due to this, gates appear and connect to dungeons in various other worlds. In one dungeon, connected to a world called the Cloud Plane, Earthlings met humans that treat the system as something akin to the heavens, and rather than leveling up, they consider it as cultivation. Through these countless interactions with otherworld denizens, the citizens of Earth learned many things, especially the fact that these otherworld denizens are barred entry to Earth through the gates. It seemed to have something to do with the concept of balance. However, because humanity has only lived with mana and the system for 6 years, they weren't able to completely understand these more complex theories. Several hours passed, and the dungeon seemed to have been mostly cleared. The group decided to take a break before commencing their final sweep. During this break, Elena naturally went to Damien to check on him and chat for a while. In another area of the dungeon, Jean stood with a hateful look in his eyes. Damn it. That woman should be mine. Why does she keep looking at that trash instead of me? Throughout the entire time they were raiding the dungeon, Jean was constantly trying to show his strength and valor to impress Elena, but she acted like he didn't exist. As the only son of a wealthy and influential father, Jean was never treated with indifference like what Elena shows him. But that only makes me want her more. Jean looked over at Elena, who was chatting and laughing with Damien, showing a completely different personality than she did with others as envy began to cloud his mind. All I have to do is get rid of that trash. If that hindrance is gone, then there's nothing stopping her from becoming my woman. Hee hee hee. Anything can happen inside a dungeon, right? If a weak porter dies because a beast just happens to break through the lines. His expression twisted as his thoughts continued, and a malevolent aura started to spread, only to be retracted immediately after. Damien, was it? Well, I guess I'll let you have her for now since it'll be the last conversation you ever have. Meanwhile, Damien continued chatting and laughing with Elena, oblivious to the fact that he was being put to death by an arrogant young master. So, this dungeon seems to be pretty normal to me. I don't see why the signature it gave off was so weird. Elena pondered. Maybe it has multiple floors? If that's the case, then there's nothing to worry about since the gate will close once we clear this floor. But isn't that good news for you? You get more money for less work. Yeah, I guess so. Anyway, it looks like that asshole is gathering everyone up again, so you should probably head over. When the attack squad began gathering, however, a thunderous roar resounded through the cavern. As heavy footsteps approached the group. Fuck! Exclaimed Jean. Just from its aura, I can tell that it's probably a first class. Everyone get together and be ready to either fight or flee on my command. When the footsteps stopped, what was revealed was a massive tiger-like beast around 20 meters tall that had a fiery aura radiating from its body. It looks around level 50, a newly ascended second class. If we work together, we should be able to kill it. Jean yelled. Damien retreated many meters as to not get caught in the crossfire as he watched the attack squad get into formation. The squad comprised of 2 tankers, 2 healers, a mage, and 3 damage dealers, including Elena and Jean. The beast charged forward with a roar and shot flames from its mouth. As the tankers took the hit, the mage utilized his ice affinity to freeze the beast's paws. Elena and Jean charged. While Jean melded into the shadows and sliced at the beast's tendons and other sensitive areas with his twin daggers, Elena confronted it head-on. The tiger roared in anger and swung its paws at Elena while she deftly dodged and slashed at its neck. Time passed as the squad slowly chipped away at the beast, making it accumulate various gashes and wounds. With Elena's ability, she was able to keep fighting even after most of the team had run out of mana or stamina. With the mage letting out occasional ice spikes as his mana replenished and Jean limiting its movements by cutting its exposed tendons and ligaments, around 15 minutes later, she managed to land a fatal hit, letting the beast drop to the floor, dead. With the comprehensive planning and experience they had, the team managed to finish the fight without any unexpected circumstances and were promptly healed by the healers. As everyone began catching their breaths, the entire cave began to rumble. Everyone's faces immediately paled. "The gate's closing. We need to get out of here," yelled one of the tankers as he ran with all his might. Everyone else soon followed as even Damien had to continuously teleport to reach the gate. Being trapped in a dungeon usually meant death with no escape. Once the gate closes, there is no connection left to Earth, so even if one manages to escape the dungeon, they're trapped in a completely different world. As Damien ran, he looked around for Elena and noticed her falling behind. "Elena, what are you doing?" Damien yelled before abruptly realizing the situation. The gate closed out of nowhere, and as the one who did most of the work to kill the second-class beast, she must have used most of her mana. Without being given time to rest, she was basically on the verge of fainting. "Fuck!" Damien cursed as he ran back to grab her. He put his arm around Elena's waist, which she subconsciously rejected before realizing it was him, then without pause began spamming his short-distance teleportation to flee. As the gate came into sight, Damien felt his mana draining at a rapid rate, and his body began to break down. His blood churned and leaked through his pores, but he kept going. He remembered his ominous feeling, and he remembered his resolve. And just as his internal organs were going to rupture, he made it out of the gate. As he set Elena on the ground, he smiled. Although it felt a bit anticlimactic, he was glad he managed to get both of them out of the gate without issues. And then, just as he was about to ask Elena, who had regained some vigor, how she was doing, he felt his body flying backward. Huh? Backward? What's going on? Damien thought as his mind failed to understand what caused such a bizarre situation. As reality sunk in, he began to panic. He knew that what was behind him was a gate that was on the verge of closing, but he had no means to save himself. His mana was overdrawn, his body was at its limit, and his consciousness was already weak. As he felt the mana current of the gate graze his back, the last thing he saw was Elena's horrified expression and a certain bastard smiling at him and waving. And then, everything went dark. Chapter 5, Stranded 2. Feeling an aching pain all over his body, Damien slowly opened his eyes, only to be greeted by cold hard stone in every direction. Huh? Where am I? Damien thought before he remembered the events that led to this point. Fuck. That arrogant bastard actually pushed me into the gate. I didn't do anything to dash. Before his thoughts could go too far, Damien heard a series of roars and screeches coming towards him. When he looked down, he realized that he was covered in blood, which must have attracted beasts. Coming to this realization, his face paled. He quickly got up, confirming that enough time had passed for him to regenerate from any major wounds, and ran. Damien was weak. He had spent the majority of his life after the World Awakening fretting over his weakness, and now in the situation, his weakness became all the more apparent. He ran and ran, but the beasts naturally weren't only in one direction. Damien could only consider himself lucky that the beasts in the immediate surroundings of the gate had been wiped, or else he would have died before he even woke up. Fuck. What do I do? I can't fight, but I can't live without food. If I don't fight, I'll die, but if I fight, I'll also die. Damien panicked. Although he had plenty of experience in side gates, his level of combat experience was almost nil. He had probably stabbed a sword a couple of times when he stole kills to level up. Damien didn't know how long he ran, but it was long enough for the cries of beasts to fade into the distance. He approached a cave wall and sat down to rest his aching body. This amount of running could be considered the most physical exercise he's had in a very long time. As he sat with his back to the wall, he tried to calm his breathing and mind, but no matter what he tried, his thoughts wouldn't stop. I'll die. I'll really die. I can't do *T against beasts. I don't have a weapon, I don't have muscles, I don't have offensive skills, I have nothing. I don't know where this dungeon is, I don't know how far away Earth is, or if it's even in the same galaxy. What will happen to Mom when I'm not around? Puh. Damien slapped himself in the face. No! I can't give up yet. Even if she thinks I'm dead, it's fine. What I need to do now is survive. Survive and make it back to Earth. Make it back to Mom, make it back to Elena, and make it back to drop a planet on that sick bastard's head or something. Thinking of that last point, Damien's blood boiled in a fury. Damien let all of Jin's antics slide because of his background. He had to endure because he had nothing. He ended up in the situation because he was weak. I have to get stronger. It doesn't matter what I have to do to reach that point, but I have to get strong enough to return. Though he was still in a panic over the situation, he knew that if he sat still and did nothing, his only outcome was death. He had always worked without fear beforehand, and now, even though the situation is much direr, all he needs to do is the same thing he always did. Survive. Damien, you must always remember. Although you are weak, you must forge a will to live, a will to achieve, and a will to survive. No matter the circumstance and no matter the adversity, you must survive, because if you survive and you fight and you persevere through it all, one day you'll become someone that even the heavens must look up to. Damien thought back to his dad's last words before he disappeared to who knows where. Fuck, why am I thinking about that bastard right now? But no matter how much he cursed his father, he could never bring himself to hate him. As he grew and thought back to his last memories of his father, he could feel the pain his father always hid from him and his mother. And thinking about his father's words and the situation he's in now, he could feel his father's resolve. Though he didn't know what that resolve was towards, it didn't matter anymore. Damn it. If that guy could talk all that martial master bullsh asterisk T and forge such a resolve even before the world awakening happened, why should I pussy out here? I need to go back and cure Mom. I need to go back and check on Elena. I need to go back and pummel that arrogant asshole, and I need to find my father one day and punch him in the face. Damien began to forge his resolve. He had forgotten in his panic, but he hadn't died yet, and he still had plenty of things to do. As long as he hadn't died, he could still achieve what he wanted to achieve. As long as he hadn't died, just like his dad used to say, he's become someone even the heavens must look up to. It seemed like space itself had bore witness to his resolve and his declaration, as the space within a 25-meter radius of Damien started to twist and distort. Unfortunately, Damien was too deep in his thoughts to notice. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open, and the space reverted to normal. Several hours had passed since Damien sat down to rest, but it seemed he was in a relatively secluded area since no beast attacked him during his panic. Geez, I must be some kind of idiot to have a panic attack in this kind of life or death situation. How do those novel MCs even adapt sh*T like this happening so fast? Damien chuckled. Well, if I was a novel MC, my plot armor would have saved my mom by now, and I'd get a random power boost to deal with the situation, but obviously, that isn't happening. Damien stood up, his eyes having regained their clarity. He began to quietly run around the dungeon floor. No matter which world this dungeon is connected to, it has to have weapons, and someone had to have died in here before. There's no way our party was the first to ever explore it. And after what seemed like hours of running, he found what he was looking for, a pile of bones and a slightly rusted pair of short swords. I was kind of hoping for a spear, but short swords work too, Damien thought as he picked them up. They were entirely made of some type of black metal, and although the one of them was showing signs of cracking already, they were more than sharp enough to work as a temporary solution. Well then, let's get to hunting. Chapter 6, Survive 1. One day passed since then, and Damien could be seen crouching behind a rock with his short swords out. At the moment he was stalking his prey, which was a bunny. Even Damien thought it was extremely lame for him to hunt bunnies, but when he carelessly attempted to kill the first one, his only reward was a deep gash on his leg that still hadn't healed. Because of that, Damien started calling this species demon bunnies and began using hit-and-run tactics, using his teleportation to kill them while they were off guard. Now, and just like every time he hunted for the past day, he waited for his opportunity and teleported directly behind the bunny, stabbing his short swords down before he even teleported, instantly killing it. Another discovery he made was that his teleportation ability carried his momentum. Although he had no idea how that worked scientifically, old laws of science didn't apply to the new reality. Still, he did his best to use the old science he learned to justify his power. It was human instinct to try and define the unknown in terms one already has knowledge of. Using his bunny-killing method, he had already gained a level, but killing the same beast too many times significantly decreases the amount of experience earned, so he would have to move on to bigger prey soon. Grabbing the fresh bunny carcass, Damien went back to the cave he had found and set up residence in yesterday. He threw the body into the pile of other bodies and sat down. Today would be his second day going without food or water, but he was holding up relatively well due to the rich density of mana in the environment. Although he had 6 or 7 demon bunny corpses, he knew it would be stupid if he ate them as he is now. Beast mana is infused in their bodies to strengthen them and is incompatible with humans, so it's usually impossible to eat beasts unless the carcasses are purified by a priest class or similar people. When the world first changed, there was a couple of cases of people trying to cook and eat beast meat. However, things didn't end well for them. Through further research, it was discovered that 99% of the time, people who ate non-purified beast meat had their bodies corrupted by the foreign mana and exploded. The other 1% of people mutated into demi-humans, but not the cute cat girl kind of that show up in the manga. Rather, they would have wolf heads and wolf paws with random tufts of fur jutting out from their bodies. These people also tended to lose most of their reasoning, becoming more animalistic and primal. Even knowing about these abysmal odds, Damien had a certain level of confidence in mutating successfully as long as he got stronger before he attempted it. Either way, he would have to eat the beast meat. He just decided to delay it to increase his chances. However, he could only last at most another day or two before he needs to eat. Once Damien got his thoughts in order, he thought back to the layout he made of the floor he's on. I don't know which floor this is, but it's definitely near the top. There are also only classless beasts on this floor since the rest were wiped out during the raid. Although it's frustrating, there's no way to go up or closer to the surface. There's only a single staircase that leads to the next floor. I can't gain much more from classless beasts unless I kill everything alive on this floor, but that'll drain my stamina to the point where I'll be forced to eat the beast meat and take my chances with mutation. As his thoughts followed this path, he made his decision. I already firmed my resolve. There's no more use in hesitating. If it means I can get stronger faster, I'll go down to the next floor. But first, he decided to rest. Among the classless beasts here, he could reign relatively supreme with his teleportation, so they don't usually disturb the area where he stays. What felt like a couple of hours later, Damien woke up feeling refreshed. Since it's only been around a day and a half since he got stranded, he still had a relative view of the time. When he got up, he looked at the pile of corpses he'd made and sighed. He didn't know if he'd be able to come back for these, and felt it was a waste to save them. Okay, it's time to go. This will be my first time facing real danger in my life. With an increased sense of vigilance, Damien walked down the staircase leading to the next floor. When he reached what he had dubbed as the second floor, he was surprised to find that plants were growing here and there. Although it was mostly as desolate as the first floor, it still had a bit of spice. Damien was pleasantly surprised by this discovery. After all, this meant that there was a possibility of there being a water source somewhere in this dungeon. As Damien vigilantly walked through this new floor, he finally met his first prey. In front of him was a gray wolf that was slightly shorter than the average human, and judging from the aura it gave off, it was probably around level 8 or 9. Damien and the wolf eyed each other vigilantly before the wolf made the first move and pounced. Damien jumped to his right and drew his short swords. He then teleported to the left side of the wolf and slashed down. The wolf howled in pain as a gash was created in its side and attempted to bite Damien. However, he had already teleported to the adjacent side of the wolf, repeating his previous motion. The wolf, in its confusion, turned completely towards Damien, who vanished from the spot and continued his tactics. 3 stabs later, the wolf collapsed to the floor. You killed LVL-9 Grey Wolf, obtained 50 EXP. Ha ha. Since the wolf didn't possess a great deal of intelligence, it was relatively easy to deal with, but Damien was still gasping for air. After all, he was never in frontal confrontations before this. Still, he couldn't help but smile. Even though his fight was for survival, he found himself having fun. Fighting, killing, growing stronger. Ever since the possibilities opened up with the introduction of mana, this was all he ever wanted to do. As he looked forward to the seemingly limitless future, he reaffirmed his determination. I will survive. Chapter 7, Survive 2. Another day passed successfully as Damien continued hunting gray wolves. By this point, he had killed 6 more wolves and had successfully reached level 9. Damn, it took 6 years for me to reach level 5, but now I've added another 4 levels to that within 3 days. I know the circumstances aren't even close to being in my favor, but maybe this is the kind of environment I needed for my growth. Status. Damien Void. Human. Male. Age 17. Level 9. Classless. Experience value. 250/1. 000. Bearer of the Void Physique. Affinities. Space. Physique. Void Physique. Magic power, 100. STR, 5. AGI, 8. Def, 3. Int, 6. Dex, 8. Skills, Short Distance Teleportation Level 3, Minor Telekinesis Level 2, Minor Regeneration Level 5. After constantly using his teleportation skill in battle, his mastery began to grow, increasing his distance limit to 25 meters. Furthermore, he passed time by playing with his telekinesis to pull his blades towards himself and managed to increase its level once. Naturally, with all the healing he's had to do with his constant scratches and gashes from battles, his regeneration had the most improvement. Sadly, my physical stats are still stagnant, even though my mana capacity has increased 5-fold. I still haven't been able to test my theory about my void body, but I have a feeling that the best place to test it is when I eat and am forced to mutate. Damien decided to stop hunting for a bit and train his abilities. Although he hadn't failed in a hunt yet, it was only due to his teleportation and the low intelligence of the beasts he fought. He knew that as he went further down into the dungeon, his current advantages would fade. Sitting down in a meditative pose, Damien closed his eyes, trying to feel the space around him. Even before he awakened, he always felt an intrinsic connection to space, as if his awareness was always better than it should be. This feeling only became more prominent after he came in contact with mana. He did not doubt that if it wasn't for his void body holding him back from physical improvement, he would have had enough talent to rival the likes of Elena and Jean. As he focused on this intrinsic connection, Damien felt like he was in the middle of an endless ocean. Layers upon layers and waves upon waves crashed down on him from every direction, seemingly upholding the laws of space in the area. As he dove deeper into this phenomenon, he felt as if he could connect any two of these layers and simply walk to the point in space where they begin and end. I see, so this is the underlying principle behind my teleportation ability. I'm subconsciously connecting 2 points in space and transporting myself through the spatial layers. If it's like that, then I wonder if... Damien connected himself to a faint layer of space he felt past the end of his perception and willed himself forward. Cough, cough. Suddenly, he appeared 30 meters away from his original position. However, he was now kneeling on the floor and coughing up blood. Still, his eyes were as bright as ever. So that's how it is. Usually, I just see a blur before I'm at the point where I wanted to be, but I felt it clearly this time. If my body isn't strong enough, the spatial turbulence caused by the connection of 2 non-adjacent points in space will rip me to shreds. As my understanding of my spatial affinity grows, I can lower the amount of turbulence, increasing the distance I can travel. Similarly, as long as my body grows strong enough, the distance limit will not matter anymore. It looks like I have to test my theory on the void body sooner than I originally planned. Only then can I start growing. Since he wouldn't make progress in the spatial element for a while, he decided to train his swordsmanship. Damien took a stance and swung his swords repeatedly, trying to lower the amount of wasted motion as much as possible. Hours passed like this until the day came to an end, and Damien finally finished training. By the end, he had awakened the skill, Sword Mastery. Although it was only level 1, it still signified that he had stepped on the right path. Damien decided that it was best to rest for a while before he started fighting without abusing his teleportation. Only like this would he be able to consistently improve. Earth POV. In a hospital somewhere in Los Angeles, a young woman could be seen sitting patiently beside a hospital bed. She was 17 years old, with dark blue hair and matching eyes that had lost some of their light. Combined with her trained body, she was no doubt someone who could be considered a top beauty. On the bed was a middle-aged woman with black hair. Her eyes were closed as she remained in a coma for the last 6 years. "Auntie, I'm sorry," Elena said with tears in her eyes. "I told him I would protect him, but in the end, he was the one who saved me. That bastard who screwed him over isn't even trying to pretend like he didn't do it." Thinking about that hateful Jean, Elena's eyes grew red with fury. It had been 4 days since Damien had been trapped in the dungeon, and Jean had been flaunting himself like he didn't do anything wrong. To make matters worse, he was now openly attempting to pursue Elena and make her his woman. "Auntie, no matter what, I refuse to believe that he's dead. Damien would never leave you behind. That bastard has to come back." After all, I never told him how Never mind. Elena sighed. No matter what people said, no matter what the odds of survival are, Elena adamantly insisted that Damien was alive. When he disappeared through the gate, Elena had raged and punched Jean so hard he flew 10 meters before he managed to stop himself. She would have done much worse if she wasn't stopped by her guild. After that incident, she took some time off and began visiting the hospital almost daily. She had also taken over Damien's mother's hospital bills in his stead. I promise you that I'll get stronger. So strong that when he comes back, he won't even recognize me. Next time I see him, I'll properly tell him everything. At that time, Auntie, I hope I can have your support as well. Checking the time, Elena got up. Goodbye for today, Auntie. I'll probably come back pretty soon, so you don't have to worry about not having company. Elena left the hospital room and sighed. She wiped the tears that were forming in her eyes as she resolved herself. Never again. Never again will I be forced into a position where he has to protect me. When he comes back, he'll definitely be strong, and at that time, I must be able to stand before him confidently. Just like Damien did a few days prior, Elena resolved herself to become stronger than anyone. Chapter 8. Survive 3. In an unknown dungeon somewhere in the universe, one could see the scene of a slightly skinny young man with black hair and amethyst eyes fighting against 3 human-sized gray wolves. The wolves eyed the human warily. After all, in the past day he had gone around and continuously killed members of their pack. Even with their limited intelligence, they knew he was someone dangerous. The young man, Damien, was also vigilant about the wolves. To improve his sword mastery, he had become active in his hunt and found many gray wolves that he subsequently killed. However, since he was only one step away from a class change, he needed a much greater amount of EXP than ever before. The 3 wolves circled him, but Damien didn't give them time to prepare. He immediately launched himself towards the first wolf and smashed down with one of his blades, while simultaneously throwing his second blade at the wolf behind him. As the wolves tried to dodge, Damien used his telekinesis to hold the first one in place while manipulating the direction of his other blade to pierce the second wolf's flesh. Suddenly, he vanished, narrowly avoiding the claws of the third wolf and appearing on its back, slicing a deep gash along its spine. With the third wolf paralyzed, Damien vanished once more, reappearing holding the handle of his second blade and pulling it downwards with all his might, cutting through the flesh on the wolf's chest. He continued to dance around the wolves, most of the time choosing to dodge with his body, but teleporting when he sees things get dangerous. After 5 long minutes, the first 2 wolves had fallen. You killed 2 level 9 gray wolves, gained 100 EXP. Walking over to the third wolf who had been paralyzed at the beginning, Damien could see the hateful look in its eyes. However, he felt no remorse. It was kill or be killed in the dungeon, and he would not choose the latter option. He lifted his short sword and swiftly beheaded the wolf. You killed a level 9 gray wolf, gained 50 EXP. Gathering his breath and wiping the blood off his blades, Damien once again realized he was smiling. Recently, he had begun musing that he might be a battle maniac, as he felt an undeniable thrill in this kill or be killed environment. If it wasn't for his goals and his priorities back on Earth, perhaps he'd stay here longer than he needed to just for the thrill. Damien walked back to his little cave abode while silently admiring the dungeon scenery. The area he was at now had much more flora than anything he had previously seen. Countless plants of various fantastical colors bloomed everywhere. However, he had almost found out the hard way that they're poisonous. Luckily, he decided to feed one to a dying wolf first and ended up killing it. Reaching his home base, Damien sat down to rest. It seems like these wolf lackeys won't be enough to get me up to first class. Each of them is only giving 50 EXP now, while the first one only gave around 200 EXP. If I kill any more, I won't even gain anything. My next big fight will be against their leader, who's most likely a first class. Judging by how easy it's become to kill level 9 beasts, a first class shouldn't be too hard. Even if it's a tough fight, it's still doable. Sadly, as someone who had given up on the thought of getting stronger, Damien possessed little web audio channel announcement. Thank you for listening. If you want to listen to the full series and hundreds of audiobooks similar to this, please join our Discord or join our Patreon on patreon.com/webaudio. The link will be in the description and also pinned in the comment section. Thank you. Knowledge of the difference between classes. In due time, he would come to regret his hubris. Damien rested for 4 hours before standing back up. It was his 5th day in the dungeon, and he had the inexplicable feeling that something major would happen today. Damien stared at the cave ceiling, his eyes seemingly attempting to pierce through reality to gaze upon a certain hospital room on Earth. Mom, I know you can't hear me, but I want you to know that your son is okay. Though this environment is harsh, it seems to be exactly what I need to grow. Don't worry about a thing. By the time I come back to Earth and back to you, I'll be someone you can be proud of. I'll heal your sickness like it's nothing and let you live a lavish life, and maybe we can even find Dad and beat him up a bit for leaving. Damien didn't do this often, but after the reality set in that he might be at the opposite end of the universe from Earth, the pain of being alone came to the forefront. He missed idly talking to his mom. Even if she couldn't hear him, he missed his happy days with Elena, where they acted like nothing else in the world mattered. He even missed his *TTY one-room apartment, where he at least had a bed to sleep in. Although he had yet to face death, he knew it would happen at some point. He knew his easy ride so far was only because he hasn't met a single beast who evolved past level 10 yet. He sometimes wondered how he could keep such a positive outlook in this kind of situation, but he realized that the humorous attitude he kept was only a coping mechanism, because some part of him deep down still wanted to think that everything was just a nightmare and that he was still on Earth living peacefully. Thinking back to his life for the past 5 days without said coping mechanism, he shivered. He hadn't eaten once, and he spent day after day killing, running, and training. Was it mana that gave him the nutrients he needed? Was it just a constant adrenaline rush due to the situation? Or was it a combination of both? Damien didn't know, but he knew he'd run out of steam soon. He let himself rest for a total of around 15 hours through the entire experience, and that's only if his sense of time is still accurate. He didn't want to imagine the kind of personality he'd have once he completely accepted his circumstances. Maybe he'd lose all his humanity and turn into a beast himself. However, he didn't let the thoughts stir for too long. No matter what he turned into, he didn't have a choice in the matter. He needed to grow stronger regardless of anything, and if he's forced to throw away his humanity to achieve this, he'd do it in an instant. As long as his core principles didn't change, he didn't care what became of him. Calming his mind, he held his hands out as his short swords came flying towards him. Last time I felt this kind of premonition, I was thrown into a dungeon and left to die in another world. No matter what happens this time, I must remember, I must survive. No matter what, I must survive. Even after 5 days, he still remembered the will he forged after his panic attack in the beginning. Survive. Whether he was joking around, killing, training, or sleeping, this word constantly replayed on loop in his head. Well, he chuckled to himself, I wonder what kind of fun my dog *T-Luck will bring me today. The hunt resumed once again, only this time, unbeknownst to him, Damien would be the prey. Chapter 9. Mutate 1. 2 hours had passed since Damien decided to hunt once more, but his ominous feeling never lessened. Coupled with the fact that he felt like he was being watched, his vigilance was at an all-time high. Damien walked through an unexplored area of the 2nd floor and watched his environment carefully. Throughout his entire 2 hours of walking, he hadn't run into a single beast. Although the gray wolves were the most prominent beasts on this floor, he had run into many smaller and weaker beasts during his travels. However, even they were nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, he heard a branch snap. Growling. From behind him, he heard the growl of a beast. However, he didn't make any sudden movements. A beast that could approach me without alerting my senses. No matter how strong this beast is, it's definitely on a completely different level than the wolves I've been fighting. Damien slowly turned around. When he did, he saw a wolf incomparable to anything else he'd seen on this floor. It was around 3 meters tall, and its gray fur contained patches of black here and there. With its every movement, black lightning coursed through its figure and charred the ground around it. Its aura was so suffocating that Damien was almost completely rooted on the spot. The wolf stared at Damien with a level of rage and intelligence that none of the other wolves possessed. When it had returned from its hunt earlier, it had found that many of the younger wolves in its pack were being slain one after the other. Its kin was one of them. In its rage, it tracked him down and confronted him itself. Damien didn't know what level this beast was at, but he knew he couldn't face it with his current strength. Is this the difference between classes? He thought to himself as he prepared to run. Damien knew he'd be a fool to turn his back on this beast right now, so his only options were to go left or right. Looking at the beast vigilantly as if he was preparing for battle, Damien lowered his body. Then, he turned right and ran as fast as he could. The wolf, however, didn't move, seemingly wanting to toy with its prey. After Damien made a good amount of distance, the wolf let out a howl and shot forward. Within only a matter of seconds, it caught up with Damien, slashing its claws forward at a speed he couldn't follow. Before Damien knew what had happened, he lost feeling in his left leg and tripped. The wolf had precisely severed his Achilles tendon. Biting his lip to muffle a groan of pain, Damien began teleporting away. However, since he wasn't in a correct state of mind and was moving linearly, he couldn't escape. Every time Damien made distance, the wolf caught up immediately, inflicting more flesh wounds on Damien while he continued fleeing. But as he teleported forward one more, he realized the wolf had stopped its pursuit. When he raised his head, all he saw was a vast expanse of darkness. Damien felt despair. Behind him was a monster he couldn't even begin to imagine defeating, and in front of him was a vast abyss whose depth was unknown. He looked to his left and right and realized that the area around him had narrowed, leaving him without an escape path. The wolf stared at Damien, and noticing the despair that was forming in his eyes, it felt elated. This was the scene it was hoping for. It wanted the killer of its kin to feel the sensation of death slowly encroaching him. He wanted Damien to feel fear he'd never felt before. Damien was desperate. He knew he would die here if he couldn't kill this wolf, but his options were limited. Looking at the deep abyss in front of him, Damien had a crazy idea. If it comes down to it, I can always do that. Since Damien knew he couldn't run anymore, he prepared himself for his body to break down during this fight. However, he wasn't too worried. Once he achieves his first class, his injuries will be healed and his stamina will be replenished, although only on the surface level. He wouldn't be able to regrow an arm or anything that major. Damien took out his short swords and vanished from the spot, appearing at the wolf's back legs. He stabbed both of his swords towards the same point and hoped it would be enough to damage the wolf. However, his hopes were crushed. Even with all his strength, he was only able to make a small cut into the wolf. Damien vanished again, appearing on the other side of the wolf, as he resolved himself to cut until the wolf bled out. Sadly, the wolf wouldn't let him do as he pleased. Due to the difference in combat experience, it only took a minute or so for the wolf to figure out his patterns, leading to claws or a gaping maw greeting Damien every time he teleported. Although it was clear that the wolf had a lightning affinity, it didn't take Damien seriously enough to use it. Like this, the fight continued for several minutes. While the wolf still only had a few gashes, there were plenty of cuts on its body that were leaking blood. But Damien was in a much worse position. His whole body had been covered in cuts, with a deep gash running along his back. He was bleeding profusely, and it looked like he had no chance to win. When the strain of constant teleportation combined with the wounds he received from the wolf, his internal organs were only a couple hits away from turning into mush. At this point, Damien wasn't even thinking properly. All his fear and despair were locked away as his focus stayed solely on keeping his life. His whole being was focused on the word that had become his motto ever since he was stranded. Survive. His gaze focused on a deeper wound he had made on the beast's neck, and he saw an opportunity to win. However, before he could move, he felt his consciousness grow thin. An intense wave of fatigue almost overwhelmed his senses. With his body in such a terrible condition, the fatigue he'd accumulated finally crashed down on him. He felt his weakness clearly, and he sensed death approaching. No, 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 no. He couldn't accept it. He hadn't even reached the truly grueling floors of the dungeon, yet he was already going to die? After all that resolve he built up, after all those inner monologues he used to calm himself, he would end up dying here? He refused to accept it. He stared at the beast in front of him with a maniacal glint in his eyes. Good. Good, good, good. Something had snapped within his mind. He charged once again, completely ignoring the pain that was forcing his consciousness down. The wolf stared at him with what seemed like contempt in its eyes as it opened its mouth. As Damien stabbed into its neck, it bit down ferociously, tearing off his arm. However, Damien continued to ignore the pain. His body was in a state of shock, but he moved again with teleportation. Before the blood could even flow from his now armless nub, he was on the wolf's back, stabbing and slashing continuously with the arm he still had. Awoo! The wolf howled in pain, feeling the sharp blade tearing through its flesh. Blood spurted out of the beast's wounds. Although he sacrificed his left arm, he finally made a substantial wound on the wolf. But Damien wasn't in the state of mind to celebrate this achievement. Survive. As he stood with blood, both his own and his opponent's, covering his body, he only had one thought in his head. I need to survive. He strengthened his grip on his weapon, and even while coughing up more blood that was now mixed with bits and pieces of his organs, he kept stabbing and slashing. Survive. 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 As the single word repeated in an endless loop, he tore into the wolf, which was already starting to become sluggish from blood loss. He stabbed down once again, however his weapon broke on contact. Survive. 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 Even as he lost all his bearings from blood loss, even as death began to embrace him, he could only hear one word. He stuck his hand into the wound on the beast's neck and ripped it open, sinking his teeth into its raw flesh. Survive. 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 He clawed, bit, and ate, and with the last bit of reasoning he maintained, he used the broken weapon to stab into the gaping hole in the wolf's neck. The wolf began to fall. Its eyes were filled with unwillingness, thinking that if it just used all its power from the beginning, it wouldn't have ended up in this state, but there was no medicine for regret. However, it wouldn't go down easy. Even if it died here, it would take the human that killed its kin with it. Staring at the abyss that was only a slight distance away, the wolf jumped. Chapter 10. Mutate 2. After using the last of its strength to jump, the wolf died. However, Damien, who was still on its back, didn't realize this or even the fact that he was currently falling into an abyss. Just as he was about to pass out after killing the wolf, his consciousness was forced awake by a mind-numbing pain. With this pain came clarity, and while being glad he survived, he also realized that he had eaten huge chunks of the wolf's flesh and meat while he was in his deranged state. Now Damien was feeling the consequences of his actions. He had begun his mutation. Since he had killed the wolf, he knew he had leveled up multiple times, but he didn't know exactly how much since he couldn't focus on the holographic windows that popped up in front of him. Inside Damien's body, mana raged as his organs healed. However, they were immediately crushed into paste right after. This process continued as the essence that he was granted from the rising of his league battled the lightning attribute mana of the wolf that was raging inside of him, frying his organs. Damien felt like he was strapped to an electric chair, only he couldn't die, while simultaneously being struck by hundreds of hammers and needles on every inch of his body. The electric currents raged, leaving him paralyzed so he couldn't even scream out in pain. It wasn't just his organs that were feeling this process though, as his skin, his bones, and even his blood also started being refined. Throughout all of this, Damien stayed conscious. He could only focus on the pain he felt and the sensation of his body essentially becoming a flesh bag and then being healed back to normal over and over again. Combined with the endless darkness he saw on every side, Damien really thought he might have gone to hell. His body was still straddled to the wolf's carcass, but as time went on, pieces of said carcass evaporated into essence and entered Damien's body. Sensing the current condition of its owner, his void body had activated, devouring every form of energy in the near vicinity. Damien, however, was unaware of this, attributing the influxes of energy as waves of beast mana fighting against the natural mana he gained through his level-ups. Seconds turned into minutes, which felt like hours to Damien, and at some point, he had stopped falling. His body, which should have been smashed to meet paste upon falling such a distance, actually created a small crater when it reached the floor. Damien still didn't move though, since his mutation was still ongoing. His eyes, which were always a deep amethyst color, were now mixed with red, and his hair gained some silver highlights and lengthened until it was shoulder length. His canines sharpened as well, while his body, which had remained skinny to this day, began growing some muscle. The biggest change happened in his legs. While on the outside, his legs just gained some muscle and stayed symmetrical with the rest of his body, their internal structure was completely changed. Every muscle, bone, tendon, and ligament was optimally arranged to waste no motion and to prioritize speed. Tufts of fur began growing out of various parts of his body, but were immediately turned into energy by his void body and consumed. A pair of wolf ears started sprouting on the top of his head too, however they met the same fate as the fur. It seemed that Damien's theory about his void body was partially correct. When such a large influx of mana and energy entered his body, it immediately destroyed him from the inside. If his void body hadn't stolen that energy, he would have died immediately. Due to this, he was able to strengthen, while anything excess that was created was turned into energy for his physique. Through his reckless action, he was able to unlock a sub-ability of his physique, though Damien didn't know that. He had expected his physique to consume all of the beast's mana, making him go through minimal mutation. However, his physique allowed him to optimize his mutation for combat, while only stealing the excess that was left afterward. What felt like many days later, Damien finally felt the pain recede to a tolerable level. Though he still felt phantom pains where his left arm should have been, even that wound had been seared closed by the rampaging lighting attribute. Ha ha. Damien caught his breath. The torture he was forced to endure almost made him insane, but now that the pain didn't cloud his mind, he could feel what he had gained. His eyesight had sharpened immensely along with his hearing, and his canines seemed sharp enough to cut his flesh like butter, while his body was on a completely different level. Back on Earth, no matter what he tried, whether it be dieting, going to the gym, or even completing the One Punch Man training routine every day for a week, he was never able to change his build. Now, however, he had finally formed some muscle. Although it wasn't defined yet, he could see that the framework of a proper six-pack had formed. And all it took was eating one wolf and enduring just a tad bit of brutal torture. Damien joked to himself. He could also feel a new sort of danger sense had formed within him, along with a certain desire. However, he suppressed it while remembering that he had just leveled up. He then checked the notifications he got while he was mutating. You killed level 15 Thunder Wolf, gained 5,000 EXP. Leveled up. Leveled up. Leveled up. Leveled up. You have successfully raised your league for the first time. Through the growth of your legend, a class can be obtained. Choose a class. 1. Swordsman. 2. Spatial Mage. 3. Cleric. 4. Monster Hunter. 5. Explorer. Congratulations! You have successfully mutated. You are the first individual from the world, Earth, to accomplish a perfect mutation. Due to this immense achievement, you have been granted the title Evolver. Your legend has been advanced. Damien was shocked as he read the messages. Words like league and legend were completely foreign to him, but he mused that it must be the basis on which the system categorizes strength. Checking the class list, Damien felt he didn't even need to contemplate his choices. His biggest strength was his teleportation, and becoming a spatial mage seemed to be a way to expand upon similar powers. Thinking up to this point, Damien didn't hesitate and chose his first class. You have become a spatial mage. During the creation of the universe, the first concepts to exist were creation and destruction, followed by space and time, then life and death. Space is an essential concept in upholding the fabric of reality. You have embarked on a path to discover its secrets. Although he didn't feel any major changes, Damien felt his horizons broaden. The concepts he could never quite grasp and new ideas on how to use his spatial affinity flooded his mind. Choosing his class had somewhat enlightened him, but how he chose to go about using that information was up to him. Unable to hold back his anticipation any longer, Damien decided to check his status. Status. Damien Void. Half-human/half-beast. Male. Age 17. Level 14. Spatial Mage. Experience value. 50/4500. Titles. Bearer of the Void Physique Evolver. Affinities. Space. Lightning. Physique. Void Physique. Magic Power. 740. STR. 60. AGI. 90. Def. 60. Int. 50. Dex. 90. Skills. Teleportation Level 1. Minor Telekinesis Level 5. Regeneration Level 2. Sword Mastery Level 3. Danger Sense Level 1. Damien was ecstatic. Seeing his stats, which had increased more than tenfold, he realized the benefits of evolution. Thinking about the title he gained, he checked its effects, something he's unable to do for his other two titles. Evolver. A title granted to those who have exceeded their racial limits without suffering consequences. By completing a perfect mutation, you have acquired the ability to evolve like beasts while simultaneously gaining classes like humans. Damien smiled, thinking that the title was self-explanatory. He had also gained a new affinity for lightning, though he guessed that this was just due to luck. His teleportation skill was no longer short distance, as he could clearly feel a connection to the spatial layers in a 5-kilometer radius. He also felt like he could abuse his teleportation without strain for extended periods of time. Next, he tried to test his regeneration. He went to cut his arm, only to realize that his arm was no longer there. His face turned grim. No matter. Let this arm be a reminder of my near-death experience today. I was so confident in killing a first class, only for it to toy with me and almost take my life. I'll find some way to heal my arm later, but for now, I need this lesson. Although he still attempted to joke around, his mind had now completely accepted the situation. After all, he almost died. If he was still feeling even the slightest bit of denial, he might lose his life for real in the future. As Damien's thoughts turned darker, that certain desire rose again. However, this time, he was unable to suppress it. It was a bestial desire that came from the core of his being. A desire that rose to prominence after losing a part of his humanity. A desire felt by all beasts who grow stronger under the system. It was the desire to kill. To kill, to eat, and to evolve. Chapter 11. Kill. 1. Blood. The cracked stone floors of the endless cavern were being dyed red, and a putrid stench began to suffuse the environment. Most of the beasts on this floor were fleeing in every direction, hoping to find salvation from the predator that stalked them all. Of course, most of them decided to fight back at first. After all, a beast's natural instinct was to kill, eat, and evolve. However, the beast they were up against was too feral. Every beast that attempted to fight was either torn up, exploded and fried by lightning, or had its body parts mangled mysteriously. This scene had continued for 3 floors already, but the predator was far from being satiated. Whenever it saw any life, it moved to kill. Whenever it felt fatigue, it tore open beasts and ate them raw. Whenever it felt dehydrated, it would drink their blood for sustenance. It didn't seem to care about anything at all, even its own health, as it moved with the singular purpose to bring death. Besides, even if a beast managed to injure it, the beast would rapidly heal. Their strength ranging between levels 10 to 20 had no ability to resist. The various beasts who originally inhabited the floor had enough intelligence to know they couldn't survive alone, so they teamed up and attacked. A group of 30 beasts all together surrounded a single one. However, it was the group of 30 that truly felt fear. The beast they were facing had a mane of black hair with streaks of silver, eyes that were a mix between deep amethyst and blood red, swirling in a yin-yang pattern, and a bipedal body that was growing more and more muscle as time passed. This beast was naturally Damien. After Damien's thought process turned dark in the abyss, he lost control over his emotions, inadvertently letting his beast side take over. Without any control over his newly gained bestial instinct, he went berserk and began killing everything he laid eyes on. An indiscernible amount of time had passed since then, and Damien had descended 3 more floors. If an observer was present to witness the aftermath left on those 3 floors, all they would see is an endless sea of blood and mangled corpses. Any beast that escaped his grasp either tunneled into the ground farther than his reach extended or fled to the lower floors. However, most of the latter group still ended up dying by his hand. Even though he wasn't rational in the slightest, he still had all his power. He would teleport freely to cut off any escape routes and channel lightning as if he had been wielding it all his life. He killed, he ate, and he evolved until the floor he was on had no more use to him. Then he descended to continue. Even after all this time, he showed no signs of regaining his rationality. The group of beasts that had surrounded him charged ferociously, as they knew their lives were already forfeit. Their only hope was to take him down with them. But Damien, especially without his rational mind, was a being who was hell-bent on survival by any means. After his near-death experience, this became rooted firmly as the core of his mentality. Those within the tide of beasts that possessed elemental affinities chose this moment to attack. A barrage of fireballs, ice and earth spikes, and even wind blades converged upon his location. However, this was all for naught. Damien had already vanished from his original position, appearing at the edge of the tide. His stance was prone as his nails elongated and became more claw-like. He lunged at a beast and directly tore out its heart, throwing it to the side. He then continued his slaughter. Black lightning danced around his body, increasing his speed threefold as he pounced from beast to beast. His movements were completely primal, but looked eerily beautiful as he moved efficiently within a whirlwind of blood. Everywhere he passed, dismembered limbs and random organs of beasts flew. The tide of originally 30 beasts was already cut down by half in just a matter of minutes. The beasts gave up on elemental attacks after seeing Damien avoid them easily, and used their body strength to try and wear him down. Various claws, hooves, and talons continuously fell on his body, accumulating countless gashes. However, it didn't matter. With only beasts of similar levels around him, Damien was nigh invincible. His regeneration was passively healing every injury he received, leaving him without even a single scar. Another few minutes later, Damien had mutilated every beast in his vicinity, even the ones that weren't a part of the beast tide that desperately attacked him. He turned to glance at the dismembered flesh and chunks of organs that laid waste to the originally dry ground and snorted, continuing to the next floor. After a certain point of continuous evolution through eating beasts, Damien had formed a sort of sixth sense that allowed him to know whether a beast's meat and blood would benefit him. This was why, even in his berserk state, Damien never stayed on one floor for too long. The Damien that almost died on the second floor couldn't even begin to compare with the Damien that existed in the present. With him gaining a surefire method to strengthen his body and a first class related to his spatial affinity, his full potential was finally unleashed. It was previously mentioned that without the limitations of his body, Damien theorized that he'd have talent that rivals Elena and Jin's. However, he was sorely mistaken. His talent vastly eclipsed both of them, and his spatial affinity was one of the rarest elements. Now that he could follow 2 different power systems to gain strength, through evolution and class advancement, his growth rate would hail him a supreme genius. However, Damien was in no mind to care. He continued to kill, eat, and evolve. Every once in a while he would gain levels as well, as he continued to descend the dungeon. Damien's main consciousness was currently trapped in a world filled with blood. When his bestial instinct took over, he suddenly appeared here with no idea what was going on. When he tried to move, he had realized that his body was semi-ethereal and seemed to be fading out of existence. He wasn't the only one in this world, however, as he soon discovered an enormous wolf that he remembered killing only a couple of minutes prior. The wolf had charged at him as another harrowing battle between the two began, but just as Damien managed to kill the wolf, which was much weaker than its living counterpart, more and more beasts began appearing around him. Thus, Damien was trapped in a seemingly never-ending battle. Each time he killed a beast, another one appeared without end. He was only given an hour or two of reprieve every so often when his body was descending to a lower floor. With the continuation of this cycle, he was slowly starting to lose his sanity. Unbeknownst to Damien, who had no room to think about anything other than surviving this endless beast tide, this world was something akin to his sea of consciousness. Each time he devoured a beast and further evolved himself, his bestial instinct would grow. Each beast that appeared was just a manifestation of this desire. Damien's fight in the blood world wasn't one for survival, but rather a fight for sanity. If he ended up dying to these beasts, he would forever live solely on his bestial instinct. His thoughts and emotions as a human would cease to exist. Thus, Damien continued fighting two never-ending battles simultaneously. One with the goal of evolution and strength, and the other with the goal of maintaining his will. Chapter 12. Kill 2. Time passed in this manner as Damien conquered 2 more floors. Paying no mind to the blood-stricken walls around him, he continued forward to the next floor. This floor, however, was different from the rest. Rather than the endless cavern he had seen up until this point, this floor was roughly the size of a city. Its walls were smooth and lit with what seemed to be primitive torches made by lighting bundles of wood on fire. In front of him wasn't dreary stone with the occasional flora, but a roughly built village. There were indents on the cave floor that seemed to indicate roads and small shacks and huts made of mud and rock placed along the road randomly. Damien's beastly instinct became vigilant. Although he would usually wantonly attack anything in sight, this abrupt change in environment had invoked the natural cautiousness he had inherited from the very first wolf he devoured. As he scanned the place with his spatial awareness, he spotted many small green creatures, the tallest ones being just above 1 meter in height. At the same time, they spotted him. When they did, they suddenly began screeching to each other, seemingly communicating. Then, they all grabbed their weapons and congregated around the main stone hut in the middle of the village. Thudding footsteps rang out and echoed through the city as the door to the hut opened. What stepped out was another green creature, however. This one was around 1.7 meters tall and had a round body. Its body was covered in armor made of beast bones, and on its shoulder stood a large battle axe. Cree! It screeched as it looked at Damien while radiating an air of superiority. Meanwhile, Damien's blood boiled. On the past 2 floors, he hadn't found more than 2 or 3 beasts that could help him evolve, and in his rage, he slaughtered the rest of the floor. However, he could see that the humanoid creature in front of him would help him immensely. Sparing no time for thought, Damien charged. With his every movement, space distorted and mutilated the random goblins that were in his path, while Damien's sole focus was on their king. With a bestial roar, Damien stuck his claws forward, attempting to pierce the heart. However, he was immediately repelled. Confused, Damien tried once more, only to face the same problem. Keek keek keek. The Goblin King let out a peal of strange laughter after seeing his confusion. Its skin had a natural property of absorbing and reflecting physical damage, and this is what had allowed him to reign over this floor to this day. One of the king's favorite things was watching its enemies try to breach his defenses, only to achieve nothing. So, the king stayed its hand without attacking, confident that it would get to see another amusing sight today. Unfortunately, its opponent was Damien. Seeing that physical attacks were useless, Damien charged lightning in his palms before shooting it forward, trying parts of the goblin's skin. Kree! The Goblin King was enraged. Even if the attack didn't hurt it, it was insulted that the enemy had injured its skin. Raising its great axe, it charged. The goblin swung its axe at Damien with immense strength as Damien quickly teleported out of its way. Appearing behind the goblin, he grabbed its head and ran electricity through its skull. Though the attack didn't do damage, it managed to paralyze the goblin for a second. Using the opening he created, Damien grabbed the goblin's arm and distorted space, using the pressure to turn the arm into a sack of paste. Kree! The goblin roared in pain. It had never felt this much pain, as the impact was usually negated when it hit its skin, and it lost the ability to think rationally. It turned to Damien and wildly began swinging its great axe, which Damien dodged with ease. The power has lessened greatly due to the goblin's state of mind, so he felt no danger from the swings. Ducking under the goblin's swing, Damien used another spatial distortion to break the goblin's leg, earning another screech of pain. Although the Goblin King could negate physical damage under a certain level, he could never compete if the environment was the one that deemed him to die. Space was an esoteric and extremely powerful concept, which was why spatial users were generally always feared. Once the goblin lost its balance, Damien immediately grabbed its head and distorted it, leaving it twisted at a 180 degrees angle. With its neck snapped, the Goblin King immediately died. When the surrounding goblins witnessed this, their eyes turned red with rage. Screeching at the top of their lungs, they charged at Damien. However, they never stood a chance. Damien simply distorted the space around him and all those goblins died fruitlessly. His whole focus was on the corpse of the Goblin King. With greed in his eyes, he began to devour. After eating the Goblin King, Damien's body once again went through an intensive mutation like the first one. Although it wasn't nearly as bad, the pain was still immense. Up until this point, devouring beasts had only served to strengthen his body, not change its structure, but it seemed that unique traits that would help him improve would always result in these kinds of mutation. While Damien fell to the floor, his muscles, tendons, and tissue were all being pulled and compressed continuously. When they were finished, they had also gained the property of absorption and reflection that the Goblin King possessed. And just like it did with the wolf, his void physique activated and turned the remains of the Goblin King into essence to aid his mutation. As his body evolved, Damien once again fought the Goblin King in the blood world. This Goblin King, being only a manifestation of his instinct, did not possess its unique trait. With its death, Damien finally fell to the floor. I have no idea how much time has passed since I entered this mysterious space, but I can still feel a connection with my body. During the short moments of respite he had, Damien had begun thinking of his circumstances and had formulated a general idea of what happened. I went berserk. I don't know what exactly is going on, but I'm sure that all the beasts I had to kill recently were already killed once by me. But it looks like the cycle has finally ended. Whatever the immense pain I can faintly feel from the connection to my body is, it's my opportunity to regain control. The evolution process, being a complete change in the structure of his body, would naturally take time to complete. And during this time, Damien meditated to regain control. When he did, he felt the desire to kill that had formulated this blood world. I see. So this whole time I was fighting my bestial instinct. Damien was drenched in a cold sweat. If I had died here, my ego would have been erased. How scary. But that doesn't matter anymore since I've already won. Damien's eyes snapped open. I've already overpowered this instinct. Now all that's left is to force it to submit to my rational mind. As Damien thought this, he released his entire aura and distorted the space around him. This is my mind. My body. I, Damien Void, will never become something akin to a mere beast. Break for me. Damien roared with all his breath as he punched the ground with immense force. Immediately, the blood world began to crack. Humph. I will be something even the heavens must look up to. How dare I be controlled by the instincts of a beast? As he had this thought, Damien's view turned black and the immense pain of evolution overwhelmed him. Chapter 13, Devour 1. Damien felt a rush of memories superimpose on his endless fight against the beast tide. These were naturally the records of his deeds in his berserk state. Although the pain of evolution was still present, it was nothing compared to the pain of integrating two sets of memories that took place at the same time. Damien was now aware of his rampage, but he wasn't too surprised at what had happened, since he had fought the manifestation of the bestial instinct that was controlling him. What he was more surprised about was the fact that he had seemingly just defeated a floor boss. This meant that he was on a floor that was a multiple of 10, though, with the length of his fall unknown, he didn't know which floor it was. Although I'm back in control of my body, I still feel a stronger desire to kill than I did before. Also, even from a glance, it's clear that my body has changed. Damien looked at his nails, which were more apt to be called claws now. He then retracted them with a thought. Retractable claws are pretty cool though. I feel like Wolverine or something. Anyway, I should check the changes in my status after my rampage. Status. Damien Void. Half-human/half-beast. Male. Age 17. Level 26. Spatial Mage. Experience value. 365/9000. Titles. Bearer of the Void Physique Evolver. Affinities. Space. Lightning. Physique. Void Physique. Magic Power. 1350. STR. 180. AGI. 150. Def. 200. Int. 130. Dex. 180. Skills. Teleportation level 4. Telekinesis level 1. Regeneration level 6, Sword Mastery level 3, Danger Sense level 6, Devour level 1. Damien was satisfied with his improvements. Although it was true that he wasn't in his right state of mind, it seemed like he had improved quite a bit. Most of his improvements came from evolution, as he consumed every beast that would make his body stronger, but for those beasts that wouldn't help him evolve or the ones he had killed in a blind rage, they were turned into EXP. Like this, he had an extremely strong body compared to his level, and it seemed he could now fight evenly against most beasts within the bounds of first class. He also noticed the new properties of his body. His abs were completely formed now, and his body looked like it was chiseled rather than built through exercise. His height had also grown 1.9 meters. If it weren't for his missing arm, it'd be a perfect body. Structurally, it was different as well. With the Goblin King's unique trait of absorption and reflection, his whole body had become more dexterous. He felt that with enough training, he could twist and dodge at impossible angles, catching his enemies off guard. The second thing Damien paid attention to was his skills. His teleportation's range had grown quite a bit, reaching 7 kilometers, while his telekinesis could now be used with more versatility, such as when he distorted space to kill the goblins. Since he never used a sword, his mastery obviously hadn't improved, but his danger sense had made immense progress, and he felt he could use it to sense any prescience within a 1-kilometer radius. His main focus was on his new skill. He had an inkling of what it did, but he still checked to make sure. Devour. Due to the synergy between the title, Evolver, and the Void Physique, a new skill has been created. This skill substitutes the consumption process when evolving and helps optimize evolution to prioritize the user's needs. Due to the creation of a unique skill, your legend has advanced. Damien was glad he got this skill. Now that he had his rationality back, he was reluctant to continue behaving in such a primal manner. After all, no normal human would enjoy tearing open and eating beasts raw. Furthermore, since the skill optimized the devoured energy to suit his needs, he could quench his hunger and thirst without needing to physically eat and drink beast blood. The indiscernible amount of time he'd spent in his berserk state had left a slight trauma in his mind. He now held a slight disgust towards the sight of blood that wasn't useful to his evolution. Looking at his surroundings, Damien noticed many goblin bodies littering the floor. Even if they won't help me get stronger, they're a good chance to test the skill. Damien took some time to pile up all the bodies in the middle of the room. Once he was done, he put his hand on the pile and cast his skill. Devour. An abyssal black fog seeped out of his arm and formed a huge construct that looked like the maw of a terrifying beast. Then, the fog went forward and enveloped the entire pile. Damien could feel the foreign mana enter his body and become annexed as his, while a good portion of it strengthened the trait he gained from the Goblin King. But the most intriguing part was that most of the essence went towards providing him sustenance. Damien immediately felt much lighter, as if a mountain had been taken off his back. It seems there was a lot of hidden fatigue built up in my body after what I can only consider as months of endless slaughter. Damien was pleasantly surprised. He had no idea he was carrying so much fatigue, but if the skill could pinpoint that and counter it, it was even more perfect than he thought. Standing up, Damien stretched his body. It didn't set in earlier since I was preoccupied with the changes in my body, but it's good to be back. Damien loved battle. He had accepted the fact that he was a bit weird in this regard, but spending so much time in an endless battle to the point where he couldn't even measure it anymore was too much even for him. Due to this, Damien decided to take a small break in his descent and train. Looking around at the small huts and shacks, Damien smiled. Although it's just the work of goblins, it's nice to see a change of scenery. Perhaps at the lower floors, I might see some even more interesting things. When he entered the Goblin King's hut, his smile grew even wider. He immediately disregarded everything else and punched forward, landing on a soft surface. Haha. A bed. Who would have thought I'd be lucky enough to find a bed anywhere near here? Damien rolled around in the small bed made of unknown materials like a child as he slightly relaxed. Even though it was accidental, I still spent a long time power leveling. I guess I should take a break and bring my sword skills up to par and refine my fighting style. Thinking idle thoughts, Damien closed his eyes and drifted to sleep. With his body and mind finally relaxing after many grueling months, he ended up having a nice dream. It was a dream of the future with his mother, his father, and a couple of blurry figures that he didn't know quite yet, relaxing and laughing. It was a dream of what he sought to achieve. A dream of his peaceful life after he reached the apex. Damien woke up with a gentle smile on his face, a huge contrast to the intense fire burning in his eyes. With the flames of motivation pumping heavily through his body, he began his training. Chapter 14, Encounter 1. Ever since regaining control of his body, Damien had felt a slight disconnect between his thoughts and movements. Besides this problem, his sword mastery severely lagged behind the rest of his improvements. He also had never created a real skill for his lightning, only subconsciously using it in his berserk state. Now it was time for him to digest his gains and further expand upon them. Damien exited his hut and stretched his body. If only I could have a training montage or something. I feel like time would pass easier that way. Sadly, this isn't anime, so I have to work for my gains. Even as he sighed about his unfortunate fate as a real person, he took his sword off his back for the first time in what felt like months. I should perfect my sword forms and maybe attempt to create an art since I'll be stuck here for a while. I also don't know if something like sword aura exists since it was never discovered on Earth. Maybe that's something I can gain with enough practice. Since I have a spatial affinity, it's a basic requirement to have a dimensional slash of some form. Thinking idle thoughts, Damien began swinging his sword. He especially had to focus on balance since he did not possess a left arm. Minutes turned into hours as hours became days, and Damien was still practicing his sword without rest. If one could witness him, he would look like he was dancing. Only his dance was deadly enough to cause fierce winds to howl throughout the area. A few minutes later, Damien paused. Sword aura definitely exists. I can feel something ethereal growing within me as I perfect my sword. Damien could feel a sharp aura growing around his body as he continued to practice, shifting his whole presence to become more sword-like. His sword mastery had just reached level 6 for him to feel this sensation, so he mused that his sword aura would be complete after he reached level 10. Feeling that he wouldn't make any more progress in his sword skills, Damien switched to training his lightning. Although he had plenty of ideas for how to use his spatial affinity, most of them were supportive rather than offensive. He figured that many of his ideas could only be used at second or maybe even third class. Summoning his lightning, he began to ponder its usage. My black lightning is more focused on power than speed. Although it can increase my speed, I've already figured out the method for that. Simply channeling it internally is enough for now. I can also infuse it into my weapon for added penetration and damage. What he needed now was attacks that used his lightning externally, so Damien began to ponder the various anime, light novels, and mythology he had seen on Earth for ideas. After all, even if they were fictional, the authors and creators tended to put a lot of time into working out the practicality of attacks so their readers wouldn't complain about it being too unrealistic. Damien's eyes lit up as he had a thought. Beam weapons. Everyone loves beam weapons. Let's do that then. Damien put his arm out and began to charge his lightning into his palm. He concentrated on compressing the lightning as much as possible until he felt that it would just explode if he continued. Then, he released it forward. Boom! Damien flew backward 10 meters before he managed to stabilize himself. It turns out, rather than a beam attack, he had just created a bomb. After he released the lightning, it took the shape and size of a baseball and flew forward, impacting the cave wall and exploding. The force of the explosion was great enough to push Damien back, even though he was relatively far from its center. He didn't get what he wanted, but he got something useful. Damn. It seems like I suck at controlling my lightning externally at the moment. I'll need to practice more later, but I don't want to take too much time here and delay. My main priority is to get to the surface and then find a way to Earth. Because of all intensity of his last many months' worth of fighting, he had nearly forgotten his original goal. Survival had become one of the most important things to him. Now that he had taken a breather, he once again remembered his mother that he left on Earth and the revenge he had yet to complete. Thinking about revenge, his mind began to turn red. Kill. 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 The word repeated in his head over and over again until he was forced to stab himself in the leg. Blood ran down his leg from the wound he just created, and his mind slowly regained clarity. Damien smiled wryly. Although I've regained control, the bestial instinct isn't something foreign. After I mutated, it has become a part of me. If I don't control my emotions, there's a good chance I'll go berserk again. Damien sighed thinking about the future, but he was still resolved to continue. Just like I learned to control my lightning and spatial affinities, just like I learned to control my body and refine my movements, I just need to learn to control my instincts and not run rampant. Once he had completely calmed down, Damien removed his sword from his leg and allowed it to heal. It's time to continue forward. And like that, Damien descended to the next floor. Just like he did when he was berserk, Damien chased down beasts to kill so he could level up, and when he sensed that a beast could help him strengthen his body, he'd devour it. He continued this routine for the next 5 floors. However, unlike before, he was conscious of his movements and constantly working not only to improve his level and body, but his techniques. His sword mastery became level 8, his teleportation gained a level, and his telekinesis could barely even be called that anymore. As its level grew, it became more and more like spatial control than simple telekinesis, allowing him to bend space to his will and manipulate it more freely. Furthermore, Damien was no longer killing every beast on the floor to be satiated. He would only kill until he couldn't benefit anymore and then leave. Now that he was conscious, he wanted to make sure he wouldn't become more bestial than he already was. After all, he doesn't plan to surround himself with corpses forever. If he wants to properly integrate with society and return to Earth with his head held high, he needed to maintain the last bits of his humanity that he had left. Now that Damien was on the lower floors, beasts were becoming much more intelligent as their average level rose. He could no longer rest or lower his guard at any moment. The second he did, he'd be sneak attacked by various beasts who saw him as a treasure for getting stronger. He also couldn't clear floors as fast as he could during his rampage. Though it was completely up to him when he descended, he always made sure he was the strongest being on his current floor before he did so. He needed to be prepared for any eventuality. And like this, Damien continued his routine. He would kill, he would devour, and he would level up and evolve. He never slept anymore, and removed his fatigue purely through the energy he gained from his devour skill. As he kept going, a gut feeling began to rise. Usually, when he felt this gut feeling, it was ominous, like when he was stranded in the dungeon or when he had his near-death experience, but this time was different. This time, his gut feeling was telling him that an opportunity was waiting for him. Chapter 15, Encounter 2. Another month or so passed. Currently, Damien had cleared another 4 floors and was headed to what he assumed was the next boss room. However, he doubted he would have any trouble, considering how much preparation he took before descending. As he walked down the slope that led to the next floor, he pondered on the environment he'd been seeing as he went lower. Surprisingly, the most desolate areas of the dungeon are the higher floors. The only way for beasts to survive is to eat each other and evolve. However, the farther I come down, the more vegetation I see in the surroundings. If it's like this, then perhaps on even lower floors there are areas where monsters have formed a stable ecosystem rather than the land of death and survival that I've grown accustomed to. On the past 9 floors he'd cleared, he saw growing amounts of various plants and grasses. There was even a single tree on the most recent floor. He mused that sometime within the next 20 floors, he might get to see a forest for the first time in what felt like years. Thinking idle thoughts, Damien reached the next floor. Unlike the goblin village he saw on the previous boss floor, this one was cloaked in glaring darkness. Damien walked forward vigilantly as to not fall victim to any ambushes as he entered the boss floor. He stretched his spatial awareness as far as possible, and what he saw made his face pale. Although it was never mentioned previously as Damien never felt the need to think about it, he had an extremely irrational fear of spiders. But it wasn't the kind of fear where he would run as far as possible to get away. Rather, it was the type of fear where he would use any means possible to kill any spider he sees, so as to decrease the number of spiders in existence as much as possible. As for what he saw covering the entire boss floor, webs. In every direction, he saw webs strewn about to catch any prey that was unlucky enough to wander into their grasp. Luckily, Damien didn't see the spider who strung the webs, or he might have gone berserk even while being fully conscious. Damien became extremely paranoid for no reason. No matter what the boss on this floor was, he had built the capability to slay it with ease. However, there was a reason his fear was considered irrational. Suddenly, Damien slashed his sword to his left, emitting a wave of lightning, but he hit nothing. The spider was surprised to see Damien react to its movements, but it wasn't worried. It had been born with a special set of eyes that allowed it to predict its opponent's movements and see through anything false. Due to this, it had developed a superior intelligence compared to most beasts on its level, and seeing that Damien was much stronger than it was, it decided to use its eyes and intelligence to win this fight. Many minutes passed, but Damien still hadn't caught sight of the spider. He had sensed it attempting to attack 3 or 4 times, but whenever he countered, it was never in the same position. Damien was starting to get irritated. Usually, he'd just distort space around him so that the spider would get crushed by pressure, but he wasn't thinking calmly. After many more minutes of the same routine, Damien lost his cool. Screw it. I'm going to blow this damn spider all the way past hell and down wherever the place deeper than hell is. Damien gathered and compressed and released lightning continuously, forming lightning bullets that flew through the floor. A series of explosions rang out, causing clouds of dust and debris to be kicked around. And within that dust and debris, Damien spotted the spider. Finally seeing the annoying web audio channel announcement. Thank you for listening. If you want to listen to the full series and hundreds of audiobooks similar to this, please join our Discord or join our Patreon on patreon.com/webaudio. The link will be in the description and also pinned in the comment section. Thank you. Pest he needed to kill, he immediately teleported over. The spider panicked. It had predicted that it could use its poison to kill Damien after wearing him down, but it could have never predicted his immense hatred for spiders. As it began computing new paths to victory, it felt a sharp pain in its abdomen. Damien was behaving like a primate at this point. He threw down his sword and continuously bashed the spider's body with his fist. Every once in a while, he would teleport into the air and drop a heavy kick onto its head. The spider was specialized in poison and ambush tactics, so its physical ability wasn't that developed, and Damien could have ended the fight with a couple of swings of his lightning-infused sword, but he was much more brutal. Now that he had the spider in his grasp, he wouldn't let it escape. Whenever it tried to run, he would appear in front of it and continue his brutal beating. The spider could only lament at the fact that it had met such a devil and wonder what it did to deserve such a fate. Luckily, it didn't need to endure for much longer, as Damien let one last heavy punch towards its head, crushing its skull and killing it. Another scourge eliminated. Damien smiled, seemingly proud of himself, before looking at the spider corpse in disdain. He really didn't want to devour the spider. He felt that it would be a stain on his record to take on characteristics of a spider, but he knew he had to continue growing stronger. Now that he had eliminated the scourge to humanity, his rational mind was back in control. Damien put his arm forward, and that gaping shadowy maw once again formed, completely consuming the spider. Damien had mentally prepared himself to feel extreme pain in his body, but he wasn't ready at all. This time, the evolution of his body was minimal. After all, the spider itself didn't have a strong body. Instead, Damien felt a searing pain in his eyes, as if they were being melted by intense heat and repeatedly stung by a horde of wasps at the same time. Considering the intense amounts of pain he had to endure during his time in the dungeon, Damien never expected he'd reach a level he couldn't handle again, but reality proved him wrong. The pain in his eyes at the moment genuinely made him want to scream like a little girl and roll around the floor, but he bit his lip until it bled and endured. Hours later, his evolution ended. Removing his hand that was covering them, he slowly opened his eyes. When he did, he had no choice but to gasp in amazement. The world he was seeing now was completely different than what he could see before. The glaring darkness that felt almost abyssal was no longer a problem, and he could see everything as if it was broad daylight. The significance of this couldn't be underestimated. Ever since he was stranded, Damien could only see clearly due to his eyes adapting to the environment and his senses sharpening from his first mutation, but the environment he saw was still gloomy and dark. Now, every detail of the cave around him could be seen clearly. Every crack in the yellowish-brown cave walls, every speck of dust that was kicked up by his previous rampage, every small plant organism that stuck to the ceiling and floor, it was all as clear as if he was looking at them through a microscope. These were just the superficial aspects, though. When Damien waved his arm, he could see physical ripples occur in the space surrounding him. The spatial layers he could previously only sense when he meditated or concentrated were clear to see. Even more surprising were the swirls of multicolored light that lingered around the environment. Yellowish light radiated from the cave walls and ceilings, a slight hue of green could be seen in the air, and patches of purple were scattered about the rubble on the floor. These patches of purple are the lightning mana I released earlier when I carpet-bombed this place. Damien realized. Then this must be earth and this is wind. Haha, this is amazing. Although Damien had received many special things before this, he felt that these eyes were his most useful evolution to date. Suddenly, a holographic window appeared, snapping him out of his reverie. The user has received the trait, All-Seeing Eyes. All-Seeing Eyes resonates with a dormant attribute within the user. Trait, All-Seeing Eyes has completed resonance with the dormant attribute. The trait has gained the ability to evolve and will be shown in the Skills section of the user's status. Due to being the first human from the world, Earth, to create an evolving trait, the user's legend has been enhanced. Damien grinned. Although he didn't know what the dormant attribute was, he knew it'd be a good thing once he discovered it. He had also gained a trait he could evolve, unlike the Goblin King's trait, which would only work on those of equal or lower level than him no matter how strong he got. Damien's grin widened. Even if this eye power was the opportunity he had been sensing recently, he'd be satisfied. But noticing that his feeling remained, he was excited for what was to come. Thinking about how his luck had finally begun to reverse, Damien continued to descend. Chapter 16, Encounter 3. For the next few months, Damien had a great time on his hunt. His new eyes helped him see through everything, subsequently making his daily life easier. He could tell which beasts were useful or not from a glance, and he was completely immune to ambushes. His eyes, when combined with his danger sense, granted him such security. Thus, he would occasionally take a couple of hours out of his day to get proper sleep. However, this ease didn't help him shorten the amount of time it took to clear the floors. As he had predicted earlier, the lower he descended, the more he saw vegetation and stable ecosystems forming. Due to this, he wasn't being constantly attacked like he was used to, and had to actively seek out beasts to hunt. Starting from the 5th floor, second-class beasts began to appear. At first, Damien was extremely wary of these beasts. After all, his first experience with a beast above his class level almost killed him, but his eyes turned out to have a sort of aura detector that let him know whether he could win or not in a fight. Every individual gave off a feeling ranging from, "That's easy," to, "That's impossible," and the first-class beasts Damien met on the 5th floor were all in the "that's easy" category. Being the only human in the dungeon, he had no basis for comparison to understand just how strong he had gotten. Although his mana-related abilities were still within the peak of first class, his physical body had far surpassed that level. Those entry-level second-class beasts on the 35th floor posed no problem to him, and since he devoured them before continuing, the subsequent stronger second-class beasts also could not bother him. And like that, several months later, he had reached the 9th floor, just shy of his third boss floor, and had become level 42. During these few months, Damien had been constantly using his sword and fighting beasts, leveling up his sword mastery and finally reaching the level 10 mark. When he did, he felt a completely new sensation envelop his body. The slight sword-like aura that has previously surrounded him had been accentuated and concentrated until it became faintly visible to the naked eye. Along with this change came a system message. Sword mastery has reached level 10. As the criteria have been met, the user gains understanding towards sword aura. To evolve the skill, the user must create their own sword art and surpass the limits of their swordsmanship. Damien wasn't surprised by this message, however, he was surprised by the requirements to further evolve the skill. It looks like I'll have to spend a good amount of time to evolve sword mastery again. I should take a break to at least gain a starting point for the path to my unique sword art. The last break he had taken for training was 29 floors prior when he defeated the Goblin King. After memorizing the location he was currently at, Damien teleported. When he reappeared, he was back on the Goblin King floor, where he could still see the ruins of the previous settlement. This skill was called Warp. After many grueling months, his other skills had naturally evolved as well, with sword mastery being the last one to reach this level. Warp was the evolution of his teleportation. This skill, along with increasing his short-distance teleportation range to 100 kilometers, allowed him to teleport to any location he could picture in his mind. However, the farther the location, the more exorbitant the mana cost. When Damien first saw the skill, he immediately attempted to reach Earth, but the mana cost was simply too astronomical for him to succeed. But he found solace in the fact that he had acquired a method to return home. Now, all he needed to do was grow strong enough to utilize it. His other skills, although they had evolved too, were nothing as outlandish as Warp. Telekinesis had become spatial control, as he had predicted many months ago, and regeneration had become high-level regeneration, allowing him to reattach limbs if they were ever cut off, though he couldn't grow new ones quite yet. Danger sense had become redundant after he obtained his new eyes, so he wasn't too excited about its evolution, but it didn't disappoint him. Its evolution focused more on sensing presences than sensing danger, and it became mana sense, allowing him to have something akin to spiritual sense from those cultivation novels he used to read. The most curious case, though, was Devour. Although Devour was the skill he had used the most, it hadn't evolved, and was stuck at level 5. No matter how much he devoured, the skill level wouldn't move. Damien mused that he would need to devour some extremely strong beasts or beasts with special traits like the spider he killed to level up more. While he was thinking about his skill evolutions, Damien cleared out all the beasts that had begun inhabiting the area after the death of its previous owners and started training. A month or two later, Damien could be seen standing still, concentrating on the sword in his hand. However, without doing anything else, he opened his eyes and sighed. It looks like it isn't easy at all to forge a new path with the sword. This will take much more effort than any of my previous sword training. For now, I should just continue to descend and find a way out. With this thought, Damien rested for one more day before teleporting back to his previous floor. However, when he arrived, he was greeted with pure chaos. Various beasts were roaring and stampeding towards a certain direction as if drawn to a treasure, and they completely ignored Damien, who was dazed by this turn of events. What the hell is going on here? Is there some sort of divine medicine or something that is maturing? Damien had long adapted to the mentality of the beasts in the dungeon. A stampede like this could only mean that something had appeared that was extremely alluring to these beasts and would allow their strength to skyrocket. In his curiosity, Damien followed the tide. When he reached the apex of the tide, he saw something even more unexpected. Rather than a divine medicine or something of that sort, the target of these rampaging beasts was a single beast. A seemingly adolescent wolf pitch-black fur, a pair of wings that seemed to be taken from a fallen angel, and golden eyes was facing this massive tide of beasts that showed no signs of pause. Damien knew that killing this beast should allow him to grow even further. However, something told him to reconsider. Damien immediately charged into the beast tide, but instead of aiming for the wolf, he started wildly slaughtering the beasts that were chasing it. Rather than the obvious throbbing in his eyes and the climax of the gut feeling he'd been having for the past few months, the thing that made him decide to help the beast was its eyes. Its eyes that held the firm resolve and desperate push for survival. He knew those eyes. After all, they were the same as his. In every beast he had come across so far, he had only seen bloodthirst and greed for strength. The drive that he built and the drive he was now seeing within the wolf was something he had never encountered before today. He could sympathize with this wolf. For the first time since he had fallen into the abyss after killing that thunder wolf, Damien felt an emotion he could consider as human. And as someone who even resorted to amusing himself with thoughts of anime and light novels to maintain the tiny shred of humanity he had left, this human emotion was like a candle in the wind that he desperately wanted to keep lit. And so, he decided that he would save this beast. He would act for a goal other than pure survival and strength for the first time in what felt like many, many years. Chapter 17, A Pyrrhon, 1. Damien felt like he was back within the blood world as he constantly slaughtered beasts from every side. In this kind of situation, he realized the usefulness of the Goblin King's trait. This kind of intense melee was a situation where he would inevitably get injured many times, but with the reflection trait, he was able to transfer damage back onto his attackers. Damien hacked and slashed, becoming a tornado of blood on the battlefield. Black lightning coursed through the ground and splintered it while space distorted with his every movement, crushing countless beasts. As Damien continued to kill, his eyes became bloodshot and he nearly lost control over himself again. The sight of rivers of blood and a ground littered with corpses awakened the instinct he had been suppressing all this time. Before he knew it, Damien was already at the front of the beast tide and facing that wolf he had seen. Now that he was up close, he got a better look at the beast and couldn't help but be surprised. He sensed an extremely potent bloodline in this beast that surpassed everything he had seen to date. The strange thing was that he felt no desire to consume this bloodline. However, now was not the time to be thinking idle thoughts. Even with Damien's earlier rampage, the beast tide was still raging. These beasts were acting without regard for their lives, almost as if they were fated to die if they didn't capture the wolf. Not wanting to waste any time, Damien started shooting his lightning bombs into the crowd to cause AoE damage while simultaneously using his spatial distortion and sword skills to kill any beast that came near. Hours passed like this and Damien was still fighting. Stamina was never a problem for Damien, as he could replenish it by devouring the bodies of beasts he killed. Even so, Damien was starting to get bored with this constant tide. None of these beasts were strong enough to entertain him for long, but they were coming in such numbers that even he would be having trouble if that wolf wasn't fighting with him. Even after realizing that Damien was fighting on its side, the wolf didn't react. Just like Damien at the beginning of his fall, the wolf was only focused on survival. The fight continued, and by the end of what seemed to be an entire day of constant battle, the wolf had exhausted itself. It was prepared to die at that moment, but to its surprise, and beast that tried to get near it was mysteriously turned into a mangled corpse. This was naturally Damien's doing. His newly evolved spatial control skill gave him much more variability in his usage of his affinity, and creating a distortion field around specific areas was relatively easy for him. Another day passed and the tide of beasts finally began to thin out and disperse. At this point, Damien had most likely slain the majority of the beasts on this floor, leading to the current situation. Once the tide finished, the wolf got up and distanced itself from Damien, eyeing him warily. Even if he'd helped it previously, the wolf had always held the assumption that he just wanted to take her corpse for himself. Damien smiled wryly, seeing the wolf's behavior. If it was any other beast, they would have been correct in this assumption, as Damien wasn't the kind to show any mercy. But with so many signs telling him to save this wolf, he would be an idiot to continue his usual methods. "All right, relax. I have no intention to kill you," Damien said, but the wolf only became warier. Sighing in exasperation, Damien teleported directly behind the wolf and picked it up by its scruff before it could react. "You see how easy it was for me to grab you? I told you I don't want to kill you, so just relax." The wolf gave up struggling after realizing this fact and silently stared at Damien. After a short staring contest, Damien moved to put the wolf back on the floor, only to be stopped by an ear-splitting roar. Damien raised his head in panic and saw a sight he would never forget. From the slope that led to the next boss floor came a massive beast. A beast bigger than anything he had seen so far. It was 50 meters in height and had a length that matched. It had 4 legs and was covered in inky black scales, and the most glaring feature that entered Damien's eyes was its wings. A huge pair of bat-like wings. "A dragon!" Damien exclaimed as his eyes started throbbing. This throbbing was polar opposite to the one he felt when he saw the wolf. If that one was considered as a signal for opportunity, this throbbing could only be translated to one word: run. And run he did. He hugged the wolf, who was trembling in fear, to his chest and began teleporting away like a madman. But the speed of this dragonoid creature was insane. Just like his very first fight with the Thunder Wolf, the dragon caught up to him within seconds of his teleportation. But different was the scale. Each time it caught up, it stomped its legs and caused slight earthquakes in its attempts to squash him flat. However, his mentality was much more firm than the first time he was in this situation. Damien maintained his calm and thought about how he could escape this situation. Fuck. Being squashed here would be a way worse death than anything that wolf could have done to me. I need to dash. But his pondering came to an end when he felt an intense pull attract him in a certain direction. This wasn't a physical pull, but rather his spatial affinity reacting to something on this floor. Ignoring everything else, Damien fled in that direction. Continuously changing his movement patterns to avoid the massive beast that was hot on his tail, Damien felt the source of the pull get closer and closer. But when that source entered his movement range, all he saw was the empty cavern floor. Damien wasn't fooled, though. He could feel a bulbous disruption between the spatial layers, and without further thought, he teleported into it, disappearing from the cave entirely. The dragonoid creature appeared shortly after, but was left in confusion. The prey it had been chasing had completely vanished from its detection. Even though this specific prey had continually disappeared, it had always reappeared a distance away. The beast had always been able to track its smell to follow it. This time, the trail ended here. The beast was furious. It had put in a good amount of work and forced the beasts on this floor to attack the source of the strong bloodline aura it felt, but it was all for naught. That day, an intense roar of wrath reverberated through the entire floor, scaring every beast residing there into hiding for the next week. The source of the roar, however, had gone back to the boss floor to rest and prepare until it felt the aura return. Chapter 18. A Pyrrhon 2. Meanwhile, Damien was standing in the mysterious space in a daze. He had no idea where he would end up, but what he saw before him wasn't even close to what he'd have expected. When Damien teleported into that bulbous lair, he had landed in what looked like a study. A human study. It was a long room with wooden flooring and ceiling. The walls were lined with bookshelves, and in the middle of the room stood a lined desk. With the way the room was structured, there was no way to enter or exit, making one wonder if its design was a mistake. However, Damien knew that there was no mistake. With the location of this study being between the spatial layers, the only method for entry and exit was some form of spatial power. Being vigilant about the first man-made structure he'd seen in many months, Damien spread his mana sense to check for any signs of life. Confirming that he was alone, Damien moved to sit down, only to realize there was a chair in this room he could use. Sitting in a chair was such a novel experience that one would never truly put much thought into it, but for Damien, whose closest interaction with infrastructure in a very long time was a bed made by goblins, this experience was heavenly. The soft sensation on his body, the support he felt on his back, the ability to recline to a position that was most comfortable for him, Damien reveled in this feeling. This is the kind of thing I miss. Now, if only there was a TV or something, this would be perfect. Damien smiled as he pet the large fluffy object in his arm. Wait, only then did Damien remember that he wasn't alone. He was so caught up in escaping that he had completely forgotten about the human-sized wolf he was carrying in his arm. Looking down at the wolf, Damien noticed that it was fast asleep, seemingly having passed out due to either fear or the strain of continual teleportation. Once again, Damien recalled something important. It was his first time attempting to teleport with another individual besides himself. Luckily, his original skill had evolved many times over, so it seemed the burden of carrying more people with him wasn't a problem. If he had tried this a couple of months ago, the wolf would probably just be a pile of mincemeat at this point. As he relaxed, he looked around at the long rows of bookshelves around him, only for his eyes to pause on the desk in front of him. Gently placing the wolf on the ground so it could rest, Damien picked up the single book that was sitting on the desk and opened it. Congratulations to whoever you are. It seems that you have been lucky enough to stumble upon an abode of mine. Well, I doubt luck had anything to do with it if you're in this dungeon, but for the sake of the expression, pretend it did. Damien read the book with a deadpan gaze. It seemed whoever wrote this had quite the eccentric personality, he thought as he continued. Okay, well, I guess you got your laughs out with that last joke, so let's get serious. My name is Kurt Galloway, and I am what you would call a spatial grandmaster. Since you've stumbled upon both this dungeon and the subspace you're currently in, it's no doubt that you are a promising spatial affinity user as well. Well then, let me give you some backstory. The dungeon you're currently in is one I've titled the First Dungeon. Why, you ask? Well, it's because I've theorized that this is one of the oldest, and perhaps even the first, dungeon that was naturally created in our world. Damien scoffed at the terrible naming sense and kept reading. Being one of the first dungeons to ever exist, the beasts contained within it have a much more substantial level of god-beast bloodline than those that exist on the surface. Due to this, a harsher environment where all beasts are desperate to kill and consume each other's blood to evolve was created. I entered this dungeon by pure coincidence, but upon my entry, I realized how strong the beasts residing here actually are. After all, I've mused that the strongest beast in this dungeon, the one who resides on the 100th floor, is a demigod-level existence at the 5th class. This was the first time Damien had heard the number of floors this dungeon had in total, and it made him feel utterly hopeless. A 5th class existence? How long will it even take me to reach such a level? But Damien wasn't one to fall into despair without attempting to do anything, so he persisted in reading. My purpose in entering this dungeon was to find myself a beast companion. And just recently, I found a dragon. Haha, an actual dragon. How is it? Are you jealous? Damien rolled his eyes. Kahum. Well, let's continue. I've spent many years searching for those I could pass my legacy to, however, I was never able to find someone fitting. For this reason, I've placed subspace like this one within many different areas in our world that are only accessible to those with extremely high affinity for this spatial attribute. Inside the subspace, I've left my insights on subspace creation and many of my other iconic abilities, a few treasures that will aid you in your path forward, and information regarding everything of importance in our world. Now, if I'm alive, I sincerely hope you come and find me. However, if I am not, make sure you showcase my legacy to the world once more and make sure my name isn't forgotten in the annals of history. Kurt Galloway. P.S. I bet you were really scared of that cliffhanger I left about the 100th floor, huh? Weren't you? Anyway, you don't have to worry about that since I've set up a teleportation array on the 50th floor. Just defeat the boss and you have a quick trip to the surface waiting for you. Okay, goodbye for real this time. Damien sighed in exasperation as he read the final excerpt, but his eyes couldn't help but brighten. He had finally found a way out of the dungeon, and not just that, he had found a way to advance his spatial ability and his knowledge of the new world he was in. This way, he wouldn't need to go in blind and randomly get himself killed by accidentally saying something he shouldn't. As Damien looked around once again at the rows of bookshelves that surrounded him, he couldn't help but smile. Well then, I guess it's time for a real-life info dump. Chapter 19, A Pyrrhon, 3. As Damien scoured the bookshelves, he found that there truly was knowledge about everything, from the history and power structure of the world to the various occupations that people followed. Another section of the bookshelves was wholly devoted to spatial affinity and the different methods of its utilization. As Damien scoured the bookshelves, he noticed a section focused on beast taming. Looking at the wolf that was still peacefully sleeping on the floor, Damien thought it wouldn't be a bad idea to study up on this field. Although most of the information he found was useless to him, who had no interest in taking beast taming as a profession, he found a certain ritual titled the Equal Blood Pact. This pact seemed to be perfect to use later, so he set it aside before he went on to read the information he found to be the most crucial. As he read, Damien was pleasantly surprised. The world Damien is stranded in is called a Pyrrhon, and it's what could be considered a typical fantasy world. Apparently, they had titled the system as the Pyrrhon Records, and had changed the name of the world to match. Since he thought this name was cooler than just calling it the system, he decided to use it from now on. This world awakened mana thousands of years ago and is ruled by 5 massive empires, the strongest of which is the Adalir Empire, with around 1/3 of the land being a forested beast domain ruled by 4th-class beasts who gained their human form. There was also a plethora of other races inhabiting the world, mainly elves, dwarves, and beastmen. Each race had their own specialty and tended to seclude themselves from each other, but surprisingly, there wasn't a huge amount of racism between them. There are also other peak powers like the Adventurers Guild, auxiliary guilds like the Alchemist and Forge Master Guilds, and multiple merchant associations. Out of these powers, the Adventurers Guild is rumored to be the strongest, with a half-step demigod at its head. As mentioned before, this world has several 4th-class beings, and they are considered the top tier of the world. Ordinary civilians, which make up a majority of the world's population, hadn't achieved even their 1st class yet, while 1st classes are the most common. 2nd-class individuals are usually considered around A, and the lowest tier of S-rank adventurers, and 3rd-class accounts for the S and SS rank. There currently aren't any 5th-class beings alive on the planet, but it's been said that there were 1 or 2 of them who resided here in the past. 5th class is considered as the demigod level, and the method of advancement to god level is only known by them. It's also fabled that most demigods choose to travel to the heavenly world, where all peak experts reside. Reading this far, Damien decided to take a break before his head exploded from too much information. He found that the customs of this world aren't that different from Earth, but its hierarchy and strength were vastly different. After all, even if he went back to Earth right now, Damien would be one of the strongest humans, but here, he was just another ant. Damien grinned at this thought. Stronger opponents, better fights, and much more fun. This is what Damien had understood from the power scaling of the world. Damien also found out through his reading that he was currently on the 39th floor, making the Dragonoid beast, which he had now discovered was a wyvern, the 40th floor boss. Damn, did I climb to the 40th floor already? I swear the Goblin King was the 10th floor boss, but I guess it was the 20th. It seems the only reason it was so easy was because of the intense strengthening I got from my rampage. When he put some thought into it, started to make sense. The Goblin King's physical trait that he had stolen was extremely useful against those on or lower than the level of the user. Even in his fight against the beast tied earlier, this ability alone had led to the deaths of a few beasts. Now that another mystery was solved, the main question he had was about how much time had passed. After he entered the blood world, his sense of time had completely derailed. Putting this to the side, for now, Damien continued. As Damien switched to reading about the auxiliary occupations, the wolf slowly woke up. When she did, she immediately jumped back and got into a battle-ready stance. She didn't understand why she had allowed herself to fall asleep after everything that had been going on these past few days, but she wasn't ready to die yet. Glancing around, she found herself in a strange environment, and soon, she saw a bipedal creature leisurely sitting in the distance. With this, her memory started flooding back to her. From the events leading up to her meeting with Damien, all the way to the appearance of the wyvern and her passing out in his arm, she remembered it all. After receiving all the information, she lowered her guard ever so slightly. After all, this being could have killed her multiple times over as she slept, but she could feel that she had barely even been touched. Damien was so absorbed in his reading that he didn't notice any of this happening, but he soon finished his book and looked up, only to see another pair of eyes looking back at him. "Oh, you're up," Damien said in surprise. "Well, first things first, can you understand me?" The wolf slowly nodded in acknowledgement. Although Damien was a bit surprised by her intelligence, he didn't think it was crazy. After all, he had just learned of the existence of an entire nation of beasts whose leaders had even taken on human form. Damien pondered for a bit and decided to be blunt. "This might be a bit sudden, but I wanted for a pact with you. This pact will connect us, and we will become companions from this day forth. So, what do you say?" The wolf was a bit confused about some of the words Damien used, but she got the gist of the situation. Hearing that she would have to form some kind of bond with this creature she didn't know, she vehemently shook her head no. "Okay, I understand your aversion, but hear me out. You have a plethora of beasts and that giant wyvern chasing you, and my goal is to kill that wyvern and the beast stronger than it before leaving this dungeon," Damien coaxed. "If we form this pact, we both have better chances of survival. Plus, when I go to the surface, I can take you with me. Haven't you ever been curious about what it looks like outside of these dreary cavern walls?" Seeing that the wolf was still hesitant, Damien was even more convinced to take it as his beast companion. After all, this kind of cautious attitude is exactly what had helped him survive after his fall into the abyss. Thinking this far, Damien continued to coax the wolf and attempt to persuade it. The wolf fell into thought. She knew she couldn't survive alone due to the wyvern sensing her bloodline aura, so it would be best to gain help. Plus, she was interested in what the bipedal beast had told her about a world outside of this cavern. Slowly, she nodded her head, expressing her agreement to the pact. "Great!" Damien exclaimed as he grabbed the sheet of paper outlining the blood pact. After reading it over one more time, Damien spoke. "It looks like all we have to do is take a drop of blood each and express our consent. The rest will be done by the system." As they both did as he said, a system message popped up in front of Damien's eyes. "Congratulations! You have formed a pact with an unnamed level 40 fallen wolf. As the first individual from the world, Earth, to accomplish such a feat, you have been awarded experience. Your legend has been enhanced." Along with this message, Damien felt a wave of foreign emotions. Uncertainty, doubt, curiosity, and most prominent, an intense will to survive. The wolf felt a similar rush of emotions. From Damien, she felt worry, anxiety, determination, and an intense flame that shone with heat surpassing any sun that represented his will to survive. As they shared emotions, Damien smiled. "Well, I guess it's time for introductions. My name is Damien Void, and it's a pleasure working with you." The wolf felt a bit dazzled by the smile, but was confused about what to say. Although she couldn't talk yet, she could convey her feelings to Damien through their pact. Feeling her confusion, Damien shook his head in amusement and asked, "So, do you want me to name you, or do you want to do it yourself?" The wolf's eyes brightened as she nodded, conveying her desire for a name unique to her. Damien smiled once again. "Okay then, from this moment forth, you'll be called Zara." Zara wagged her tail, conveying her satisfaction towards her new name as she walked forward and nuzzled up to Damien. Now that she could feel his emotions clearly, she had no reservations towards him. Damien ran his hand through her soft fur as he fell into thought. "Well then, I guess it's time for me to have my very first proper training montage." Chapter 20. Elena 1. Earth within an unknown dungeon. A girl with dark blue hair and matching eyes stood before a giant snake-like beast. Her eyes shone with a vicious light as she charged to face it head-on. The snake held the human in contempt. She had come to his lair alone and expected to defeat him. He couldn't help but look down on her. As it opened its mouth, a stream of green gaseous substance poured out, heading straight for the girl. However, she didn't stop her charge. A faint blue hue surrounded her body and she sped straight into the snake's breath. Before the snake could celebrate its easy victory, however, the girl emerged from the cloud and jumped towards the snake's head. "Huh!" With a spirited shout, she raised her sword, which was now covered in a blood-red hue, and swung. Scree! The snake let out a shrill screech as a deep gash appeared on its body. However, it had lost its chance to do anything. The girl's speed suddenly multiplied as she moved around the snake's huge body and cut various gashes in its flesh. After many minutes of this, with the snake being unable to even escape from this girl who had seemingly infinite stamina, a sword was plunged directly between its eyes. The snake, whose eyes were filled with unwillingness, slumped to the floor lifeless. "Huh, huh," the girl panted as she wiped the blood off her sword. Feeling the new levels of power coursing through her body, she checked her status. Status. Elena Pierce. Human. Female. Age 18. Level 65. War Maiden. Experience value. 20. 100/68. 000. Titles. Not applicable. Affinities. Light, life. Physique. None. Magic power. 1200. STR. 180. AGI. 190. Def. 175. Int. 195. Dex. 185. Skills. Recovery level 4. Holy Magic level 1. Regeneration level 5. Sword Mastery level 5. Judgment level 6. Although she was satisfied with her strength, she thought she wasn't improving fast enough. "It's been 1.5 years since Damien disappeared, and in this time I've only gained around 30 levels. While this speed is extraordinary in comparison to the other geniuses I've seen, it doesn't feel like it's enough." Although she couldn't explain it, she had always had a feeling that she should be leveling up faster. This feeling was similar to the one that told her Damien was alive. She may have been hallucinating, but she truly felt as if there was a faint link between them, allowing her to know if she could keep up or not. Around 5 days after Damien's disappearance, she felt an intense stinging sensation in her heart, and when it vanished, she felt like she could no longer sit still. She started covertly going to any available gates that could make her stronger and leveling up like crazy. Her guild also became a problem due to this. She spent all of her time either inside of a dungeon or visiting Damien's mother, so she became relatively unreachable, and the guild began berating her for it. They had also begun pressuring her to partner with Jean in various publicity stunts and dungeon raids, but she vehemently refused. It seemed that the guild itself had been bought out by the Horton conglomerate and had become their dogs. With Jin's active pursuit of her never ceasing, and even getting worse once he had her guild's backing, Elena decided she'd had enough. She entirely left the guild and acted solo. Luckily, anyone could earn money through hunting beasts, and their corpses could be sold in various subsidiaries of the Guild Association, which had long cemented its reputation and status that was above any other organization in the world. Elena was pissed, but she couldn't do anything about it, so she hid her strength and continued to level up. In the world's eye, however, she had stopped her action as a hunter due to the grief of her friend's death. Elena put her hood up to hide her face and stealthily exited the dungeon, heading to the hospital once again to have idle talk with Damien's mother. Although she was unresponsive, her presence was enough to remind Elena of Damien. As Elena entered the hospital room that looked just the same as it always did, one of the clerks at the front desk subtly grabbed her phone and made a call. "Yes, sir," she said. "The woman you were talking about has just entered the hospital." On the other side of the line was a relatively handsome man, whose twisted expression completely ruined his face. After ending the call, Jean smashed his phone on the floor. "Damn it! That slut is still over there taking care of that bastard's mom. How does she even get the money for it? She's probably selling her body like the horse she is." Jin's expression became more and more menacing as time passed, and his aura began to leak, forcing his assistants and bodyguards to make distance. "Well, it doesn't matter anymore then. If she's already letting others have a taste, it doesn't matter if I get a little forceful." Yes, she hadn't even leveled up since she left the guild. She'll be easy prey. Jean smiled wickedly and stood up. "All of you, don't follow me. This young master is going to have some fun tonight." Stuck in his delusions of tasting Elena's body, which he had been chasing for the past year and a half, Jean failed to notice the ominous air that was revolving around him. Back in the hospital room, Elena was making idle talk to Damien's mother, telling her of the events that were taking place in the world. Stronger gates have been showing up recently, and some are even so strong that only our peak experts can close them. Luckily for me, though, these gates are the ones that help me level up the fastest," Elena said before switching the topic. "Oh, I also heard that the guy with raisin manipulation has become a multi-millionaire through reality TV. Isn't it crazy that even a power as stupid as raisin manipulation can make you rich? I guess the world will always love its comedy and stupidity." The Raisin Game, as it was titled, was one of the most popular shows on the internet at the moment. As the threat of gates and monsters started to become more serious, the common populace turned to shows like this to negate their worries. After all, it was a man who had been stuck with the sad fate of having useless powers, but had been creative enough to raise his fame and status until he was at the top. Humans will always love a good underdog story. However, this was only entertainment for the common populace. Among those who sought power, the most trending topic was about a certain Japanese man named Fujimura Ryutaro. Even before the World Awakening, Ryutaro was a famous swordsman who had practiced throughout his life. Once mana was introduced, he had continued on this path. He had risen to prominence and become one of Japan's most talented hunters, and now, after 6.5 years, he had achieved a groundbreaking feat. Ryutaro had raised his sword mastery skill, which was common among those who had even slight attainments in swordsmanship, to level 10 and unlocked something he called Sword Aura. Sword Aura was a widely known concept to those who had ever been engrossed in the fantasy genre, and its discovery had rocked the world. After all, if concepts that were only prominent in fiction turned out to be real, did that mean that humanity on Earth had already been in contact with mana before? Or was the human psyche already prepped by the system to adapt to mana beforehand? Many scientific studies had been started due to this discovery, and humanity was starting to enter a new age. After getting this far, Elena decided it was time for her to leave. She had already been ranting for many hours and felt that any more would be embarrassing. After Elena left, the shadows that lurked in the corners of the room converged into the form of a man. The man, whose features were obscured behind a veil of shadows, had a mystifying presence. It was as if he both existed and didn't exist in reality. He walked up to the bed and stared at Damien's mother for a few long minutes before heaving a sigh. "Claire, I'm sorry you had to end up in this condition. If his birth didn't sap all the mana in your body, you'd be living comfortably, but I know that neither of us would want it that way. Even if I can't be there to watch over him, he's my pride and joy." As he spoke, the man's body began to fade. "Just wait a bit longer. I can feel his presence in a world nearby. I believe he'll return soon and wake you up. As long as that stupid brat listened to the things I taught him when he was young, he'll be fine." Suddenly, a nurse entered the room. "Hello? Is anyone there?" She had thought she heard voices through the door, but visiting hours were long passed over. However, when she entered, she saw nothing but a sleeping patient and curtains blowing softly in the wind. The shadowy figure had vanished as if it never existed in the first place. Chapter 21. Elena 2. Meanwhile, Elena was walking home. "I wonder when the next big gate will show up. I need more opportunities to increase my strength so I can walk uninhibited on this world and maybe even explore new worlds." Elena was always a girl with plenty of ambition. For this reason, she had trained and risen through the ranks of her guild until she was one of its top talents. Only in the past year and a half had her motivation for strength gone through a slight change. But this slight change didn't mean that the core of her personality has changed. At the end of the day, Elena was still a person who wished to explore the universe and become a peak powerhouse that surpassed even the demigod level that had recently been discovered. Thinking about how she should raise her strength, Elena walked down the dark streets lit only by the occasional street lamps and unwittingly ended up taking a nearby alleyway as a shortcut. Suddenly, she sensed a presence behind her. "What a surprise that we just happened to meet here," came a pretentious and irritating voice. Elena turned around to see Jean standing at the entrance of the alleyway. He was dressed in dark clothes, and if one wasn't aware of his status, they'd immediately call the cops on this suspicious-looking individual. Though it wasn't like the police could do anything to him either way. Elena panicked. She had been so deep in thought that she had failed to realize she was being tailed. And since it was Jean here, the reason was undoubtedly something sinister. "What do you want with me?" Elena said as she tried to put up a strong front, but the subtle shaking in her body gave her away. Jean was so incomparably excited when he saw this prideful woman trembling in his presence that he almost pounced on her right away, but he managed to contain himself. Elena, don't be so hasty. Why don't you come have a nice and friendly conversation with this young master?" he said with an expression that directly opposed the words nice and friendly. Jean walked forward, lustfully eyeing Elena's voluptuous body. After reaching second class, she had become even more beautiful than she was when he first saw her. Her shoulder-length sea-blue hair glistened in the moonlight, and her eyes were like two shining sapphires that Jean couldn't help but feel drawn into. Her body was curvaceous in all the right places, with breasts that would make any man go red with lust. Jean smiled lewdly as he thought of all the things he would do to her tonight as he finally reached her. Elena was backing away fearfully with his every step forward, but with his level, he easily caught up to her. What are you scheming, Jean?" Elena shouted as she tried to attract attention to the alleyway. However, it was late at night, and the streets were largely empty. Those who were out at this time weren't the type to help a damsel in distress either. Elena turned as she attempted to run away, but Jean caught her wrists and pinned her down to the ground. "What's the rush, Elena? Do you hate me so much? All I want to do is talk." Even as he spoke such innocent words, Jean tried to run his hands down her exquisite face. However, Elena didn't allow that to happen. She wrestled for control, forcing him to give up on his attempts. Still, Jean didn't care. He would finally take what was his. He didn't care if she was sullied or unwilling. All he wanted was to use her and then throw her away like trash. As Jin's hand went towards Elena's heaving bosom, he felt his euphoria heighten to a new level, and he looked towards Elena's face so he could witness the look of despair she held. However, he was bound to be disappointed. When his eyes met hers, all he saw was contempt. Elena's helpless expression was nowhere to be seen, as currently, she wore a cold smile on her face. In this position, how could Jean even think about running away? This was what Elena had been aiming for. Elena was someone who spent almost every day diving into gates and fighting life or death battles with various beasts. With this kind of lifestyle, what kind of dumb joke would it be if she was scared of the likes of Jean? Elena swiftly grabbed Jin's wrist, preventing him from escaping. Jean used everything he had to try and escape, but it wasn't an option from the start. Jean had only just entered second class, while Elena was already 15 levels ahead of him. Today, she had thoroughly decided to teach him a lesson. When he had openly pursued her even after she rejected him countless times, she ignored him. When he bought out her guild to coerce her into joining him, she ignored him. And when he had pushed Damien into that gate 1.5 years ago, she had pushed down her rage and ignored him. This wasn't out of respect, adoration, or any positive feeling, rather it was solely due to his backing. But in this kind of situation, why would Elena continue to care about something as superficial as backing? Looking at Jean, whose face had paled in horror, Elena felt a strange sense of satisfaction. Could it be that I'm a sadist? Or is it just that this guy is such an asshole that anyone would become a sadist in front of him? At the end of the day, she didn't care. Thinking of a great idea, Elena cut Jin's pants off, leaving him stark naked from the waist down, before frowning in disgust. Damn, it really pisses me off that I have to look at this thing, but it'll be more fun seeing him run down the streets like this, so I guess I'll let it slide. Elena invoked her mana, and a holy white light appeared at her fingertips. Well then, since you like to think with this little, wait, no, little isn't enough. Should I say tiny or microscopic? No, even an ant's dick is probably bigger than this thing. You seriously have a lot of guts to go around acting all high and mighty with this atom-sized thing between your legs. I'm getting off topic. Jean almost coughed blood and passed out just from that. It seemed that Elena had inflicted a critical hit before she even did anything. Ignoring Jin's situation, Elena continued. As I was saying, if you like to think with this smaller than an atom-sized thing between your legs so much, I guess it's my duty as a former teammate to get rid of it, right? After all, you need a clear head to go into gates and fight. Jin's face paled even further as he realized what she was about to do, but he was unable to escape from her grip. He could only helplessly watch as a small beam of white light shot out of Elena's fingertips and cleanly cut off his pride as a man. H, Jean screamed. The feeling of emptiness between his legs, although he was used to it for a different reason, was one of the most painful experiences he ever had. Elena smiled, looking at such a Jean as she proceeded to cut his Achilles tendons so he couldn't move. As a second class, Jean could easily heal this small injury, though he'd never be able to regain his manhood. Elena did this so that Jean would only be able to leave the alleyway after he healed, which would be in the morning when the streets were plenty populated. Taking his phone and crushing it so Jean didn't have an easy way out, Elena threw him to the floor and walked out of the alleyway with an eerie smile on her face. Elena suddenly had a silly thought. Looks like I've prepared a great present for Damien when he returns. I wonder how he feels about eunuchs. Whistling the tune of her favorite song, Elena continued to walk home as if nothing happened. Chapter 22, Rush 1. 6 months later. Within the subspace, Damien could be seen facing Zara, who was charging a beam of ice. Unlike usual, Damien right now was a mess, with parts of his body frozen and in the process of thawing. Okay, this is the one. Shoot it, Zara, Damien said as he put his arm out. On his cue, Zara released the beam of concentrated ice energy at Damien, but he didn't move. He stood with his arm out and closed his eyes. The beam moved at extremely fast speeds, and in the blink of an eye was already in front of him. Suddenly, the beam took a sharp turn to the right and crashed into the wall. Ha ha ha. I finally did it, Damien exclaimed as he ran over and hugged Zara. She, who knew how hard he'd been working these past 6 months, was equally as happy for him. In these months, neither of the two had left the confines of the subspace and spent all their time training. At the beginning of their stay, Damien had spoken to Zara about many things, and after observing her with his all-seeing eyes, he noticed that she had an untapped affinity for both shadow and ice. It turns out that Zara had never had time to focus on her affinities due to constantly living in hiding, so she had never developed them. Now that she had time and a sparring partner, she made immense improvements. Unlike Damien, who was the type to charge headfirst into battle and use brute strength to win, Zara was specialized in concealment. In these past 6 months, she had exponentially increased her combat ability and attack techniques through the use of her ice element, while she mainly used her shadow element for stealth and utility. If she was placed in the same situation Damien had found her in once more, she would easily be able to kill most of the beasts in the tide and escape before the wyvern even had a chance to show itself. What's more, her concealment prowess was top tier. Damien mused that even peak second-class beings would be unable to sense her in her concealed state. The only reason he could do so was because of their link. Zara's favorite skill, however, was one she developed based on the pact she formed with Damien. It was a simple ability that allowed her to live within his shadow. Although Damien didn't understand why, Zara felt the most comfortable within his shadow and tended to spend most of the time when they weren't relaxing or training there. Her ability to fight together with Damien as a team also improved immensely. Now, all she needed was combat experience using her new affinities, which she can easily gain in their descent to the 50th floor. Damien wasn't sitting idly these 6 months either. Damien had begun training with his black lightning, attempting to understand its properties. This came much more naturally than he expected, and he effectively raised its level to the point where its infusion into its body gave a 5x multiplier in speed, and its power, when infused into his blade, was immense. His swordsmanship had also seen steady improvement. 6 months didn't seem to be enough time to create his unique sword art, but he had taken steps in the right direction. With the rough outline already in place, all Damien needed to do was continue practicing and perfecting it until it was complete. His greatest improvement, however, was his spatial affinity. After reading up on Kurt's insights into spatial element, Damien was enlightened on which path he wanted to take with his ability. First, he practiced his control over singular points in space as a prerequisite and then, after 3 months, finally had the understanding towards the element to create his own subspace. Although it wasn't as complex as Kurt's and couldn't store living beings, he had essentially created himself an inventory. It took all his mana to cast, but didn't require mana to be maintained. Furthermore, as long as he leveled up and increased his mana capacity, he'd be able to enlarge the space within it. After this, Damien further refined his understanding of the concept of a single point in space and worked towards gaining absolute control over that single point. And finally, at the end of their 6-month training session, he had grasped the ability to control vectors using points in space as a medium. You have obtained a glimpse into your path to second class. Due to your enlightenment, your legends have been enhanced. Seeing the system message, Damien finally remembered to check his status. Come to think of it, I haven't checked my status since the 20th floor. I wonder what kind of changes there are. After having a long break, Damien had realized why he had forgotten about his status. Perhaps it was a subconscious decision, but Damien didn't want to know how much time had passed. He remembered recently that his status had a section that showed his age, and that would obviously designate the time. However, he was already this far and already so close to leaving the dungeon, so he had decided that he would check his status. No matter what happened, he still had the same goal. Resolving himself for what was to come, Damien summoned his status. Status. Damien Void. Half-human/half-beast. Male. Age 19. Level 49. Spatial Mage. Experience value. 40, 300/49, 000. Titles: Bearer of the Void Physique Evolver. Affinities: Space, Lightning. Physique: Void Physique. Magic Power: 2500. STR: 250. AGI, 275. Def, 245. Int, 230. Dex, 265. Skills: Warp Level 3, Spatial Control Level 4, High Level Regeneration Level 2, Sword Mastery Level Max, Mana Sense Level 5, Devour Level 5, Spatial Magic Level 5, Lightning Magic Level 5. Inventory. Traits: Shock Absorption, All-Seeing Eyes Level 2. Damien exhaled a long breath as he tried to calm himself down. 2 years. It's been 2 years of constant fighting, killing, and growing stronger. I have no idea what's going on with Earth right now, or even if my mother is still fine, but I can't let these things weigh me down. All I need to focus on is returning. Luckily, Damien had already prepared himself for much worse scenarios than this one, so he had a relatively easy time calming down. However, it was still a bit hard for him to accept reality. Sensing Damien's complicated emotions, Zara walked over and nuzzled up to him. These past months, Damien and Zara had grown extremely close to each other. They were alone in this world without anyone else, so it was natural for them to become each other's support system. And indeed, petting Zara's silky smooth and fluffy fur was a great way for Damien to get a grip on himself. Laying down using Zara as his pillow, Damien began planning his next steps. First comes the obvious. Kill the wyvern and whatever boss is on the 50th floor and escape the dungeon. After that, it seems the Adventurers Guild is my best option. I have no desire to be tied down to some empire in a foreign world. Damien continued this thought process. I can't plan ahead of this without knowing the current situation on the surface. After all, who knows how long it's been since that Kurt guy built this place. Even the treasures he left were mostly for strengthening the body, so I gave them all to Zara. The only real benefit Damien got from this subspace was information and a safe environment. But Damien wasn't complaining. Information was what he needed most right now, and the environment had helped him consolidate his current power to its peak. All that was left for him was to kill the wyvern and acquire his second class. That's right. Everything else comes after. Let's take things one step at a time. Damien suddenly grinned. His change in attitude surprised Zara, but she didn't think too much of it until he suddenly stood up. All right, come on Zara. It's time to go dragon hunting. Chapter 23, Rush 2. On the 40th floor stood a massive wyvern whose rage and excitement were evident in its eyes. Not long ago, he had sensed that extremely potent bloodline aura re-emerge in roughly the same position it had been when he lost it. In his excitement, he was preparing to leave his stronghold and catch that beast before it could run again, but he realized he didn't have to put in so much work. That aura was already speedily making its way towards him. The wyvern stood up, its head held high in pride, as it looked towards the entrance to the 40th floor. But what emerged in front of him wasn't what he was expecting. Rather than the wolf he had been chasing, the one that emerged from the entrance was the bipedal beast that had aided the wolf. However, the wyvern wasn't mad at this fact. He had always felt it was a stain on his record to let someone weaker than him escape his grasp, and he felt that killing this beast was the best way to regain his honor. Plus, he felt that bloodline aura on the bipedal beast now, meaning he'd reap the same rewards by consuming it. When Damien emerged on the 40th floor with Zara concealed in his shadow, he expected the wyvern to immediately attack, but it seemed he had underestimated the temperament of this beast. The wyvern stared down at Damien as if provoking him to attack. And although Damien wasn't provoked, he was indeed rushing to kill this beast. During his 6-month stay in the subspace, Damien had read up on the various beasts in the world. It seemed that all beasts were descended from what was known as god beasts. The bloodline of these god beasts within them became more potent as beasts evolved, and when they reached 5th class, normal beasts could also walk the path of becoming god beasts. One of these god beasts was the true dragons. This wyvern was one of their offspring, and judging from its intense fixation on Zara's bloodline, it must have accumulated a large portion of true dragon bloodline. This wasn't what Damien was interested in, though. What caught his interest was a trait that true dragons possessed, their superior regeneration. A true dragon's regeneration was capable of regrowing limbs, which was something Damien desperately wanted. Although it hadn't impeded him much, Damien was still missing an arm. He mused that if he killed this wyvern and devoured it, even if he couldn't regrow his arm, he'd be able to take steps in that direction. Not wanting to wait any longer, Damien charged forward with his sword drawn. The wyvern met him head-on as it charged as well. When he got close, Damien teleported to the wyvern's side and used the first step of the sword art he'd been creating. Void Sword First Step, Bladeless. Damien's sword flickered as its blade disappeared from existence. In the next second, a 10-foot-long gash tore through the wyvern's scales. This was the first step of his art. When Damien swung his sword, he'd meld its blade with the spatial layers in the surroundings and essentially form a spatial tear that acted as his sword blade. This tear would superimpose on whatever existed in the spot occupied by its space and banish it into the void. It was an unavoidable and unseen blade, which was why he chose to call it Bladeless. The wyvern let out a guttural roar as its flesh and muscles were exposed and swung its claws towards Damien. However, Damien had long vanished from the spot. The ground cracked as a miniature earthquake was induced by the wyvern's paw. When Damien reappears, he was on top of the wyvern's head. Turning to face its back, he once again used the first step of his art. Another deep gash appeared on the wyvern without it even understanding what was happening. The wyvern was getting fed up. The ant he could have crushed within seconds 6 months ago was now handling him like a child. Damien hopped off the wyvern's head and stood in front of it, taunting it to do something. And the wyvern easily fell for his provocation. Opening its maw, it concentrated a beam of energy to fire. This was its trait as a descendant of Dragon's Breath. Facing genuine Dragon's Breath, Damien wasn't scared in the slightest. When the beam fired, it sundered even the space around it as it charged unimpeded towards Damien. This is the perfect practice dummy, Damien thought as he looked at this attack. While Damien put his whole focus towards the breath attack, using it to perfect his vector control, a subtle shadow detached from his own. The breath attack finally reached its target, as Damien put his arm out and put all his focus to block it. At first, he could only slightly divert the trajectory of the attack, making it narrowly miss him, but his entire left side was slowly being burnt. His flesh melted and his internal organs began to feel the heat of the breath, but Damien continued forward with the same method. Slowly but surely, Damien was able to avert the breath until it couldn't affect him anymore, though his entire left side was burnt to a crisp in the process. This pain isn't even half of what my eyes went through in the last evolution. Damien scoffed as he took a moment to pat himself on the back for his successful evasion. Meanwhile, the wyvern was even more enraged. The breath attack that it had prided itself on, that it had inherited from its all-powerful ancestors, had been blocked. Even though the bipedal beast had been injured in the process, he couldn't see any signs of pain on its face. As the wyvern focused on Damien, it failed to sense the slight chill that began to permeate the air. Zara had stealthily made her way towards the large gashes on the wyvern's back and was preparing herself to go for the kill. This was why Damien hadn't attempted to land any fatal wounds on the wyvern. All he wanted from the wyvern was its experience and its corpse. Zara, however, was constantly chased by this wyvern and its underlings for large periods of time. Over the past 6 months, Damien had also discovered that Zara's parents were the previous inhabitants of the 40th floor and had been killed by the wyvern months before his arrival. Naturally, with this kind of grudge, Damien would allow her to get the kill. He only made some preparations for her since her strength wasn't necessarily enough to break through the wyvern scales. And since they were connected through contract, Damien would still get the experience from killing the wyvern. In return, Damien had promised Zara that every beast from the following 9 floors would be given to her, so she could also grow in strength. Once Zara was prepared, she sent tendrils of darkness into the wyvern's wounds, corroding them, while she sent compressed blasts of ice energy to freeze off its muscles and organs before destroying them. By the time the wyvern moved to stop her, Damien was already healed and in front of it, stabbing into its eye and temporarily blinding it. Although the wyvern was enraged that it was getting attacked from two sides, it couldn't do anything about it. Damien kept its attention on him without allowing it to focus its attacks on Zara, while Zara slowly chipped away at its life force, making sure the wyvern could feel the pain of its corroding insides. And within 10 minutes, the wyvern fell to the ground as a lifeless corpse. Damien smiled at Zara, who had come back into his shadow. Although she acted like nothing special happened, he could feel the relief and satisfaction she was feeling inside. While feeling happy that his partner obtained her revenge, Damien walked towards the wyvern corpse. Devour. The shadowy maw emerged from his palm and swallowed the corpse into its abyss, turning it into pure nutrients for Damien. Zara was shocked as she watched, but Damien had already warned her of what he was about to do, so she didn't panic. After all, he was going to be in a load of pain after his devouring. And a load of pain was indeed what he felt. With the Goblin King, it was his muscles, tissue, and tendons. With the spider, it was his eyes. Now with the wyvern, the intense pain he felt was concentrated in his throat. Although different from the spider, his bodily defenses were also being significantly raised. As time passed, multiple dragon-like scales appeared and disappeared on Damien's skin, while his eyes became reptilian before that receded as well. Within his throat, Damien felt a burning sensation akin to swallowing the sun as he endured. The pain was terrible, but putting together the context clues, Damien had a good idea of what he was receiving at the moment, and that thought made him incomparably excited. Slowly, his evolution ended, and Damien felt his body filled with renewed vigor. This type of vigor made him feel extremely bestial, giving him the urge to roar to the heavens to assert dominance. And roar he did. It was the roar of a king, the roar of a dragon, and with this roar came a destructive, semi-translucent beam of energy that destroyed everything in its path. Damien had acquired the dragon race's most prided trait, breath. Chapter 24, Rush 3. The 40th floor, which used to be a pristine cavern with patches of lush greenery, was now covered in dust and falling rubble. The ceiling had collapsed and almost everything on the ground had been shredded to pieces. This was a result of Damien's roaring. Once he came back to his senses, Damien's gaze landed on the destruction he had just caused. He smiled at the scene, seemingly proud of his work. Although Damien was happy about his new breath ability, he was more excited by the fact that it incorporated his affinities rather than just being a fire-based ability. The breath he had just released was semi-translucent due to its main attribute being space. The only reason it could be seen was due to the black lightning that coursed through it and the rippling and tearing of the space it passed through. In summary, it was utter annihilation. After appreciating his new trait, Damien noticed that there was an overflow of system messages he had to check. First was the records of all the monsters he'd killed, including the wyvern, which was apparently at level 65, but he ignored those. You have made immense achievements in your path to obtain strength and raised your league once more. You have fulfilled the requirements to obtain a new class. Gain strength, obtain achievements, and build your legend. Choose a class. 1. Swordmaster. 2. Beast Tamer. 3. Scholar. 4. Vector Controller. 5. Priest. Damien didn't even need to think. His path had always been with the spatial attribute, and controlling vectors was the path he chose himself. You have become a vector controller. By using space as a medium, you have obtained the ability to control matter and interactions through their related vectors. In the beginning, you may only be able to control acceleration, inertia, and other concepts in the immediate area, but at its peak, you may be able to obtain control over the vast universe. By becoming a second-class being, you have obtained the qualifications to choose a subclass. Choose a subclass. 1. Lightning Mage. 2. Healer. 3. Blacksmith. 4. Alchemist. 5. Beast Tamer. Damien didn't think much of the subclasses and chose Lightning Mage, as it best complemented his affinities and fighting style. He was a combat-oriented person, not someone who excelled at auxiliary occupations. Just like this first-class change, Damien's head was filled with insights on how to utilize his new power. Previously, he could barely be said to have achieved a preliminary understanding of the concept, but now he'd firmly stepped into that realm. What he needed to do now was to further understand his power and decide how to implement it into his combat style. The biggest change he could feel was within his body. He could feel his blood and his cells work as they regenerated his charred left side. He could also feel the clumps of activity that gathered in the stump of his left arm. This made Damien smile even wider. It seemed he could finally heal his arm. Although the power he obtained from the wyvern had boosted his regeneration, it wasn't quite enough to evolve it. If he combined it with his newly gained control over his internal body, however, it might be possible. After asking Zara to stand guard, Damien sat down and concentrated on the activity taking place in his arm. As he experimented with these clumps, he realized that he could move his blood and cells as he pleased. This was a sub-ability of his telekinesis that he hadn't known he could use before he received the insights from his second class. Using his regeneration skill, which had directly achieved max level after he devoured the wyvern, he began regrowing his arm. However, this ability wasn't enough to regrow limbs before evolving. But if he just had to make the basic structure, it was more than enough. Damien spent 2 days using his mana sense internally to memorize and understand the structure of the arm he already possessed, and then began mirroring and replicating it on his left stump. Slowly but surely, the outline of his left arm began forming. As he did this, he simultaneously used his telekinesis to initiate and control his cell division and replication to form the inner structure of his arm. Being a mirrored copy of his right arm, its strength was equal as well. Bones began forming inside the shell, followed by tendons, ligaments, muscles, tissue, and finally his skin. An entire week passed and Damien could be seen sitting in the same position. However, web audio channel announcement. Thank you for listening. If you want to listen to the full series and hundreds of audiobooks similar to this, please join our Discord or join our Patreon on patreon.com/webaudio. The link will be in the description and also pinned in the comment section. Thank you. Different from the start of the week, Damien now had 2 complete arms and perfect symmetry in his body. Damien stood up and drew his sword without pause. After swinging it randomly for a couple of seconds, he started to think. It's been around 2 years since I lost my arm, so my center of balance has completely changed. It seems I'll have to train for a bit to adapt to having all my body parts back. After thinking for a bit, Damien finally spoke. Zara, I have to stay here for a bit to get used to my new strength. Go on ahead without me and start training. I'll join you soon. Zara was unwilling at first, but after Damien assured her that nothing on the lower floors would be able to bypass her concealment, she nodded and left towards the 41st floor. Meanwhile, Damien continued to practice without fail. Like this, another 2 months passed. During these 2 months, Zara had made immense progress. When she first entered the 41st floor, she refused to leave her concealment and silently whittled down the population of the floor while devouring beasts. By the time she reached the 42nd floor, she realized that Damien wasn't lying when he said that she wouldn't have a problem. She was just too used to being around a monster like Damien that she had forgotten that she was a monster herself. Slowly, she began leaving her concealment and fighting beasts head-on to increase her combat experience. But even then, they couldn't injure her much. This continued until she made it to the 45th floor. On this floor, she met a beast that looked like a massive lion and she decided to challenge it. The lion had a fire ability that completely negated her ice and dispersed her shadows, forcing her to use her pure physical prowess to fight. She stepped through the shadows and capitalized on her greater speed to run around the lion and accumulate bites and scratches. However, this was the first fight since she started where she couldn't come out unscathed. While she was aiming to kill the lion by viciously biting into its neck, the lion had slashed her with its giant paws infused with fire, leaving a huge gash on her side that continued to burn for some time. Luckily, she had killed the lion, so she vanished into the shadows and covered herself in a coat of ice. This was the first experience that let her know the importance of defense. Zara continued to fight within the next 4 floors and reached the 49th floor as a true first class. With her evolution, she had gained 2 extra tails. It seemed to be related to her bloodline, but what exactly her bloodline is remained a mystery. Her body, although not as tough as Damien's, had been thoroughly refined through her constant battles, and her affinities had become much more versatile. She had also created a new skill that allowed her to cover her body in ice armor, enhancing her defense to another level. When she came back to the 40th floor to show Damien, he was genuinely impressed. With her 3 tails, fallen angel-like wings, pitch-black fur, and pristine whitish-blue ice armor, she truly looked like a beast straight out of some old mythology. Damien had also adapted to his new arm and corrected his body balance. With this, he was finally ready to kill the 50th floor boss and escape the dungeon. When they entered the 50th floor, though, the boss was something completely outside of his expectations. Chapter 25, Rush 4. The scenery on the 50th floor was similar to that of the floors leading up to it, but for a different reason. Patches of lush greenery could be seen here and there, but the most jarring part of the area was the random areas of destroyed trees and land. It seems that the 50th floor was originally something akin to a small forest, but whatever lived here had torn it down. Wood bark was strewn around, with some pieces in a half-charred state. Grass and plants that used to stand tall were withered and dead, and a foul stench permeated the air. In the center of all of this was a creature unlike anything Damien had witnessed before. It had 3 heads, each of a different animal, a lion, a snake, and a goat, and a huge body that took up a good portion of the space available in the cavern. Its body was panther-like, specialized for speed, its feet were talons like a bird, and its tail was that of a scorpion. It also had a pair of massive wings. Its 3 heads swiveled as one when it sensed Damien's presence, and without any suspense, it charged. The chimera drew near as each of its heads charged up a separate attack. The lion let out a massive roar that shook the earth, the goat channeled energy between its horn to shoot out like a beam, and its snake head shot out poisonous breath. However, beam attacks weren't something that would work on Damien anymore, especially from those that were in the same class as him. During the 3 months he spent adjusting to his body, Damien wasn't idle in his other training. His control over vectors had improved to the point where he could divert these attacks without burning himself like last time, and he had created a second step for his sword art. However, as this would be his last fight within the dungeon, Damien decided to be a little reckless. Since Zara had already moved to attack the beast, he just had to distract it. Damien opened his mouth and sucked in a large breath. His chest expanded, his cheeks puffed, his throat constricted, and when his movement reached its apex, Damien let out an even more ferocious roar than the chimera. With this roar came an ethereal beam of rippling energy covered in arcs of black lightning that sundered even space itself as if only it could exist. When the beam collided with the chimera's attacks, a muted explosion rocked the entire 50th floor. The splintered remains of trees and withered grass that was already on the verge of death were all incinerated into nothingness, and even the ground had cracked into hundreds of pieces, eliciting reactions from even the beasts on the 49th and 51st floors who could only feel the aftershocks of the clash. While the poisonous breath of the snake and the energy beam of the goat were both obliterated in the clash, Damien's breath attack had retained a bit of its energy. It continued forward and pierced the middle head, the snake, causing it to explode into countless pieces. The chimera roared in pain. While its 3 heads were connected to the same body, they only shared a piece of their consciousness. For the most part, they could think independently. For this reason, rather than feeling like it had lost one of its heads, the lion and goat head had felt like they had lost a brother. This infuriated them to no end. The chimera lifted off from the ground and began flying, using its speed to try and catch Damien off guard. A rain of energy beams and fireballs rushed at Damien from every direction. Damien, however, simply abused his teleportation. Whenever he was close to being hit, he'd vanish and reappear in the distance. Since he had decided to have fun during this fight, Damien didn't even counterattack, further enraging the chimera. Was this bipedal beast looking down on it? When this thought crossed its mind, the chimera almost lost itself to rage. It intensified its attack further, destroying any remaining unbroken areas of the cavern. At this time, Damien stopped dodging every attack that came at him. Every once in a while, he would stop and allow himself to stay within an attack's trajectory, gently flicking his finger to divert it. Now that he had two hands, he had even more freedom to do this. Although the hand motions weren't necessary to affect vectors in his vicinity, they were a sort of intermediary that Damien used to get more accustomed to his power. Once he had improved to a certain level, he would be able to block any attacks aimed at him without even moving. Damien continued to wave his arms, looking like a conductor leading an orchestra. However, this was no symphony. Instead, it was a cacophony of destruction that would make anyone want to bring up a certain art is an explosion reference. With none of its attacks even slightly affecting Damien, the chimera decided to descend and use raw power, but before it could do so, it noticed its tail had been frozen stiff. In the next moment, the entire tail shattered and blood spurted out from the point where it used to connect with its body. Next, tentacles made of shadows latched onto its wings and bound them, before another portion of shadows came together in the form of a beast. This was naturally Zara, who had used her own wings to fly beside the beast in concealment while waiting for the opportunity to strike. Although she could have attacked much earlier, she could feel how much fun Damien was having and decided to let him play for a bit longer. However, he had already been wantonly teleporting and manipulating attack trajectories for the past 20 minutes, and she was getting bored. Once Zara materialized, she quickly used her razor-sharp teeth to tear one of the chimera's wings off while using her claws to incapacitate the other one. As the chimera fell to the floor, Zara went for a fatal attack, before abruptly stopping and fading back into concealment. This was naturally Damien's doing. Now that playtime was over, he decided that this beast was the best practice dummy for the second step of his sword art. With the beast falling, Damien rushed into the air to meet it as he left after images in his wake. Then, his figure became ethereal as he danced around the beasts. Even with its elegance, this was a dance of blood. If the first step of his sword art was a single strike to cause critical damage, the second step was a sword dance to accumulate injuries on his opponent and bleed them out. As his figure flashed in and out of the space surrounding the beast, chunks of its body began to disappear. They weren't mangled or sliced like a normal sword would do, rather they had been banished from existence, floating somewhere in the infinite void. When Damien was finished, only about 1/3 of the beast's body remained. Damien landed on the ground, his steps not even raising dust, as behind him, the figure of the beast fell with a resounding thud. Void Sword Art Second Step. Dance of the Void. His entire sword dance that had cut a 75-meter-long beast into a 25-meters-long flesh bag had only lasted the amount of time it took for the beast to fall to the floor after its wings were clipped. In the first place, the entire fight was pointless. Damien could have ended it in the first 5 minutes if he wanted to, but he had grown quite attached to the dungeon that had been his home for the past 2 years. For this reason, he decided that the best way to bid it farewell was with a grand battle. As the experience poured in, Damien went to devour the corpse of the chimera, but before he could, it turned into particles of light before sinking into the floor. In the space it had previously occupied stood a grand formation, which looked like a giant circle filled with mysterious patterns. Damien could feel the spatial fluctuations emanating from the formation and wanted to study it, but he knew it wasn't the time. This dungeon had 100 floors, and he had only cleared 50. He had naturally planned to come back once his business was settled and finish what he started. He could study the formation then. Looking at the formation, Damien felt his anticipation rise along with slight anxiety. He then quickly checked his inventory to make sure he had brought everything he needed. Within it was all the books he thought would be relevant later that he took from Kurt's subspace, his cracked sword that had accompanied him from the beginning of his journey, and the carcasses of hundreds of beasts that Zara had slain on the previous 9 floors. Although he wanted to go further up and grab more carcasses, he only had so much space in his inventory, so he made do with what he could. Damien then resolved himself and started walking towards his lifeline to exit the dungeon. Zara, this is our ticket to leave. The surface I told you about on our first meeting is just past this formation. Sensing Damien's turbulent emotions, Zara emerged from his shadow and nuzzled up to him, showing her support. Damien smiled at her little gesture. That's right. Everything is already planned out and we're already strong. What am I even worrying about? After he assured Zara that he was fine, she returned to his shadow. And without further ado, he stepped into the formation. What greeted Damien was a blindingly bright light and the beautiful smell of nature. After 2 grueling years, he had finally reached the surface. Chapter 26, Surface 1. Lush greenery in every direction. Tall trees with beautiful foliage, flowers of all colors, bushes, healthy grass lining the entirety of the ground, and most importantly, a bright blue sky. Clouds drifted calmly along the beautiful blue sky as a huge sun stood tall in the distance. The warmth it gave off, the freshness of the manna in the air, the subtle wind brushing against his cheeks, these were the sensations Damien was taking in with bated breaths. Even if he wanted to doubt whether or not he was still in the dungeon, the sights around him refused to let him do so. Without his knowledge, tears were running down his cheeks. Reality had finally set in. Damien had escaped from that hellish cycle of killing, devouring, evolving, and descending. Standing beside him, Zara was also feeling intense emotions. The only thing she'd ever known was the walls of the giant caverns that made up the floors of the dungeon. When she was little, her parents would tell her stories of a world beyond those walls, but she always took them as fairy tales. Only when she met Damien did she realize that the place her parents had spoken about was real. As she gazed at the scenery around her in wonder, Zara felt like everything she had been through to get to this point was worth it. And when her gaze landed on the one who made it all possible, she felt unknown emotions overwhelming her. The duo stood like that for many minutes, silently admiring the fresh air of Apiron before Damien decided to move. There were a few things he wanted to do when he got out of the dungeon, and this was one of them. Spreading his mana sense, Damien found what he was looking for. He then began to run to that location. Though he could have reached it immediately by teleporting, Damien was too lost in the feeling of freedom that he didn't care for such trivial things. Zara followed him happily, similarly basking in the sensation of fresh air as they reached the destination. A large flowing river. The water was clear enough to act as a mirror, and the mana within it allowed plenty of life to thrive. Without thinking twice, Damien jumped in. Submerged in the cool water, Damien smiled. Maybe it hadn't mattered back when his only thoughts were on survival and escape, but now that he was free, he desperately felt the need for a bath. It had been 2 years since he had taken one, and frankly, he stunk. Not just him, but Zara as well. There weren't many water sources in the dungeon, and most beasts satiated themselves with the blood of the fallen. This was why there weren't many proper ecosystems within the dungeon. Although, Damien mused that there was most likely water on the lower floors, considering how plant life increased as he descended. Running his hands along his skin, Damien watched 2 years' worth of dirt and grime rub off, leaving smooth skin that looked like the work of an artist. After washing himself completely, Damien left the water and looked at his reflection. There, he saw a man that bore barely any resemblance to Damien before his fall. He was just shy of 2 meters tall with hardened muscles that looked sculpted out of the finest minerals. Although he wasn't abnormally muscled, every fiber of his being was optimized and loaded with power that one could sense with even the simplest glance. His body was basically perfection incarnate. His face was just as chiseled. He had a sharp jawline and sword-like eyebrows. His nose and mouth were also proportioned just right. His hair was like a cascading midnight waterfall with streaks of silver akin to shooting stars. However, his most jarring feature was his eyes. His irises were still a mix of his original deep amethyst and blood red, swirling in a yin-yang pattern, but now held tinges of gold that flowed like particles. His pupils were not normal anymore either. They were shaped like a black cross that ran down the middle and towards the edges of his irises, almost like he was an anime character. These pupils were the effect of his all-seeing eyes. He honestly looked like some sort of immortal cultivator. The only stain on his appearance was his clothing, which consisted of what, at this point, was just a rag that covered his manhood. With 2 years spent in that insane environment and the constant evolution of his body, how could Damien have retained his clothes? Even he hadn't put much importance on this fact until he looked at his reflection and realized it. While Damien was admiring his appearance, Zara had also finished cleaning up. Although she also spent a moment admiring her appearance, she wasn't a narcissist like Damien, so she was satisfied with a glance. Sensing her thoughts, Damien frowned a bit. How can you even call me a narcissist? I'm just objectively the most handsome man I've ever seen. Objectively, of course. Zara rolled her eyes. With how serious he always was in the dungeon, she didn't expect him to become like this once they left, but perhaps it was only natural. Most of Damien's personality traits after his fall had been based on anime characters and cultivation novel MCs in the first place. Otherwise, how could he be so calm and indifferent by only using the will forged with the words of his father? With his burning will for survival alone, he would have become feral long ago. So, he mimicked their temperaments and actions as a sort of guide. This was why sometimes he'd end up saying and thinking some relatively corny phrases and shouting at the heavens. And weren't most of those characters narcissists too? Perhaps in front of crowds, Damien would continue being indifferent, as his social skills had become non-existent in the past few years, but when he was alone with Zara, he'd naturally joke around. Zara rolled her eyes at his thoughts and stared at him with a deadpan gaze. Damien attempted to justify himself for a few more minutes, but his resistance dwindled under her dead fish state that didn't change. Fine, you're no fun. Let's go find a town or something so we can relax a bit before we continue our journey. With this, Zara hopped back into Damien's shadow, which had become her safe space, and Damien began teleporting in a straight line forward. He had no idea where he was and only had a rough outline of a pylon, so he figured this was his best move. Within an hour, Damien had exited the forest. He had seen a couple of small tribal settlements on his way out, but these weren't enough to provide him with the comfort he wanted, so he kept going. Damien's mana capacity was insane for someone who just received their second class, and his teleportation barely even took any mana at this point when it was within his awareness range. This was his starting skill and the key to his success, so it had grown alongside him to become a conventional skill for him to use. When Damien exited the forest, he saw a vast plain filled with various hills and mountains. This area was straight out of a fantasy novel. This kind of natural beauty was rare back on Earth, especially after the Mana Awakening when humanity gained the ability to survive in harsher conditions. Damien admired his surroundings as he continued teleporting, but he was getting a little bored. Zara, come out. Let's race to the first city we see. Winner gets to make the loser do whatever they want for a week. Zara hopped out of his shadow, but didn't move, watching him with judging eyes. What? Okay, fine, no teleportation. But you're not allowed to fly either. Your wings give you an insane speed boost. Zara begrudgingly nodded her head and took her stance. She couldn't help but wonder what she'd make Damien do for a week once she won, but she knew she couldn't let him win. He'd probably make her act as his mount or something. All right, we start on go. 1, 2, 3, go. Chapter 27, Surface 2. Many hours had passed and 2 streaks of light could be seen speeding through the mountainous plains. One of these was entirely black while the other was a mesmerizing shade of purple. These were Damien and Zara, who were still racing to find a city. While Zara's black magic power was a normal thing even within the dungeon, Damien's purple color was new. During his stay in Kurt's subspace, he had read about the qualities of magic power, which was the term used to qualify each person's unique mana. While most people had blue magic power, which was normal and carried the traits of normal environmental mana that had simply been annexed, many geniuses had colored magic power. This color was a result of the mixing of their unique traits and abilities into their magic power. This occurrence was natural and couldn't be forced in any way. Just like that, when Damien first called out his mana after gaining freedom from the dungeon, it had randomly shifted to this purple color. Damien mused that Zara's magic power being black was either a racial trait or something she developed during her fight for survival after her parents died. Meanwhile, for his magic power to suddenly change color, it was probably due to his lack of contact with natural mana outside of the dungeon after he started gaining power. Anyway, as Damien and Zara raced, they started to see small cities in the distance that they quickly passed by. Damien knew it would be a classic fantasy world trope if he started small and then reached the capital of whatever empire he was currently in, but he felt that his power level was too strong for that. He was already a second class and had killed plenty of higher-level second-class beasts, and he knew nobody in this world, so there was no point in making a grand entrance after power leveling for a while. Therefore, Damien decided to ignore all the smaller towns and cities and head straight for the first metropolis he saw. Apeiron, while being a classic fantasy world, had also been in contact with mana for thousands of years. This contact naturally led to technological advancement. Air conditioning and modern-style bathrooms were normal in this world, with different contraptions like spatial rings being invented that even eclipsed Earth's technology. For some reason, however, the medieval aesthetic standards never changed much. Thinking idle thoughts, Damien continued to run at full speed for many more hours until finally, he saw a huge city in the distance. Looking over at Zara, who was easily keeping up with him, Damien grinned before infusing a bit of mana into his legs. Seeing this, Zara did the same and their speed drastically increased as they made it to the city. It was another normal day in the city of Archdale, and Alan was once again enjoying his stable life as a city guard. Being the second largest city in the Adelaide Empire, besides the capital city of Aurora, even city guards had a healthy salary. Alan woke up today feeling extra refreshed. He ate breakfast with his wife and sent his kid off to school before walking to work. Alan was the typical cheerful guy who didn't let his worries bog him down, so on his walk to the west gate that he guarded, he greeted a few neighbors and shop owners that lived on his street. Reaching the west gate, he was surprised to see that there was relatively no queue to enter. "Yo, Freddy!" Alan greeted his boss as he walked to his post. "Why's it feel so empty today?" Freddy looked at Alan with a warm gaze. Although their job was pretty boring, he was glad to have such a cheerful subordinate who brought the mood up. Nothing much. I heard that there's some big event going on at the Adventurers Guild today, so most of the traffic is coming through the North Gate. We just have to deal with the ones who are here for other business." Alan nodded his head in understanding. Even if it was a varied profession that accepted everyone, the number one most desired job for many people was to become an adventurer. After all, if you managed to climb the ranks and increase your rank, you could get many perks without having your freedom restricted like those who worked for the empires. As he continued doing his job like he did every other day, Alan suddenly witnessed what looked like a tornado approaching from the distance. When the crowd outside the gate noticed this anomaly, they quickly scattered in every direction, while Alan called his fellow guards forward. Most of these guards were classless or low-level first class, while the stronger ones were mid-level first class. They were only the first line of defense. If the disturbance was big enough to threaten the city, the Empire Army and some adventurers would come to take care of it. As Alan and the others warily watched the approaching storm, one of them exclaimed, "Hey, what is that?" Focusing their attention on what the man had pointed out, the guards saw the silhouette of a beast at the forefront of the storm. As they gripped their weapons steadily and prepared for an attack, they failed to notice the human figure running next to that beast. As Damien and Zara continued to speed towards the gate, they kept increasing the amount of mana they were using, though they didn't use any of their special skills with respect for the rules they had set. In consequence, a huge storm of dust and dirt they kicked up followed them on their journey. As they approached the gate, both of them upped their speed once again. Looking at Zara, who was matching his pace, Damien suddenly had a wicked thought. Revolving his lightning through his body, Damien shot forward, leaving Zara in the dust before abruptly stopping around 10 meters away from the gate. Only a second later, Zara joined him. Ha ha ha, looks like I win, Damien said as he laughed rambunctiously. Be prepared to be my mount and pillow for the next week, Zara. Zara was visibly annoyed. When they set the rule that they weren't allowed to use their special skills, they had never mentioned affinities. If she had thought of that, she could have merged with the shadows and appeared in front of the gate in an instant. When she heard that he wanted her to act as his mount, she felt even more indignant, but Damien wouldn't let her off easily. Zara pounced at Damien and began slapping him with her paws to further showcase her indignation, and Damien continued to laugh, feeling nothing from her light pats. Meanwhile, the guards stood at the gate dumbfounded by the scene in front of them. The giant wolf that they thought was a wild beast was accompanied by a human, and from the aura they felt from the brief moment these two had showcased their abilities, they were incredibly strong. And when the wolf had pounced on the man, rather than being crushed or pushed to the floor, he just stood there acting as nothing happened. To further add to this, the man was incredibly handsome, making the guards forget all their fear due to their envy. Seeing how the man was dressed in only a rag that covered part of his bottom half, one of the guards lost himself to envy and was about to shout at him that he couldn't enter before he was abruptly slapped on the head. Turning to look, he saw that it was the usually cheerful Alan that had done it. Alan was a wise man, and seeing the speed and power that was barely even showcased by these two beings, he realized that they were both leagues stronger than anyone present at the moment. For this reason, he decided to be civil. Excuse me, sir, I'm afraid you won't be able to enter the city with that appearance. As there are plenty of children around, it might be a bit too indecent. It was only at this moment that Damien realized there were other people around. Briefly glancing at the man who he deemed as a guard, he looked down at his body, which was basically naked at the moment. It seemed as though he had once again forgotten that he didn't have clothes. Sorry, Damien said, reciprocating Alan's politeness. I don't have any clothes or money on me at the moment. After thinking for a bit, Damien nodded his head and pulled the corpses of a few weaker beasts out of his inventory. If you don't mind, could you go sell these for me and buy me some clothes? You can keep whatever change is left when you're done. Alan smiled, accepting Damien's proposal. Although these beasts were all first class, it was obvious from their corpses that they'd been slain effortlessly. Not only would he not risk offending someone this powerful, but he'd also make a good amount of money from the exchange. Alan stored the corpses in his spatial ring and walked into the city under the envious gazes of the other guards. About an hour or so later, Damien smoothly entered the city with Zara. Chapter 28, Guild 1. Damien was now dressed in a casual all-black outfit consisting of a short-sleeved shirt, pants, and shoes that looked strangely similar to high-top sneakers from Earth. Taking some time before attempting to do anything important, Damien toured the city with Zara, who was now only around half his height and, frankly, extremely cute. Damien didn't know until a couple of minutes ago, but most beasts could freely change their size within a certain range after they acquire their first class. It's just that most don't choose to get smaller since being bigger was usually a sign of dominance. Zara only decided to shrink because she could see the fear on the faces of those around them, and she didn't want to deal with anything annoying while they were relaxing. However, this move of hers still ended up causing quite a few disturbances for them. You would think that Damien, this extremely handsome man, would cause plenty of heads to turn and women to flock, but that was wrong. Handsome men were everywhere on a Pyrrhon. After all, mana had the effect of beautifying people. Although Damien was significantly more handsome than usual, it wasn't enough to make women go mad for him. On the other hand, an extremely cute wolf with silky smooth and fluffy fur that seemed to be begging to be pet was a fatal attraction. Not just women, but families with children also fake up occasionally and attempted to pet Zara, but she wasn't some pet. Damien attempted to warn the people, but they decided not to listen, and quite a few of them ended up with minor injuries as consequence. Naturally, Damien protected the kids, but he didn't spare a glance towards adults who didn't respect other people's privacy. After a couple of incidents, Zara gave up and just hid in Damien's shadow as they explored. She would still be able to see everything that was happening. It was just a shame that she couldn't walk around with Damien. While they toured the city, Damien was pleasantly surprised by what he saw. Most of the buildings were only 2 to 5 stories tall, as skyscrapers weren't a popular concept in this world, but the whole city had a nice feel to it. Shops lined the streets selling various goods. Clothes, weapons, potions, and many more items were on display. Damien also saw the occasional tavern and restaurant, making him crave cooked food, but he decided he'd visit them later. As he reached the center of the city, Damien saw the appearance of fewer and fewer establishments, as the ones that were present were the more high-end services. And then, he laid his eyes on a building larger than almost every other one in the city. This was the Adventurers Guild. He felt the urge to walk in immediately and continue forward with his goals, but he knew he should take some time to relax. He was finally out of his cycle of constant work, so he should relax when he can. Damien spotted an inn nearby and booked a room with some of the money he had gotten back from Alan. Although Damien told him to keep all the change, Alan still gave half of it back to Damien. He was a considerate guy and figured that Damien would need money for his stay in the city. Damien liked this trait and ended up only taking 1/4 of the money. The currency in this world was as Damien had expected. It used a system of copper, silver, and gold. Above gold were the white gold coins, but those were reserved mostly for the upper echelons and nobles of the empires. 1 gold was 100 silver, and the ratio was the same from silver to copper, but the ratio between white gold and gold was 1,000 to 1, making it a coin used only for massive or extremely expensive purchases. Damien's room was only 10 silver coins, as he had chosen a mid-sized inn to stay at. His room was also relatively normal. It was no bigger than a 1-bedroom apartment on Earth and contained a connected bathroom. When Damien entered the room, he immediately flopped down into the bed. This city is really nice. If this is the standard for big cities in this world, then I'd be satisfied, but it's only the second biggest in the empire. I'm not even in the capital yet. Damn, and here I thought I'd end up meeting some giant figures using my heavenly protagonist luck, Damien joked to himself. He liked to view himself as the protagonist of some story, but his luck has always been too dog-T for that to be possible. Only recently had his luck become at least semi-normal. I've had my fun today, so starting tomorrow I'll get back into work. First, I join the Adventurers Guild. I can make quick money that way and acquire better information. Plus, it's the best place to sell all these beast corpses. Damien looked into his inventory where hundreds of corpses were laying with no purpose. I could easily sell them to some random butcher or something, but I doubt they'd be able to buy this amount. The guild is stupid rich, so I'll get the best prices there. As Damien was thinking, Zara came out of his shadow, returning to her full form and relaxing on the floor. Damien grinned seeing this and hopped off the bed, opting to use her back as a bed instead. After all, teasing Zara was too fun, and he could do whatever he wanted for the next week. Zara grunted to show her dissatisfaction, but honestly, it was just a front. Although Zara didn't necessarily like being ridden on, she didn't mind much if it was Damien. If anyone else tried though, they'd probably be killed without hesitation. Damien also knew this, which is why he acted without reservations. Even if their contract technically made him superior to her, he didn't enjoy treating her that way. She was his companion and the one person he could trust his back to in this new world. He wouldn't make her do anything that she was uncomfortable with. The next morning, Damien walked out of the inn with a miniature Zara and headed to a restaurant to have his first bite of cooked food in years. Zara couldn't quite understand this concept, but hearing how excitedly Damien spoke about it built her anticipation as well. Damien chose a restaurant called the Nightingale. Since it was situated near the central area of the city, it was relatively expensive, but he had gotten the recommendation from the innkeeper, who claimed it was one of the best in the city. It was also relatively close to the guild, so it was convenient for him. Entering the restaurant, Damien was stunned by its elegance. Frankly, with the set of clothes he obtained yesterday, he didn't fit in at all. His appearance made many guests turn their heads his way, but seeing his get-up, their gazes turned to disdain. Damien ignored all this and walked up to the reception. "Table for two, please." The receptionist was also looking at Damien with disdain and almost immediately responded, "We don't serve dogs at this establishment." Damien was already getting pissed off. This wasn't even a cultivation world, but people here wanted to go around offending strangers for no reason. But he didn't have to do anything. Zara growled ferociously and released some of her bloodlust, causing the receptionist to fall to the floor covered in a cold sweat. Damien didn't even bother being polite anymore and directly walked towards a table and sat down, with Zara jumping up to the chair in front of him. Although this scene was quite comical, nobody laughed. Many of them were still scared of the bloodlust that was released. Damien and Zara always concealed their auras, as it became a habit from the dungeon where nobody wanted to be swarmed by beasts because they were careless. For this reason, nobody could immediately tell their power level. Their bloodlust was on an even greater level. It had been mentioned countless times that the only option in the dungeon was to continuously kill. Not to mention Zara, who had killed hundreds of beasts and had a naturally feral aura. If Damien released his bloodlust, that receptionist who was only at first class might have fainted on the spot. His kill count had far surpassed the thousands. The waiters soon arrived and took their order while being baffled. They had ordered enough dishes to feed 6 to 8 people, but there were only 2 of them. Still, the waiter saw what had happened previously, so he kept his mouth shut and accepted their order. When the food arrived, Damien was already salivating. He immediately dove in, not caring in the slightest about table manners. His razor-sharp canines dug into the meat and he swallowed without any thoughts about choking. Another useless perk of his enhanced throat made to breathe dragon's breath was the ability to eat without worries. Damien was in a daze at the beautiful tastes in his mouth. The succulent meat and the dripping juices were something he savored as much as possible before he took the next bite. Zara was in the same boat. She, who had never eaten anything but raw meat, was in another dimension due to the variety of flavors she was tasting. After 20 minutes of voracious eating, the duo got up and left for the guild. Damien had left the money on the table since he couldn't be bothered to interact with the flies that worked at the restaurant anymore. Unbeknownst to the two, there was an individual who had been able to see through their concealed auras. This person watched them with an interested gaze from inside the restaurant, becoming more interested by Zara's bloodlust and the fact that Damien's hidden aura was more bestial than the actual beast next to him. That person let out a light chuckle. "It seems I'll have some fun company on my journey later." Chapter 29. Guild 2. When Damien entered the Adventurers Guild, his first thought was, as expected. Though it was much cleaner than the stereotypes, it had checked all the rest of the criteria for a typical guild. A reception area lined with pretty receptionists, a bar full of rowdy adventurers of different races chatting and laughing, and a mission board. Damien smiled at this. It seemed that someone on Earth had done some world traveling at some point, or there was no way fantasy novels would be so accurate. Checking yet another spot on the cliché checklist, when Damien opened the doors, all eyes landed on him. By this time, Zara had already gone back into his shadow, so he was alone to bear the brunt of these gazes. However, he didn't even flinch. The gaze of that feral chimera he fought on the 50th floor was leagues scarier than these random guys he'd never met before. Plus, he basked in the envy that was being transmitted to him by their gazes. After all, doesn't the fact that they envy him just prove that he was better than them? Although he had long since been aware that he shouldn't get conceited, he wouldn't miss the chance to enjoy this feeling every once in a while. Scanning the room, Damien felt no threat from any of the current adventurers, and his pupils clearly showed the discrepancies in their mana. Damien promptly ignored the crowd and walked towards the reception. "Hello," said the cheerful girl at the counter, similarly ignoring all the gazes focused on her. "How may I help you today?" Damien responded in kind, keeping his words concise and blunt. "I'd like to become an adventurer." Damien's flat tone caused the reception girl's eyes to twitch a bit, but she continued to act professionally. However, it seemed some of the adventurers didn't take well to his tone. As he was about to continue, a man approached him from behind, attempting to grab Damien's shoulder. "Hey, you!" Damien's arm flickered, and the next instant, the arm the man had been reaching out to grab Damien fell cleanly on the floor. Aya! The man screamed, looking at Damien with eyes filled with horror. It wasn't any different for anyone else in the guild. They alternated their gazes between Damien and the man spurting blood on the floor before sprouting into a cold sweat, glad they weren't the one who decided to provoke him. Damien turned around, seeing the mess he made. He didn't feel anything for taking the guy's arm, even if he moved on instinct. Damien's reflexes were trained so that anything that approached him with hostility would be instantly cut down, no matter the level of hostility. Maybe it was a bit much, but this was how he'd been living for the past 2 years. It would take more than just a day or two for his old habits to calm down. Wow! Damien exclaimed, "Hey man, it looks like something happened to your arm. It looks like my hand slipped. You should make sure to not grab people without permission in the future." With those words, Damien proceeded to ignore the man, turning back to the surprised receptionist girl. "Anyway," he said, "continue what you were saying." The receptionist girl was startled, but she had been working at the guild for a long time, so she was quick to regain her bearings. "Why, yes. Becoming an adventurer is simple. You just have to prove that you've at least acquired your first class, and you can become an F rank. As you take quests and accumulate merit points, you can increase your rank." Damien interrupted her. "And if I'm past first class already?" The girl's eyes widened for a second before she continued. He looked very young, but was already a second class or higher. His talent must have been extremely high. If you're already a second class or higher, you can take a qualification mission from the guild to prove your strength. Once that's finished, your performance will be evaluated and a fitting rank will be assigned. Damien nodded his head in approval. It looked like he wouldn't have to start at F rank with his strength and rank up by doing crazy quests like an Ice Guy anime. Damien honestly couldn't bring himself to kill some petty goblins anymore. "Okay then," he replied to the girl. "I'll take that quest." The girl nodded her head and began filling out some forms. She then handed them to Damien so he could fill in his name, age, and some other miscellaneous information. Nicknames and pseudonyms were allowed, but with him being a stranger to this world, he felt it was unnecessary. Still, after thinking for a bit, he just wrote Void instead of adding his first name as well. He felt that he could never be too cautious. "Okay," the girl said after she received his forms. She handed him an F rank guild card and continued. "For now, here's your F rank card. If you complete your mission, your card will be automatically updated through our system. The next qualification mission is Dash." As the girl was talking, someone came down from the stairs that led to the second floor and whispered something in her ear while sneaking a few glances at Damien. The girl's eyes widened for a second before she masked her expression. Then she spoke to Damien once more. "It looks like there's an escort mission that'll be starting in a week, and the client has allowed it to be used as a qualification mission. Would you like to accept?" Damien was a bit suspicious, but being confident in his fleeing ability, he accepted the mission. After that, he turned to leave the guild. However, after taking only a few steps, he heard a crunching sound under his feet. Looking down, he saw that he had accidentally stepped on the other arm of that guy from earlier, turning it into a bag of meat paste. With an innocent look on his face, Damien spoke. "To be completely honest with you, this wasn't on purpose. Now I know it sounds like an excuse, but hear me out. I genuinely forgot that you existed." Although he was telling the truth, he still didn't feel like staying there to hear the man's agonizing cries, so after leaving those words, he vanished from the spot. Damien reappeared in his own room as Zara left his shadow. For some reason, he could teleport freely with her in his shadow, and she would teleport with him. Whether it was because of their pact or because his shadow was a part of him, Damien didn't know, but it was convenient so he didn't question it. Pulling out his guild card, Damien studied it while recalling the information he read in the subspace. These cards are like a sign of status. While an F rank card doesn't do much, when I get my rank card it'll provide me many benefits. Plus, it acts like a credit card so I don't have to take out annoying amounts of money during transactions. Although I doubt any bandits would be my match, it's better to be safe than sorry. Damien quickly lost interest in the card. It had plenty of small runic symbols on it, but he couldn't understand them in the slightest, so it was useless to study them. Looking into his inventory again, Damien remembered his sword. When he took it out, it almost crumbled on the spot. When he found it, it had already been in a used condition, and its twin had broken in his first real fight. He didn't know how this one managed to last all the crazy fights he had after that, but he was glad it did. Its blade was fully black but contained many spider web cracks on its surface, and the hilt was extremely worn. However, he couldn't bring himself to throw it away. It was his very first partner. He put the sword back in his inventory to prevent any more damage and decided to get himself a new blade. But first, he'd have to go back to the guild to get rich off selling his stash of beast corpses. Chapter 30. Blade 1. Damien directly warped to the reception desk he'd gone to last time, greatly startling the receptionist girl, whose name was Lena. After Damien's abrupt exit, she had continued doing her job, only occasionally thinking about the eccentric new adventurer she'd met. But who would have expected that only a couple of hours later, he'd reappear out of thin air? Controlling her emotions, Lena out on her professional face. "Hello, sir. How can I assist you today?" Damien, as if repeating their last interaction, replied in a flat tone. "I'd like to sell some beast corpses." However, this time, no idiot wanted to test his patience. Although the bloodstains had been cleaned up, everyone's memory was still fresh on what happened last time. Lena was once again surprised but continued her transaction. "Okay, can I get a rough estimate of the number?" Damien pondered for a bit. Although his total number of corpses neared 1,000, he figured he shouldn't pull them all out here. Making his decision, he replied, "About 200 or so." Lena panicked for a second. "Sir, this isn't a level of transaction I have the authority to handle. Please allow me to take you to the back room to meet with someone else." Damien nodded and followed Lena to the second floor of the building. The second floor wasn't much different from the first, only the adventurers were much stronger than those on the first floor. There were even 1 or 2 people in the room that Damien felt could give him a good fight. Damien and Lena arrived at a secluded room and entered before Lena left to call her superior. Damien looked around the room for a bit before thinking about the weapon he wanted to get. As Damien learned in his reading, weapons, armor, and other utility items that were built through or for the use of mana were called artifacts. Artifacts were split into many categories based on their strength. The majority of artifacts ranged between F and SSS class, just like the adventurer system. Each class level had 3 rankings of artifacts that represented low, middle, and peak. F to D rank artifacts were first class, C to A rank was second class, and S to SSS were third class. Fourth class artifacts were called Chaos rank, but there were only an extremely limited amount of them available on Apeiron, as there was only one blacksmith alive that could forge them. Just like rumors of demigods, demigod rank artifacts were only a legend. As for the rank above it, the citizens of Apeiron could only speculate. While he was in thought, Damien heard a knock on the door, followed by the entrance of a lady he'd never met before. The lady was around 1.7 meters tall with flowing blonde hair and green eyes. The feature that stood out most, however, was her pointy ears. It seemed this lady was an elf. "Good evening, Mr. Void. My name is Edia Kaihorn, and I'll be in charge of your transaction today." She was as professional as senior guild staff should be. Damien nodded his head, unfazed by her beauty and the faint cleavage she showed off when she slightly bowed to him. "I have plenty of beast corpses to sell today. A majority are only first class, but there are a few second class in the mix as well." As he spoke, Damien dumped a pile of 135 first-rank beast corpses on one side of the room before filling out the rest of the 200 with second classes. Edia immediately held a favorable opinion of Damien. Usually, she could use her charm to rile up male and even a few female clients and conduct more beneficial deals, but it seemed today's transaction would be the straightforward type. Quickly adjusting to the situation, Edea looked over the heaps of beast corpses in the room as her eyes held a faint hue of gold. This was a special skill of hers that allowed her to see the value of items she looks at. She was a true businesswoman through and through. The use of this skill only surprised her more. The amount of mana in the corpses was absurd, and the method by which they were killed was both clean and cruel. Even the second-class beasts were killed without any useless gore. Quickly calculating in her head, Edea gave her estimate. For the first-class corpses alone, we can give you 50 gold. As for the second classes, we can offer 600 gold. What do you think? Damien thought for a second about what he knew about the currency system of the world. Supposedly, most first-class corpses sold for anywhere between 40 and 75 silver, so he was fine with the seemingly small amount of gold he'd get for them. Second-class corpses are usually sold for between 1 and 20 gold depending on their mana level and other factors. He realized that becoming an adventurer was truly a rewarding profession. He also realized the only reason he was seeing such high numbers was that he was selling in bulk. After mulling it over, he decided it was a good price. Besides, he had no use for the money at the moment. Even if he had to spend it all on his new sword, he'd be fine. He still had around 600 corpses stored, even if they were mostly first class. All right, let's finish this quick since I have things to do before my qualification mission next week. Edea nodded as she took all the corpses in her spatial ring before pulling out a separate ring with his money in it. Damien took the ring and emptied its contents into his inventory. This was how transactions worked in a Pyrrhon. Even if they were common, it wasn't enough for people to wantonly hand out spatial rings. Skilled blacksmiths with a solid foundation of runic knowledge were needed to make them, and for larger storage, more skill was needed. A spatial ring that carried the same amount of space as Damien's inventory would be reserved for those emperors of the respective nations. Before leaving, Damien decided to get Edea's recommendation. Who is the best blacksmith in the city? Edea thought for a moment before responding. That would have to be Sir Vormek. He's the only blacksmith in the city who can forge third-class artifacts. His shop is located only a short walk from the guild, so you shouldn't have trouble finding him. Promptly thanking her, Damien warped outside the guild. Looking at the spot where Damien was just standing, Edea smiled lightly. It seems there's another promising youngster in our ranks. No wonder that person was interested in him. When Damien appeared in the middle of the street, he realized that he never asked for specific directions or even the shop's name, but he'd be too embarrassed if he had to go back and ask, so he walked around the streets for a while in search of the shop. After half an hour, Damien finally saw the shop. It seems the reason Edea never specified the shop's name was because there wasn't one. It was simply a nameless storefront that held the strong smell of smoke. Damien only found this out by asking one of the street vendors. This Vormek seemed to be slightly eccentric and didn't care for fame, only his craft. He only made artifacts to sell because he needed money to buy more metals and find more knowledge on forging. Walking into the shop, Damien could barely contain his anticipation towards his new weapon. Chapter 31. Blade 2. The inside of the shop was exactly what Damien expected it to be. The walls were lined with various weapons, some that he had never even heard of before, and there was nobody behind the counter. There was also a door leading further in, most likely leading to the forge. Damien walked up to the counter and rung the bell he saw there, hoping he'd get a response, and while he waited he decided to check the weapons on the walls. Heading over to the swords, Damien picked up a few and tried them out, but he couldn't get a good feeling from any of them. Broadswords were too heavy for his fighting style, while normal double-edged swords weren't to his liking. He wanted something similar to a katana, but not exactly. Something like a certain sword he had read about named Dawn's Ballad, but longer. As Damien browsed the shop, occasionally taking a swing or two with a sword, a stout man walked out from the back. "Hey, kid. Why'd you ring the bell if you ain't ready to buy anything?" Damien turned around and saw the man he assumed to be Vormek and headed over. "None of these swords fit me that well. I'd like to request something custom-made." Vormek scanned Damien from head to toe before letting out a scoff. "What, are you saying that my work isn't good enough for you?" If that's the case, why don't you just leave? Damien was already starting to feel exasperated, but he didn't want to cause any misunderstandings. No, sir. It's just that the design I'm looking for is a bit unique, and I'd like an S or SS rank sword, while these swords are at most at a rank. There were a few reasons Damien wanted to have either an S or SS rank weapon. First was cost. Since he didn't know how much the average cost of a custom weapon was, he decided to play it safe. Second was time. It would take him a while before he overtook an SS rank sword in power, so he'd be able to use it for a long time. And third was durability. He mused that the sword he found in the dungeon was at least a B rank artifact, and he'd pretty much destroyed it in only 2 years of use. His void sword art wasn't something that just any sword could handle. Vormek was still displeased but decided to hear Damien out, especially after hearing of a new design for him to forge. Throwing Damien a light sword, Vormek decided to test him. Here, boy. Take this sword and show me that you can handle a sword that's higher than your level. He had seen plenty of young masters and misses from powerful families that wanted a higher class weapon so they could fight above their ranks, but it wasn't all that simple. As an artifact's tier was raised, it would develop certain effects or powers of its own. If the wielder wasn't careful, they could end up injuring or even killing themselves by biting off more than they could chew. Damien was hesitant, though. No offense, but I'm not sure it'd be a good idea for me to perform my sword art inside the city. Although I don't know how sturdy it is, I'd rather be safe than sorry. Damien then grabbed Vormek by his shoulder and continued. I'll apologize in advance for this. Vormek was about to flip out when the boy reached for his shoulder, but the next thing he knew, he was in the middle of the grassy plain outside of the city. He could still see the city in the distance. The hell are you doing, boy? He shouted. Damien smiled wryly, but still entertained the old man. Sir, I'm showcasing my sword art just like you said. Vormek was still angry that he had been transported without warning, but after a bit of thought, his eyes widened. It didn't take long for him to realize that the boy in front of him had a spatial affinity. Backing away slightly, Vormek watched Damien as he got into form. Damien faced the plain and decided to put his full power into his attack. He figured that if he impressed this old man, he'd be able to get himself a better weapon. Taking his stance, Damien made his move. His sword flickered as its blade disappeared, and in the next instant, a large gash that spanned for hundreds of meters appeared in the plain. Void sword art first step, bladeless. When Damien turned around, he saw Vormek standing there with a priceless expression on his face. His eyes were wide as saucers, and his jaw was open so wide he could fit a fist in it. A few seconds later, Vormek composed himself and hurriedly spoke. Boy, give me that sword quick. Damien, confused about the sudden request, handed the sword to Vormek, who proceeded to inspect it. Quick, destructive, bestial. Vormek started spewing nonsense. However, to him, it was art. Vormek could see the emotion and intent behind the experiences and attacks of any sword he made. This was why he enjoyed having regular customers rather than mass production. The intent he saw in the weapons he made helped him gain insights into his forgery. Although Damien's swordsmanship looked rough from the outside, it was filled with savagery and brutality that he'd only ever seen from beasts. It was a sword whose only motive was the primal thirst for blood and survival. It held its own brand of beauty and elegance. Vormek was infatuated with the new series of intents he was witnessing and no longer needed to think about his decision. Take us back to the shop, boy. I'll make your sword. Damien smiled brightly as he once again grabbed Vormek's shoulder and warped them back to the shop. He then spent an hour or so going over the design and materials he desired for his sword with the blacksmith before leaving the shop with an even brighter smile on his face. The sword would be SS rank and should have cost him around 800 gold, but he had made a deal with Vormek where as long as it was within his ability, Damien would go to Vormek for any of his artifact needs, and he got a discount. Although it still cost him almost all his money, Damien wasn't worried about this. He went back to his inn room to wait a week for his new sword to be finished and for his first quest to begin. Damien also got to keep the sword he used for his showcase, so after a few hours of rest and relaxation using his Zara pillow, he directly warped back to the plains to train. What Damien was training now was the third step of his sword art. He had the rough idea for a while, but couldn't implement it due to the condition of his old sword. This mode would be an area of effect type, so it required more durability. As Damien spent his week practicing, many events were taking place in the shadows. Within a hideout somewhere in a Pyron, a certain organization was making their plans. "Leader," said a black-robed man, "the target will be moving in a week to return to the capital. This might be our last chance to capture them." The leader, a middle-aged man who was situated on a throne, fell into thought. They had been attempting to capture the target for many months now, but to no avail. They always had guards around them and was a strong individual themselves, making it difficult to move. The leader didn't want to send any of their upper echelons, but the weaker members weren't going to cut it. He had to accept that. "Very well," he finally spoke. "Send a team of second-class members and let Adrian lead them. Let's see how the target tries to escape from a third class." The black robes men bowed and left the room. The leader gazed into space, attempting to get a hint at the future, but he didn't have that sort of power. "Whatever this ominous feeling is, I hope Adrian will be enough to handle it. Nothing can be allowed to go wrong this time." The wheels of time continued to turn as many figures moved with their own agendas, and a week passed by. Damien was ready to finally make some progress towards his goals. Chapter 32, Escort 1. The quest was scheduled to start in 3 hours, so Damien still had a bit of time. He naturally had a plan for how to spend it. He was already on his way to Vormek's shop to pick up his new blade. His anticipation was through the roof. Simply practicing the third step of his sword art for a week was enough to start dulling the edge on the A-rank sword he was borrowing. He also knew that the SS rank sword he was about to get would have a special effect. His excitement was only natural. This sort of situation was basically like getting a game item, but in real life. Damien walked to the shop this time since he was wasting time, and soon he reached his destination. Upon entry, he was greeted with the same smell of smoke and molten metal as last time. However, this time Damien went straight to the back room without any decorum. This was what Vormek had told him to do from now on, as it was how he treated his regulars. Damien immediately spotted Vormek sitting at his forge. He was staring intently at a sheathed blade that looked similar to a katana. Damien rushed over, catching Vormek's attention. "Ah, you finally here, boy," he said as he looked at Damien. "First gimme back that blade you borrowed. Let's just make a trade-off." Damien promptly pulled out the slightly dull blade and exchanged it with the blacksmith, who handed him the sheathed sword he was staring at earlier. When Damien first laid his hands on it, he immediately felt a connection. It was like the blade itself resonated with his entire being, becoming one with his desires. With shaking hands, Damien pulled it out of its scabbard. It was a single-edged sword with a small hilt. The entire thing was black from the blade to the handle, while the blade had purple designs spiraling along its surface. As he admired the blade, a system window appeared in front of him. Devourer. A sword made by a talented blacksmith to embody the traits of its wielder. It is bestial and ferocious, but carries its own brand of elegance. This sword was made for the sole purpose of devouring its enemies. During its creation, it birthed the special effect, amplification, to aid its owner. Although he was startled, he wasn't too surprised. The system could record his achievements, so it would naturally record artifacts as well, as they were the achievements of their creators and would take part in the legends of their wielders. Damien raised his eyebrow. Amplification? What exactly does it amplify? Vormek, who had a smug grin on his face the whole time, answered. Everything. Mana output, destruction, attack power, elements, everything run through the sword is amplified. Honestly, it might be one of the best SS rank weapons I've ever made. Damien's eyes widened as he thought of the prospects such a weapon held. Holding the sword that seemed to perfectly suit him in his hands, Damien felt he couldn't wait anymore. He gave a quick thank you to Vormek before teleporting back to the area in the plains where he had been practicing for the past week. An hour later, Damien could be seen in what now looked more like a wasteland than a grassy plain, with a smile on his face. Countless gashes that were tens of meters deep ran through the terrain, and surrounding Damien was a huge crater. Sheathing the sword, Damien adjusted it on his hip. Even the sheath of the sword was ornately designed, and since Damien didn't have to do any intense movement for the next little while, he decided he'd carry the sword on his body rather than in his inventory. While the latter was more logical, there was a certain nuance to the former that he enjoyed. Taking a quick look, Damien realized he still had an hour left before the specified meetup time, so he spent the next hour refining his vector control. He realized that he had been too lax in his training ever since he escaped the dungeon. The environment there that was filled with death in every direction stimulated his growth, and he felt a little out of place in such a relaxing atmosphere. He hoped that he could have another great fight soon to get his blood pumping. During this hour, Damien focused mainly on creating an impregnable defense. He attempted to control multiple points in space to affect the corresponding vectors, rather than a single point of deflection. This way, once he'd mastered the technique, he could form a barrier that deflects or teleports all incoming attacks. He was also attempting to control the force aspect of vectors so he could redirect attacks back at their senders with amplified strength. Although an hour wasn't enough for him to make insane progress, he was able to take steps in the right direction. All he needed was constant practice to perfect it. At that point, the technique he was creating might even be registered by the system as a skill. Skills were an interesting concept, as they were like the crystallization of certain factors pertaining to their users. As such, skill books or easy cheats towards gaining skills didn't usually exist. The only way to create something like this was through a good amount of sacrifice, and usually wouldn't be done by someone unless they were on death's door and wanted to leave something behind for their descendants. The natural way to earn skills was through hard work, practice, and experience. An example was how Damien had to do intense training with the sword to receive the sword mastery skill, but achieved regeneration through constant injury and healing. The former was through practice and the latter through experiences. If Damien wanted a fire-resistant skill, then logically he could bathe in fire constantly to gain it, though he was far from being a masochist and wasn't willing to do that. While pondering on what skill he'd earned through his perfection of vector control, Damien arrived at the meetup spot. He noticed that there was already a group of 5 men and women waiting, and he promptly joined them. They did a quick introduction, but Damien honestly didn't care enough to remember their names. He doubted he would ever see them again after this quest. After waiting another half hour, a carriage arrived in front of them. From the outside, it looked completely normal, but for some reason, it carried a regal aura. The door opened and a young woman stepped out. She had long black hair and brown eyes, with a relatively ordinary face, and her aura suggested that she wasn't someone weak. But Damien wasn't fooled in the slightest. Accompanied by a slight throbbing in his eyes, her appearance completely changed. Now, what Damien saw was a beautiful girl with pink hair and ruby red eyes. Her aura was like a sheathed sword just waiting to be unveiled. For the first time since he left the dungeon, Damien met someone who could give him a great fight. By what his eyes were telling him, she was only slightly weaker than him. The color of the mana he saw around her was peculiar as well. There was the light green color of wind mana that he was used to, but also a faint gray hue that seemed illusory. As he looked at her, Damien almost couldn't control himself. He almost started a fight right then and there. His bloodlust subtly leaked out of his body, alerting the woman to his current state. While she was evaluating the adventurers that had been hired as her escort, the girl suddenly felt a predatory gaze on her. It wasn't lustful or envious like the ones she was used to, rather it was one she often felt coming from herself. It was the gaze of someone hungry for a blood-boiling battle. Surprised, she looked over at its source. Seeing the handsome man who could barely control his bloodlust, she couldn't help but smile as her gaze slowly adopted the same battle-hungry glint. Chapter 33, Escort 2. However, before the two could start their riveting battle, an old man stepped out of the carriage. Hello everyone. My name is Douglas and this is my young lady, who will be escorting today. I hope we can all cooperate on our journey to the capital. Damien's bloodlust quickly receded as he snapped back into reality. He could have a friendly battle with this lady later. For now, he just needed to complete his mission. The girl felt the same sentiment as she looked away and introduced herself. I'm Catherine Hart. It's nice to meet all of you. Her curt attitude and indifference got on some of the adventurers' nerves, but they knew they were escorting someone of high status today, so they forced their annoyance down and made friendly introductions. Excluding Damien, of course. When his turn came, he simply matched Catherine's gaze and uttered, "Void," and went back to minding his own business. Damien's blatant disregard for status once again caused some people to be incensed, but they didn't say anything. It wasn't their place to punish him. However, to their surprise, Catherine did nothing. It'll take us at least a month to get to the capital. There's a separate carriage for you guys to rest in whenever you want to. With these words, she entered her carriage. When Douglas was about to follow her in, Damien raised a question. Hey, do you mind if I just sit on the roof of your carriage? I won't move much so you don't have to worry about disruptions. Douglas hesitated, but receiving a positive response from inside the carriage, he reluctantly nodded. Damien then vanished and reappeared on top of the carriage without a sound. Looking at the other adventurers, Damien continued. I'll stay here the whole time so you guys can figure out the rest among yourselves. Damien went back to ignoring everyone. Truthfully, he was slightly embarrassed by his behavior. He didn't expect that his conversational skills were so low. Every word that came out of his mouth sounded snappy and indifferent. But this was to be expected. In the first place, when he was on Earth, Damien was constantly looked down on for 6 years. Then, he spent 2 years in a dungeon where he didn't talk to anyone except Zara, and even that was only for his last 6 months. Frankly, he was never a good conversationalist. His witty side only came out when he was with Elena or Zara, while he never really cared about anyone else. This behavior had only been amplified. He knew people would have a bad impression of him, but he couldn't do anything about it. So, he decided that he'd accept his calm and indifferent facade and make it a part of his personality. A lot of his favorite characters were calm and indifferent, and mimicking them was the only way he knew how to develop his personality. The first week of their journey passed swiftly. During this time, there weren't any major disruptions. Every once in a while, bandit groups would attack the carriage, but they couldn't do anything. The carriage itself had 2 second classes in it and was being guarded by 10 more second classes. There were only 5 adventurers, including Damien, but he knew otherwise. His eyes wouldn't be deceived by any concealment or illusions. He could clearly see the 5 guards hidden in the shadows. He simply neglected to mention them because he didn't care. Plus, these bandit attacks were perfect target practice for him. They would always start their attacks by surrounding their group and launching ranged skills and attacks, so Damien had the perfect opportunity to refine his vector control. Within this week, they had already been attacked 5 times, and none of these bandits' attacks could touch the carriage he was sitting on, even if they had a second class in their midst. This past week marked 1 month since he had achieved second class, and although his level hadn't risen, his power had been greatly advanced. He was now able to create a deflection barrier using countless vectors as its base, while he could retain complete control over all factors related to a single vector. He mused that he could theoretically cause atoms to collide within this single point and create a natural nuke, but it'd explode directly in front of him, so he had no thoughts of attempting this until his range increased. Another factor he was focusing on was gravity control. Gravity was intrinsically linked to space, and in certain interpretations could be considered as space bending. For this reason, Damien had always had a slight amount of control over gravity, and it was even subconsciously in use when he first created his distortion technique, but he had only started consciously focusing on it after gaining his second class. Being able to control vectors gave him a clearer medium to affect gravity. On the 10th day since the start of his quest, Damien lay on top of the carriage relaxing as he spoke to Zara, who hadn't yet exited his shadow in a while. Although she was fine within the city or when they were alone, now that they were supposed to be protecting someone, Zara had stayed concealed for safety. She liked to think of herself as Damien's trump card. She was the one who would land a fatal attack when their enemies were distracted. She was never someone who enjoyed direct fights. Zara was now equivalent to someone around level 70, but she didn't possess the ability to see the system windows. Beasts, as beings who developed intelligence as they grew stronger, weren't beings who could inherently see their status, as they wouldn't even be able to understand it. Instead, they'd gain this ability when they reached 4th class and obtained their human forms. Before this, beasts instinctively knew their power level and skills. Since they were naturally stronger than most humanoid species at the same level, this was a sort of balance mechanism. However, not seeing the system didn't detriment the development of their intelligence, and a beast like Zara who had a mental connection with a human while also being naturally intelligent would grow extremely fast. The emotions she transmitted through their link were becoming closer and closer to full-on thoughts, and it seemed like she wasn't far from learning how to speak. Damien was naturally excited by this prospect. Zara was like his best friend. Why wouldn't he be excited for her to obtain the ability to communicate more thoroughly? He mused that he should quickly help her reach 3rd class since at that point she'd reached that goal. As he was having this thought, Damien's danger sense started ringing like crazy. Without another thought, he held onto the carriage and teleported a whole kilometer backwards. Feeling the fluctuations and rapid movement, the two inside the carriage quickly came out. However, before they could question Damien, the area where the carriage once stood exploded. Dust flew, the ground cracked and shook, and a huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. In the center of the damage stood a single man. He was around 1.8 meters tall and was fully covered in a black robe, except his face, which was covered by a black horned mask. Out of the woods, 30 black robes figures emerged. The only difference between them and the man was that their web audio channel announcement. Thank you for listening. If you want to listen to the full series and hundreds of audiobooks similar to this, please join our Discord or join our Patreon on patreon.com/webaudio. The link will be in the description and also pinned in the comment section. Thank you. Our masks lacked horns. Sensing the man's billowing aura, one of the adventurers yelled in a panic. TT 3rd class. The man was naturally Adrian, who had been sent by that mysterious organization. All of the lackeys around him were 2nd class as well. Well then, he said with a maniacal smile, we'll be taking that young lady off your hands for you. Chapter 34, Escort 3. Damien was already battle-ready. If Catherine was the first person he met in this world that could give him a good fight, the man in front of him was the first person he met that could threaten him. Teleporting to the forefront of the battlefield, Damien spoke to those on his side. The 11 of you take on the 2nd classes. Miss Hart, help me take this guy. While the adventurers were confused about the discrepancy in the number that Damien mentioned, Catherine and Douglas were not. Their faces clearly portrayed their shock, but they didn't have time to question him at the moment. Sending Douglas' gaze, Catherine slightly nodded her head before rushing towards Damien. Receiving the signal, 5 figures emerged from the shadows and lined up with the adventurers. Without further ado, the 11 weaker members on their team faced the 30 on the other side. As battle erupted, Damien continued to stare at Adrian without moving. Soon, Catherine joined him. It's awfully bold of you to make a frail young lady such as myself join you in this intense battle, no? She jested. However, Damien wasn't paying attention. His whole focus was on the enemy in front of him. Catherine pouted at this, but didn't say anything else. Damien suddenly spoke. I don't know what you can do, but I won't say anything as long as you don't get in my way. Without another word, he sped forward. Adrian was watching everything play out with an amused smile. He didn't care about the lives of his subordinates nor what was going on anywhere else. He saw that the target was in front of him, so he mused it'd be an easy mission. The target was only a 2nd class, and her guards were all 2nd class as well, so he wouldn't have any problems. However, before he could think any more, an intense bloodlust assaulted him. Looking at its source, he saw one of the adventurers hired for the mission staring at him. He was planning to tease the kid, but before he could say anything, he was forced to engage in combat. Damien didn't immediately start with his spatial abilities, opting to use lightning to test the waters. He circulated lightning through his internal body and increased his speed 5x and also infused it into his blade. He arrived in front of Adrian in an instant and slashed down. As his blade cut through the air, arcs of black lightning danced and the amplification effect of his sword bared its fangs. The infused lightning, whose properties already leaned towards destruction, became even more destructive. Adrian took out his weapon, a huge hammer, and parried the blow. Their first clash resulted in a small explosion as Damien flew back 10 meters before stabilizing himself. Adrian, on the other hand, only took a single step back. Before he could attack, Adrian found himself surrounded by wind blades that cut towards him. Though the power wasn't great, the scale was huge, with hundreds of blades coming from every side. Adrian started continuously parrying while feeling confused. The target is a wind user, but her ability shouldn't be this much, right? While Adrian was confused, Damien could see that there were only around 20 wind blades in the attack. In this moment, Damien realized the identity of the second type of mana he had seen surrounding Catherine. It was an illusion affinity. Taking advantage of the time when Adrian was occupied by the illusion, Damien teleported behind him and made his first serious move. Although he enjoyed using lightning, he knew it would never measure up to his spatial ability and at some point might even fade into the background. Damien's body became illusory as he moved while producing multiple after-images. Void Sword Art Second Step, Dance of the Void. Damien danced around Adrian as he attempted to cut through his body with his spatial blades, but Adrian was much stronger than him, allowing him to use his experience to counter Damien's attacks. It was at this time when Catherine decided to join the fray. She summoned a scythe from thin air and, like Damien, began striking from all angles. Her scythe was a silver color with gold etchings running along its handle. If scythes were usually portrayed as weapons of the Grim Reaper, this scythe was more like something an angel would use. Damien was at the forefront, cutting through Adrian's flesh and occupying his attention while Catherine was attacking from mid-range, with every swing of her scythe cutting the air in its surroundings and producing various ranged attacks out of wind, which were further multiplied by her illusions. Adrian was incensed. He was fighting two mere second classes, but they were able to overwhelm him in such a manner. In his rage, he stopped caring about his mission. The reason he'd only been using physical attacks was because the leader had said to keep the target alive, but he didn't care anymore. Within seconds, the atmosphere in the vicinity began to superheat as crimson flames bloomed around Adrian's figure. Sensing danger, Damien directly teleported to Catherine, grabbed her, and teleported away once again. The area where they were previously standing became a field of molten lava as the ground continued to melt. Adrian began laughing loudly. "Ha ha ha. You little kids are dead now," he said as he raised his hand. Then, he uttered a simple word that was followed by pure destruction. Explode. The lava surrounding him ballooned and exploded outward, swallowing everything within a 50-meter radius. Luckily, most of the adventurers and guards had retreated after the atmosphere had started superheating. Two of the adventurers and almost all of the lackeys Adrian brought, however, were swallowed by the lava and turned into ash. This was the true difference between classes. Although Damien never really felt this difference due to his intense power, this was the reality for most people. Damien would have been fine due to his vector field, but even a supreme genius like Catherine who could fight across classes would have been heavily injured by that attack. Her main forte seemed to be ranged combat, so her body naturally wasn't strong enough to cope. After this attack, Adrian began wantonly attacking Damien, shooting beams of plasma and throwing waves of lava in his direction. Damien abused his teleportation to avoid what he could, but the attacks were too overarching, forcing him to deflect more than he dodged. Damien was still holding Catherine in his arms as well, so he had a difficult time avoiding injury. Eventually, he started to accumulate burns. His flesh melted but regenerated just as fast, and Damien continued to dodge. He was looking for the right opportunity to attack, but Adrian wasn't leaving him any openings to exploit. Damien turned to Catherine as he got an idea. "Can you use your illusions to make him think he successfully hit me?" Catherine had a slight blush on her face from being held in Damien's strong arms, but this was a subconscious reaction. Her whole attention was similarly on the battle in front of her. Hearing the question directed at her, Catherine thought for a second before responding. "I can, but in his current state, I'd at most be able to fool him for 3 seconds." Damien's eyes lit up. 3 seconds is more than enough. Immediately, he contacted Zara. "You know what to do." Catherine immediately went to work, weaving an intricate illusion to cast as Damien continued taking the brunt of Adrian's attacks. Within 5 minutes, she was ready, and after signaling Damien, she cast her illusion. Adrian had been intensely watching Damien as he continuously avoided his attacks, and he had noticed Damien getting hit a few times, but he had teleported so quickly that Adrian wasn't able to see the amount of damage he had taken. However, the next time Damien appeared, he saw it. Many areas of his flesh had been melted, and even his bones could be seen in his left arm. Seeing this, Adrian released a huge wave of magma, hoping to completely incinerate the 2 rats in front of him. Damien, who was busy planning with Catherine, suddenly looked up with horror written on his face. In the next moment, both of them were reduced to ash. However, something didn't feel right to Adrian. Before he could figure out what the problem was, Damien appeared before him with his sword heavily striking towards the ground. Without time to react, Adrian could only erect basic defenses. However, Damien's sword wasn't aimed at him. The sword smashed into the ground and caused a huge dust cloud to rise, and then reality seemed to crack. The sky became the ground, and the ground became walls. The new sky was now a black abyss that seemed to consume everything. Multiple cracks formed in the air as the surroundings began to shatter like glass. Space began swirling like a whirlpool and contracting upon itself, reducing everything within it to shreds. This was what Adrian was experiencing right now. Sensing death approaching him, Adrian erupted all his mana and used it to form a barrier around him, but even the barrier was slowly being contracted. And then, everything went black. Chapter 35, Escort 4. After Catherine cast her illusion, Damien immediately teleported her to the others before he charged. Now that he had a moment of respite, he could finally fight without the extra burden. And knowing that he was fighting against a 3rd class, he decided to use the strongest ability he had developed to date. Void Sword Art 3rd Step, Spatial Collapse. This was the ability Damien had used. Using his sword as a medium, Damien would cause space to fold in on itself, and then he would cut the vectors in charge of spatial stability and collapse the surrounding space. This ability wasn't one he could use when fighting with a team or even Zara, as it didn't spare anyone caught inside of its range. Even Damien wasn't completely confident in coming out unscathed at his current strength. This was why Damien teleported back to the group directly after using the ability. From the outside, the scenery was just as confusing as it was for Adrian. Space seemed to swirl and everything within it began to distort. Trees bent like rainbows and the ground bulged and flowed like waves of the sea. The sky didn't become an abyss, but similarly began to crack and fall like glass. In the middle of it all, the group could faintly see the silhouette of a man covered in seemingly impenetrable waves of crimson flame, but even he and his barrier began to bend and distort. Then, when the distortion reached its peak, the space imploded. It wasn't loud or destructive like one would expect, rather it was noiseless. Everything within the affected space was turned into dust, as the only thing remaining was a 15-meter deep crater. Damien looked at the scene with pride on his pale face. Although teleporting didn't use up much mana, doing it continuously with another person while also abusing his vector control right after using the 2nd step of his sword art for around half an hour was extremely draining. Casting Spatial Collapse essentially used up the rest of his remaining mana. This might have been the first fight Damien had partaken in where his vast mana pool was emptied. And rather than being distraught at this, he was filled with excitement. This battle was truly amazing for him and made him eagerly anticipate growing stronger and fighting even stronger opponents. Catherine had a similar glint in her eyes. Evidently, she was just as battle-hungry as Damien. However, both of their faces scrunched up in the next second. They hadn't been rewarded any experience yet, which meant that somewhere within that destruction, Adrian was still living. Sure enough, a portion of the crater began to melt and Adrian stepped out into the open. Half of his face was a mangled mess of flesh and his whole left side was barely functioning. It seemed like he was going to die at any moment. Coughing up blood, Adrian looked at the group of second-class beings who should have easily died by his hand. His rage had calmed down by his near-death experience, and he knew he'd failed this mission. He couldn't go back to headquarters and face their leader, as he'd definitely be tortured and maybe even killed. So, he made a rational decision. If he would die no matter what, he'd at least take everyone with him. His eyes turned maniacal and he began revolving his energy. Without another word, he turned everything into ash, including himself. At least, that was what was supposed to happen. Instead, Adrian felt the world spin once more. The only difference was that this time, he could vividly see his body slumping to the floor as his vision spun. Behind the slumped body stood a 3-meter-tall black wolf with wings. It stared at him with its cold golden eyes and held what seemed to be a taunting smirk on its face. With this scene engraved into his psyche, Adrian's last wisp of life force vanished. A rush of experience flooded Damien and Catherine. It seemed the system had its way to measure contributions and party play. This made Damien wonder how he managed to earn his first 5 levels through kill stealing, but he didn't care much. That was the past and it didn't matter anymore. Since he had done most of the work, he naturally got a greater share of the experience, but Catherine's last play with her illusion was equally game-changing, so she also got a good share. With this amount of experience, Damien jumped straight from level 55, where he'd been since killing the Chimera, to level 70. Third classes are huge bags of experience, huh? Damien thought as he grinned at Zara. Meanwhile, everyone else was in shock. When they thought their lives were over, a huge beast appeared and slew their enemy. Then, that beast went over to Damien and started acting coy and asking for praise. This whole situation had them completely flabbergasted. In the first place, they were up against a third class. Weren't their lives supposed to be forfeit from the very start? But they weren't complaining. They got to live and came out of the battle with an extra level or 2 under their belts. This was enough for them. The only one who wasn't shocked was Catherine. She had already seen Zara at the Nightingale 2 weeks ago. As she gazed at Damien and Zara, her eyes glowed golden for a split second before returning to normal. As I thought, it was a good idea to get him to come with us. Due to Damien's early interference at the beginning of the battle, both carriages were able to survive, and the group was promptly able to continue their journey. Damien retook his seat on top of the main carriage and the adventurers took turns guarding and resting. The only difference was that Damien had a guest on top of the carriage with him. Only a day after they had begun moving again, Catherine climbed up with him and kept trying to start a conversation. In the beginning, he tried to ignore her, but she made it difficult for him. By the end of the day, he couldn't hold himself back anymore and sarcastically replied to her. Much to his dismay, his sarcasm only fueled her determination to talk to him, and he could only sigh at his fate. But as time passed, Damien realized that the two of them were very similar, so he slowly began opening up to her. Catherine was also a battle maniac. This much he could guess from their first meeting alone. However, that wasn't where the similarities ended. She was also someone with an adventurous spirit, and though it was only speculation, Damien was sure that she had a special pair of eyes like him. During their conversation, Damien ended up learning that Catherine had seen him and Zara at the Nightingale and decided to open the quest as a qualification mission after guessing that he would be registering as an adventurer. When Damien heard this, he only had one thought. Is she perhaps an idiot? And being the blunt person he is, Damien asked her directly why she would recruit someone completely unknown for a quest that concerns her safety. Seasoned adventurers at least had track records to prove their credibility, but Damien was a total unknown. This was a world where people kill each other to get stronger. As a matter of fact, this was almost the only way to grow stronger. Added to that, men were extremely lustful creatures. Especially after gaining supernatural amounts of power, there was no shortage of men who took advantage of women and committed atrocious acts simply because they had the power to do so. As for Catherine's response? Perhaps it was fate? Also, making men fall into illusions of getting raped by other men is a lot of fun, you know. Damien shuddered and made a mental note to never offend this woman. Although he loved violence and battle, he never thought of himself as a particularly sadistic person. However, thinking about it again, he realized that if he saw Jean in that situation, he'd supremely enjoy it. And since he wasn't the type of vermin who'd commit such immoral acts, he had no reason to worry about himself experiencing such a thing. In his fear of being put in such a situation, it seems he forgot that his eyes wouldn't allow him to fall victim to such a thing in the first place. He then ignored the topic that seemed to be a rabbit hole of trouble, and luckily, Catherine seemed to be too interested in Zara to continue as well. As Damien and Catherine improved their relationship, 2 weeks passed and the group arrived at the capital of the Adelaire Empire, Aurora. Damien's first quest and his introduction as an adventurer had finally ended. Chapter 36, Nexus 1. Aurora, being the capital of a massive empire, wasn't anything to scoff at. The city's perimeter was thousands of kilometers long, as opposed to Archdale, which was roughly the size of Los Angeles, around 600 kilometers. Damien was still relaxing on top of the carriage with Catherine and Zara, who had come out earlier since it seemed that there was no more danger. His guard was mostly lowered now, though. Damien never thought to ask about Catherine's real name or status, but according to her, inside Aurora, she was untouchable, so Damien wasn't worried about attacks anymore. Aurora had a clear resemblance to cities on Earth, besides the architectural style. It was separated into various districts that served different purposes, such as the commercial and residential districts. When Damien spread his awareness, he noticed that he could only cover around 3/4 of the city. Since this was also his teleportation range, it was a significant discovery. And in the center of it all was a palace that was larger than any building Damien had seen before. Since Aurora was built on a slope, it could be seen even from outside the city walls. Being the city where most of the empire's nobles reside, there was a clear caste system in place, resulting in scenery that grew more and more refined as it reached the center. With the caste system, Damien expected to see a slum or something along those lines, but he was surprised that he couldn't find anything of the sort. After asking Catherine, he found out that Aurora was the only empire that didn't condone slavery and forced labor of any sort. It seemed their king was a smart man who understood that such practices, while beneficial in the short run, only end up leading to internal conflict and rebellion over time. Although there was still some slight discrimination between castes, it wasn't enough to brew conspiracy. However, this was just on the surface. There seemed to be a supremacist faction within the nobles, but they didn't have much freedom to move without having a fourth class in their ranks to rival the emperor. Another half-hour later, the group reached the Adventurers Guild, which was also much bigger than the one in Archdale. It was basically a skyscraper, but Damien couldn't understand the need for such space within an Adventurers Guild until he entered inside. The first 5 floors were like a larger and cleaner version of the guild in Archdale, but above that, there were many differences. First was the 6th to 10th floor, which was a sort of trade center for adventurers to buy and sell things they received or gained on their quests. Damien couldn't sense what was located above that, but he didn't need to. It seemed that this wasn't a mere branch of the guild, rather it was its headquarters. The floors above the 10th floor were probably for logistics, with the top floor designated for the guild master. Although each branch of the guild had a guild master, there was only one true master of the Adventurers Guild, a rumored half-step demigod. Damien's eyes burned as he thought of this level of power, but he quickly suppressed that feeling as he walked with the rest of the group to the reception area. Without any delay, they were able to gain the promised rewards for the quest. For some reason, Damien had assumed he wouldn't get rewards since it was his qualification mission, but he was wrong. Just like the other 5, he received a whole 600 gold coins. It seemed that Catherine's backing was loaded. After the others said their goodbyes and parted ways, Damien stayed at the desk. "I'd like my new guild card," he stated to the receptionist lady. "Ah," she exclaimed. "I apologize, sir, but there were some slight changes to the card you were meant to be given. Due to your feats of slaying a 3rd class during the mission, you've been granted access to S rank quests even while your rank remains at A." It seemed the guild was making the change in his status before handing him the card. 5 minutes later, the lady pulled out a pure white card. "This is your new guild card. If you would like to accept any quests or ask any questions, feel free to come to me. Enjoy the rest of your day," she said with a cheerful smile on her face. Damien smiled lightly at her and nodded before walking to the mission board with a slight pep in his step. This was because he had made a huge achievement today. He had finally held a normal conversation with another person that wasn't Zara. Naturally, this person was Catherine. Although they'd separated a while ago, Damien was still proud of himself for the improvement in his social skills. Though he was still stiff towards literally anyone else, he chose to ignore that fact just like he had been ignoring Zara's teasing for the last hour or so. After looking over the mission board for a bit, Damien chose a classic beast-slaying mission. And then, 3 more months passed. In these 3 months, not much happened. Damien continued to take S-rank quests and a few A-rank quests at the guild, and his nickname, Void, began to spread. However, most people chose to call him by a different nickname. Due to the fact that Damien only took extermination and slaying quests, his extremely clear speed, 100% clear rate, and the massive black wolf that seemingly lurked in his shadow, people began calling him the Grim Reaper, much to Damien's amusement. Some of the experienced adventurers began treating him as an equal while the rookies admired him. This was because his advent came with information on his past. He had appeared out of nowhere, adding to his mysteriousness, and on his first mission, he had slain a 3rd class as a 2nd class being. During these 3 months, Damien had earned quite the sum of money and had bought himself a mansion within Aurora. It seemed that adventurers at A rank and above had similar status to nobles, so Damien was able to live in a relatively lavish environment. He hadn't been slacking in his training either. Since he had just created the 3rd step of his sword art, he decided to put all his focus on vector control. Damien's defense was already at a level that was impenetrable by those at the same level, and he even managed to figure out a few offensive uses of his ability. His gravity control was now able to crush 1st class and mid-level 2nd class beings with ease, while those stronger than that level would only be slowed down. However, he could also control gravity to move in any direction, so disrupting their movement or attack patterns was much simpler than it used to be. He had also experimented with controlling molecules, increasing their vibration rate to create plasma beams. He had also created an ability that mimicked a sort of space blade, which gave him a less destructive attack for his space affinity. Damien refused to attempt anything with smaller particles, as he felt he'd just end up killing himself at his level of control. The last thing he had begun experimenting with was personal vectors. He had glimpsed this concept when he recreated his left arm, but he never expanded on it. This specific research was still in its preliminary phases, so he didn't have many uses for it yet. These new abilities had contributed a great deal towards his Grim Reaper title. Damien hadn't run into Catherine again since the mission ended either, but he didn't mind much. He had many things to do, so if they met then they met. Otherwise, he wouldn't think about it too much. She might be his only human friend in this world, but they both had their own priorities. Today, Damien had decided to go to the tavern and relax for a bit. He had been working constantly once again while forgetting to rest. Although this habit was technically bad for him, he had long foregone the need to sleep. He would just devour a few beasts when he felt like he was getting tired and use the energy to clear his fatigue. However, at Zara's urging, Damien took a single day every week for a break. Usually, He would just have a drink or two and then relax and talk to Zara for the day. However, today, while he was at the tavern, he heard an interesting piece of news. "Hey, did you hear?" A random man said to his friend. "The Nexus event is starting in 6 months, and since it's the 1000th anniversary since the first one, the prizes are huge." "What are the prizes?" the friend asked eagerly. "Third place and second place prizes are crazy, but not enough to be so excited. It's the first place prize that matters most." The man's friend was beginning to lose patience, and seeing that the anticipation of the friend and the crowd that was listening in on his conversation reached its peak, the man spoke once more. "Elixir, the heavenly potion that can cure any wound or illness." Chapter 37, Nexus 2. Damien froze as the man's words played on repeat inside his head. A potion that could cure any wound or disease. Even if one was on the brink of death with their heart pierced and body mutilated, Elixir could bring them back to the peak of their health. With this information came a rush of emotion. Scenes of his mother replayed in his mind. Her efforts to raise him after his dad disappeared, the constant stress she endured that started turning her hair white even before she was 40, and the way that she never let him worry about a thing, even while she was carrying such a major burden. Ever since he was old enough to understand the struggles she was going through just to give him a proper life, he had been overflowing with the urge to repay her, but before he could even gain a method to do so, the world changed. His mother fell into a coma, and rather than being able to repay her, he was forced to do everything he could to just keep her alive. So many things had been happening recently that Damien had put all these thoughts to the back of his mind, but the elixir made him recall one of the only things he missed about Earth. If he could truly win first place in this event and gain the prize, he would have a way to cure his mother the second he gets back to Earth. His old determination rose to prominence once more as Damien managed to lift himself off of his seat and rush out of the tavern. His destination? The Adventurers Guild. The trade center on the 6th to 10th floor wasn't just for material items, but information as well. And while the man in the tavern would be much cheaper, he preferred to spend some money to use a reliable source instead. He had plenty of money anyway. He wasn't a lavish spender in the slightest, and his 3 months of constant work ended up compiling him a small fortune. Entering the guild, Damien went straight to the 8th floor where the information brokers stayed and queued into line. All of the brokers who were allowed to sell their services at the guild were trustworthy, so it didn't matter which one he went to. Plus, the information he was looking for wasn't secretive, so he didn't need to be cautious. Half an hour later, it was Damien's turn, and he didn't waste a second as he entered the private room. In front of Damien was a stick-like old man with a flowing white beard that made him look like a martial arts master. "What do you seek from me today?" the old man said as Damien made himself comfortable on the couch in front of him. "I want all information you have on the upcoming Nexus event. From the general things to the requirements to participate." Damien responded. "Very well. That will be 350 gold." Damien stared at the old man for a few seconds before nodding his head and taking out a storage ring with the money in it. It was well known that the brokers here were exorbitant in their prices, so he didn't make a fuss. On another note, Damien had realized that he was showing off his inventory quite frequently on accident, so he went out and bought 2 storage rings. One was just a decoration to make people believe he wasn't using his own spatial storage, and the other was for transactions. Accepting the money, the old man began to talk. After the Great War that took place 1,000 years ago, the various races on Apiron decided that they needed to build their relationships and solidify their bonds in case a similar situation ever happened again. Damien was startled at the sudden history lesson that seemed to raise some sort of flag, but he ignored it and continued listening. The solution they decided on was the Nexus event. Every 10 years, all races and empires of the world have their younger generations compete for prizes and opportunities. During this event, many can forge connections and make alliances for the betterment of the world. Damien understood the importance of such an event. Even back on Earth, they would have events like the Olympics that were hosted and attended by many nations of the world. Although there are still struggles for supremacy between those who live in this world, The event signifies their promise for unity against outside threats. Pausing for a second, the old man looked deeply at Damien. Although he was currently giving information, he was also attempting to gain information. He had long heard of the rumored Grim Reaper, who had shown up out of the blue, and many were interested in his history. The man wanted to see if Damien had any reaction to the mention of outside threats, but he was left without any hints. Seeing that his probe failed, he continued. As for the requirements to participate, it's really simple. As long as you are below 40 years old, you can gain entry, but this is only as a regular participant. To be qualified as a genius, you need to gain recognition. For our human race, the place where you can do this is the Zenith Academy. While 40 years sounds old, it was nothing in the eyes of true powerhouses. As one leveled up, their lifespan would naturally increase as mana regulated their body functions. A first class alone can live for 200 years before dying naturally, while a second class has 500 years, a third class has 1,000 years, and a fourth class has 2,000 years. As for fifth class, that remained a mystery. Due to this, Damien wasn't surprised by the age limit. Damien had also read about the Zenith Academy. It was a public academy in the human domain that was prided as the #1 magic academy in the entire world, including those of other races. This academy was completely unbiased and unsegregated, even accepting students of other races. As long as one fit the standards of the academy, they were free to join. There was only one question Damien still had. What's the difference between entering as a genius and through normal methods? The old man smiled. It's simple, really. It's a matter of status and opportunity. While everyone will be participating together whether they are a genius or average, geniuses get priority to be seated and are given better accommodations during the duration of the event. If you're planning to enter, I suggest you try to do so as a genius. Damien nodded his head as he began to formulate a rough outline of his next moves. As he moved to edit the room, the old man once again spoke up. I almost forgot about prizes. Third place will receive an SS rank artifact. Second place will receive a rare permanent stat boost potion along with the third place prize, and first place receives the other prizes as well as elixir, which you've probably already heard about. However, this is not it. The old man watched Damien's intrigued expression with a smile on his face. He enjoyed seeing the younger generation produce talents with ambition like Damien. Since it is the 1000th anniversary of the Nexus event, the peak powers of each race decided to pull out all the stops. Along with providing elixir, a potion whose rarity is on par with the number of fourth-class experts of the world, they decided to allow the top 50 participants to enter into the Eternal Secret Realm. Damien's eyes widened in shock. With Kurt being a supreme powerhouse of the world, he had naturally left behind information on the Eternal Secret Realm. This realm was like a hidden world that could only be opened by the joint efforts of many fourth-stage powerhouses. It was a mystical place filled with both high risks and high rewards. It's said that even the small amount of elixir that was present in the world was obtained from this secret realm. The number of treasures inside were innumerable, but there were many hostile beasts and a few barbaric races that lived inside it. Thanking the old man, Damien left the guild and headed back to his house. The tournament is my ticket to saving my mother, while the secret realm is my ticket to third class. This set of events might be my ticket back to Earth. Now that he had fought one, Damien knew the true difference between second and third class. There was a reason why third class consisted of 100 levels rather than 50 like first and second class. Even Adrian, who was only at the beginning of third class, had around 10 times the amount of mana that Damien had. The only reason he was able to win was because he hadn't allowed Adrian to make use of that large mana capacity. If Damien was able to achieve third class, he would finally be able to go home, if home was even the right word anymore. Even if his mana capacity wasn't enough to warp him back to Earth, his vector control would have improved to the point where traversing space would be easy. His warp ability couldn't take him to Earth, but that was solely due to mana capacity. Through his attempts, he had sensed the general direction and distance to Earth. It wasn't that far at all. Even if he had to spend years traversing outer space, he'd do it. His main goal was always to return. While he had a burning desire to explore the universe and the myriad of worlds it contained, this could wait until he had healed his mother. Damien smiled, thinking that he had finally seen a path forward. Well, it's a bit cliché, but I guess it's time to start my own academy arc. Let's just hope it isn't as boring as high school. Chapter 38, Academy 1. The Zenith Academy wasn't too far from Aurora, but it would still take 2 weeks for Damien to get there. For this reason, he decided not to leave just yet. He was about to head to a prestigious academy to gain the title of Supreme Genius, so he figured he shouldn't show up in the fantasy world version of an Adidas tracksuit. Before anything else, he went to the commercial district and visited a clothing store called Aversi, which was a designer brand of apeiron. Entering the store, Damien was greeted by rows of pristine shelves lining the walls and clothing of all kinds. He gazed around in wonder before he was greeted by an attendant. "Good afternoon, sir. How may we help you today?" Although this attendant had noticed Damien's shabby clothing, he didn't look down on him at all. There were many precedents of people whose looks didn't match their strength and authority. This attendant wasn't an idiot like the one Damien met in the Nightingale. "Hello," Damien politely responded. "It's pretty obvious how bad my sense of style is, so I don't think it'd be a good idea to pick for myself, but I'd like to buy 5 sets of clothes. I want full outfits from outerwear to shoes, if you could recommend something for me." The attendant smiled, seeing that he was correct in acting respectfully. 5 sets of clothes weren't anything cheap, especially if every piece of clothing was handpicked by specialists like him. And since he would get a commission for large purchases, he had no reason not to be happy. The attendant led Damien through the shop as he looked at the various clothing and designs, and he had to admit that they were much more stylish than Earth. The style of these clothes was also similar to 21st century clothing, which Damien was satisfied with. "Do you have any preferences for clothing, sir?" the attendant asked. He would need a basis to provide Damien with the best options he could. Damien thought for a moment. To be completely honest, Damien's fashion sense was atrocious. On Earth, Elena would constantly have to accompany him when he shopped so he could buy wearable outfits. Thinking this far, he decided to keep it simple. "I don't want anything too flashy, and black would be best. Otherwise, dark colors work fine." The attendant nodded and got to work. 2 hours later, Damien came out of the store with a few thousand less gold in his wallet and looking like a new man. There's a saying that clothing can change a person, and it was certainly true. Damien was very handsome, and the way he carried himself made him stand out from the crowd, but his clothing tended to blend him back in. He was just a strong adventurer in people's eyes. However, when he stepped out of the store, many eyes immediately fell on him. Damien was wearing a black turtleneck and long black pants with a belt. The belt was also black, but the buckle had an intricate gold design on it that added a minimalist aesthetic to his look. He also had on a black coat that's length reached his knees, which also had small gold designs swirling its surface. His shoes were similar to black Air Force Ones, giving him a slightly dangerous vibe. And to finish off the outfit was a simple gold chain around his neck. By the urging of the attendant, Damien also had a silver cross-shaped piercing hanging from his ear. He never thought he'd one day get his ear pierced, but after he saw himself in the mirror, he had to admit that he looked damn good. If he had to describe his new look in one word, he truly had to say that he was covered head to toe in drip. This new outfit mixed with his unique yin-yang irises and black hair with streaks of silver that was tied up neatly in a ponytail at the moment made him look like a truly supreme individual. The clothes he had on now weren't just for show, though. The designer brands in this world were so popular not just due to style, but functionality as well. Damien's clothes were filled with invisible runic inscriptions that made it on par with an SS-tier artifact armor. He also had 4 more full sets of clothes in his inventory. Damien wasn't one to wear armor. In the first place, his body was so tough that most armors were useless, but he would never give up the opportunity to guarantee his safety, especially if he could look stylish while doing so. With his new look secured, it was time to leave Aurora. He teleported directly out of the city and traveled on foot for a few hundred meters before calling Zara out of his shadow. Say, it would be a lot quicker if you just flew us there, right? Zara was a little annoyed since she could tell Damien just wanted to laze around during the journey, but she soon relented. Zara didn't get the opportunity to fly much in the first place since they were usually inside a city. She would use this opportunity to enjoy the freedom that comes with cruising through the air. With Damien laying down on her back, Zara took off in the direction of Zenith Academy. Within a large meeting hall, a beautiful pink-haired girl could be seen speaking with her family. Father, I would like your permission to go to the Zenith Academy so I can earn my place in the upcoming Nexus event. Being within the confines of her own home, Catherine had dispelled her disguise and walked around freely. Even if she hates her siblings, she was the strongest among them, so they couldn't touch her. Catherine's father looked at her deeply before sighing in resignation. This daughter of his was always his favorite due to her hardworking personality and immense talent. The only problem was that she had also inherited the adventurous spirit he had when he was younger. If she was a bit less unrestrained, she would be the perfect successor, but he knew it was impossible. Once again sighing, he responded to her request. Fine. I know that I won't be able to convince you no matter what I say, but you must be extra careful this time. In addition to using your disguise and the name of Catherine Hart, you must take Ria with you and allow her to accompany you at all times. Last time, the supremacist faction sent a third class after you, so I won't allow you to move freely without a third-class protector. Catherine was satisfied with his response, as she knew she wouldn't be able to push him any more than this. Her stubbornness was also a trait she inherited from her father. Their many similarities were the reason she was able to speak freely in front of him while the rest of her siblings could only speak with respect and reverence. Besides, Ria had been her protector since she was a child, and was like an older sister to her. She wouldn't mind having her come along. Catherine slightly bowed to her father before leaving the room to prepare for her upcoming journey. After she left, Catherine's father fell into thought. According to the reports of the guards he had sent with her last time, Catherine's survival from the attack was due to a certain adventurer she had hired as an escort. He was also told that the two had gotten very close during their travels. Summing up his thoughts, he raised his head and spoke into this seemingly empty room. Zero, find any information you can on that boy and make sure he's trustworthy. If you find anything suspicious, report it immediately. A shadow swiftly appeared in front of Catherine's father with its head bowed. Yes, Your Majesty. Leaving these words, the shadow promptly disappeared, leaving the room empty once more. Meanwhile, Catherine had finished gathering her things and had left for the academy. This time, she didn't hire an escort, instead choosing to use a flying beast to speed up her travel time. While flying to the academy, she couldn't help but think of a certain young man. I wonder if we'll finally get to fight this time around. She wondered with a smile on her face. Chapter 39, Academy 2. 2 weeks passed in a flash as many hopeful youngsters began preparing for the upcoming Nexus event. Even if they weren't able to enter the top 50 and receive any rewards, there were plenty of ways to gain recognition during the event. Although the only major powers were the empires and guilds, there were many smaller powers subordinated to these behemoths that used the event for recruitment. Doing well in the tournament would always net gains, and even those who weren't recruited gained experience that would further their progress on the path to strength. These 2 weeks were largely uneventful for Damien. He had spent the entire time on Zara's back, only stopping when she wanted to rest. He had been constantly running simulations in his head about how to advance his vector control during this time. His research on personal vectors had also increased by a large margin. With this, he could speed up his already fast regeneration rate, naturally increase his speed, and do many other things without using too much mana. By the end of the 2-week period, Damien spotted a city in the distance. This city wasn't nearly as large as Aurora, but was larger than Archdale, making it a large city in its own right. This was Zenith City, which was an extension of the academy. The population of the city was solely the students that attended the academy. As they arrived closer, Damien decided to walk the rest of the way. He wasn't at the academy to learn or advance himself. He was only there to receive the recognition he needed for the Nexus event in 6 months. While the academy did have a period where they held examinations for the yearly entrance of students, that time had long passed. Rather, there was a separate examination period whenever the date of the Nexus event was announced. For this purpose, there were 2 huge buildings on either end of the city that were used to examine those students that wanted to join. The sky around this building in front of Damien was crowded with various tamed beasts that were being used as mounts by higher-class individuals, and the ground wasn't visible under the sea of people present. The traffic shocked Damien as he wondered if both buildings had such a large influx of people. It seemed he truly underestimated the hype that came with this event. Since Zara had already returned to his shadow, Damien decided to just be patient and wait in line. This was an especially grueling thing for him, who had been moving constantly for the past 2.5 years. Patience wasn't a virtue he was aligned with in the slightest. Luckily, he still had many simulations to run to pass the time. Damien closed his eyes and moved with the line as he pondered. Every once in a while, the space around him would fluctuate and bend, causing those in his surroundings to give him a wide berth. They were confused as to why someone who looked and dressed like some young master of an influential family was waiting in line down here instead of in the sky, but they weren't brave enough to question it. The reason the space around him was fluctuating was that Damien was working on expanding his range. His vector control was mainly used in defense simply because he didn't have the range to affect an enemy's vectors when he wasn't in direct physical combat. The distorted space was a manifestation of his efforts as his power began to disperse and concentrate. It wasn't until almost 6 hours later that Damien's turn finally came. Luckily, the examination building was open 24 hours a day, so they could efficiently deal with the influx of people. The building itself was divided into 5 floors with many private rooms that were meant to test 10 individuals at a time. This added up to around 50 people per examinees per turn. The fact that it took Damien 6 hours to get a turn even with this number showed the astonishing amount of people participating. As he entered the room, he saw 9 other people that he didn't bother to pay attention to. Damien was single-minded in this regard. Maybe this was the reason why he had rarely interacted with people who were in attendance during the 4 months he had spent on Apiron. Once everyone was present, a middle-aged man entered the room and scanned the examiners with indifferent eyes, causing them to bow their heads in respect. Well, all but one of them. However, the man didn't care much. He was used to arrogance, and it wouldn't be long before the kid was shown his place. "All right, you lot. Line up single file and come forward," the man said as he took out 2 stones from his spatial ring and placed them on the table in front of him. "These are testing artifacts. The one on the left shows your age and the right shows your level. Come up and say your names before placing your hands on these stones one at a time. Everything else comes later." The examiners followed his instructions, and Damien, being the last to enter the room, went to the end of the line. Soon after, the first person went forward. "Hello, Senior, my name is Alex Hale," the kid said as he put his hand on the first artifact. Quickly, it glowed as the number 30 appeared on the stone. Next, he put his hand on the second artifact, which showed the number 50. "Alex Hale, 30 years old, level 50. All right, go stand in the back and wait for the rest." Clearly, the man wasn't impressed by the results. Although the kid was above average, he was nowhere near close to being a genius. Next, Ava Trunks, 25 years old, level 51. Wendell Ray, 34 years old, level 43. Alan Wright, 22 years old, level 57. Slowly but surely, the other 9 individuals in the room finished their turns. Damien was honestly surprised about the ages and levels of these people. 2 of them were still at first class, even though they were close to the disqualification age for the event. However, not everyone could level up like Damien. Not even including his leveling speed, the speed by which he raised his physical stats was nothing less than heaven-defying. It was natural that most people would take many years to reach his level. Even supreme geniuses like Catherine had been training since they were young. If anyone realized that Damien reached his current level in 2 years, they might even kill themselves from shame. Finally, it was Damien's turn. The examiner honestly wasn't expecting much from the youth in front of him. He'd been observing the reactions of the people in the room, and this youth seemed to be surprised even by those at the peak of first class. Annoyed, the examiner rushed him on. "All right, hurry up and tell me your name so we can finish this." Damien hesitated for a moment, wondering if he should just give his surname like he did when he was adventuring, but ended up deciding against it. First off, this was a school. It would just be weird to use an alias here. And second, he honestly stopped caring. No matter what, people wouldn't find any information on him before he arrived at Archdale, so there wasn't a reason to worry. "Damien Void," he said as he placed his hand on the first stone. Quickly, the number 19 appeared on its surface, surprising everyone in the room. It seemed that he was by far the youngest out of them all. However, their surprise wasn't even close to being over. Just as he finished with the first stone, he did the same with the second stone. Instead of an immediate response like those that showed up for the others, the stone shuddered for a while before it could show his level. He could feel a foreign energy invading his body, which was most likely the method the artifact used to measure his level, but it was quickly devoured by his physique. Damien had almost forgotten about this specific quality since it barely showed itself anymore. He devoured plenty of beasts for one reason or another, leading to his physique constantly receiving energy. However, the invasion of this energy seemed to stimulate it. The stone began to glow, but soon, cracks began to appear on its surface. Damien was slightly panicking. He had never needed to control his physique, nor had he ever found a method to do so. In the next second, however, the commotion calmed down and the stone once again began to glow. Luckily, it seems his physique was satiated once more. If the other examinees were surprised by his age, or even the phenomena that occurred when he touched the stone, they were so shocked they almost fainted when they saw the number it portrayed. Even the examiner's eyes widened in shock as he struggled to get the words out of his mouth. Damien Void, age 19, L level 75. Damien was halfway to third class. Chapter 40, Academy, 3. No words needed to be said. The results spoke for themselves. For the next few minutes, the room was enveloped in silence as everyone stood in a daze. Even Damien was surprised. He never bothered to check his status as he leveled up and put all his focus into improving his actual skills. It seemed he'd need to check it soon. This continued until one of the other examinees lost his cool. "No, it has to be rigged. You all saw how the stone cracked before the number came out. He has to be lying." The crazed yelling snapped everyone out of their dazes. The one who yelled was Alex, who had just recently entered second class at 30 years old. He couldn't believe that someone an entire decade younger than him was so far ahead. Lost in his madness, he brazenly attacked Damien. Raising his hand, Alex shouted, "Heaven Sundering Palm Strike." A large palm composed of ferocious flames charged towards Damien, but it was nothing more than a party trick to him. He was making unfair comparisons, though. The last flame attack he had seen was from a genuine third-class being. How could someone who was barely second-class compare? But Damien was angry. He wasn't angry at being attacked, nor was he angry at being looked down on. Rather, what the hell is up with your cringe-ass naming sense? It's literally in the wrong world type. Also, why the hell are you screaming out your attack name like an idiot? Aren't you embarrassed? Damien roared. He was raging at the naming sense of this kid. It brought out Damien's suppressed childhood memories of when he got too into cultivation novels and would attempt to summon attacks by screaming things like, "Heaven Collapsing Strike," in his backyard for the whole neighborhood to hear. The unlocking of his black history sent him into a rage, and rather than just swatting away the attack as he'd normally do, he made an actual move. He pulled back his fist and let out a ferocious punch in the direction of the oncoming attack. The punch was so brutal that it caused winds to form and swirl within the private room, as when these swirling winds met the flame palm, they turned into a raging fire tornado. Humph. With a cold harumph, Damien flicked his finger, and the flame tornado that was still charging towards him abruptly moved in the opposite direction like it was in a pinball machine. The sudden turn of events took everyone off guard, and before they could move, the flame tornado consumed the terrified Alex. When it subsided, all that was left was a charred and broken body. The debut release occurred at NOV3L, bin. Although Alex was still alive, he wasn't going to be able to function as a living being anymore without the help of something on the same level as Elixir. Witnessing the scene he had just caused, Damien turned his head away and started whistling. "Oops," he said as he muttered under his breath. Well, if it wasn't for his stupid naming sense pissing me off, he probably would have gotten off easier. The other examinees were drenched in a cold sweat while the examiner looked at Damien with an interested gaze. Unlike them, he was able to clearly see what happened. This young man is a spatial mage. No, perhaps he has even stepped into the master level. The people of Apeiron used a specific system to measure the level of control one had over their affinity. This system was completely separate from classes, as one's control only improved with constant practice, insight, and talent. Though, more mana was needed at each stage, leading to class still being important to improve control. From the beginning, it was apprentice, mage, master, grandmaster, and saint. The apprentice levels signify someone who had just stepped onto the path of understanding their affinity, such as Alex, who could only create a simple palm out of fire. The mage level signifies when one breaks through those figurative shackles and begins to construct various different uses for their affinities, such as Damien's lightning boost or Catherine's illusions. The master level is where a true change occurs. At this level, one looks past the surface and becomes abstruse in the use of their affinity. Damien's vector control is an example of this. It isn't a classic space ability, rather it uses space as a medium to affect laws of physics and whatnot. The Grandmaster level is more of a title, given to those who have completely mastered the abstruse use of their affinity that they specialized in. When one reaches Grandmaster level control, they can create a domain where they become the sole ruler and king. As for the Saint level, the information regarding it was strictly kept by those fourth-class beings of the world. Nobody knew exactly what being a saint entailed, but it was rumored that affinities evolve into something completely new when one reaches this level of control. For Damien to be at the master level at such a young age, the examiner didn't even want to think about how much talent he had. Making his decision, he finally spoke. "Okay, you have already proved your skill to me. Take this token and exit the hall. Someone will be waiting to explain the rest. Also, tell them to come inside once they're finished. I need help with something." He was naturally referring to Alex, who was just a living corpse at this point. He tossed a circular token to Damien before turning to the other examinees. "As for the rest of you, it's time to have a short battle with me so you can prove your skill." Damien didn't stay to watch and quickly went to find the person who was waiting outside. It seemed that she wasn't prepared to have a guest so soon after the examination started, so she fumbled a bit before handing over a pamphlet and a card to Damien. This pamphlet outlines everything you need to know about the academy as a new student. As for the card, it is your student identification. Seeing the confused look on Damien's face, she explained further. The artifacts you used for testing already scanned your mana signature, so as long as you infuse your mana into the card, your name and rank will appear on it. It'll also lead you to the specific area you need to go to for lodging and classes. Nodding his head, Damien promptly left the examination building as the girl entered the testing room. When she got inside, everything looked normal besides the charred corpse on the ground. She let out a short yelp before regaining her bearings. Unfortunately, the noise had attracted everyone's attention. The examiner then addressed her. "Good, you're here. Take that kid away from here and send him wherever he needs to go. That's not important. It seems we have another candidate for Supreme Genius entering the academy. Notify the elders so they can keep watch on him. It's the boy that sent you in here. His name is Damien Void." The girl's face paled slightly when she heard this news. A Supreme Genius candidate? And she had just waved him off like some average student. As she dragged the breathing corpse of Alex out of the room, she prayed that Damien wasn't offended by her attitude. Meanwhile, Damien peacefully walked through Zenith City while enjoying the sights. He had long forgotten about the girl in question. Finding a nice park, Damien sat on a bench and enjoyed the cool spring breeze as he read through the pamphlet he was given. The academy, at the end of the day, was still a school. Even though he was here because of the Nexus event, he still had to attend at least one class during his stay. Recalling the mention of a great war by the broker he had visited, Damien chose history. If the war was a potential flag as he suspected it to be, he needed to be prepared in case he got swept up in the storm. Next, he read over the various facilities contained within the academy. There was a myriad of different choices that were based on affinity, and to enter the higher level and more beneficial training environments, he needed premium points. Premium points were the school's version of currency, and they could be earned by doing various tasks to benefit the school and by taking missions from the school's version of an adventurer's guild. However, even this could be avoided. He just needed to find a high-level figure to either sponsor him or take him as a disciple, and they could gain him access to these facilities. The reason this was important to Damien was simple. Unlike what he would have expected, the school had a training environment for spatial affinity users. Once again, he saw Kurt's name. It seemed he was an important figure at the school and had personally built the training ground. If I'm not wrong, that Kurt guy must have left another subspace within that training environment. Knowing his eccentric behavior, it'll be annoying as hell to enter, but it'll be extremely beneficial to me. I must find a way to enter this space. Little did he know, it would be much easier than he thought. Chapter 41. Meeting 1. 2 weeks passed at the academy, but Damien hadn't achieved anything special. Besides having to attend a single class once a week, his life wasn't that different from when he was an adventurer. Zenith City functioned based on normal currency rather than premium points, so Damien was able to get himself a quiet house to live and practice in. Premium points were used for facilities and the treasury, basically for anything needed to increase power. This was to incentivize students without stressing them. If premium points were required for housing and the likes, there would be much more chaos in the academy. Especially because there wasn't any monthly allowance system. The history class Damien had enrolled in was extremely boring and reminded him of world history classes back in high school. So far, there had been no talk of the Great War, and all the history focused on the human domain and its development since the induction of mana. When he wasn't in class, Damien was back in his routine of constant work. He'd find any beast-slaying mission he could and complete it. Every once in a while, he'd go on collection missions as well. The reason he didn't particularly like these was because they were incredibly easy for him, who could teleport, and didn't help him improve. Right now, his issue was how to spend his premium points. There were many interesting potions and treasures in the academy treasury that he could buy, but most of them wouldn't really help him. His physical stats were too high for potions meant for first and second classes, and his mana capacity was even higher. The only option left for him was to use the lightning training grounds. He was genuinely disappointed in the development of his lightning affinity, but he never really put time into improving it. With the rapid improvements of his spatial affinity, there was no need to. However, Damien had now reached a roadblock in developing his spatial affinity. He knew which path he should take to further his vector control, but he didn't have anywhere to go after that. His third class couldn't stay as vector controller after all. So, he decided to switch his focus and hope that it would grant him new ideas. He had long since given up on being creative in his uses of lightning. The only goal he had at this moment was to make it extremely destructive. He had also realized that his vector control could be used to enhance his lightning. He decided to train this aspect within the training area as it was specifically meant for lightning affinity users. Plus, he was curious about what these training grounds really were. The academy was structured similar to a university on Earth, making it essentially its own small city within Zenith City. Damien had plenty of trouble navigating at first, but the pamphlet he was given had a map as well, so he just opted to use that to get around. After walking for half an hour, Damien arrived in front of one of the largest buildings in the city. This building was shaped like a massive pyramid that pierced the clouds. It was the location of every training ground the academy possessed. When he entered, however, he saw a hall the size of a normal 2-story building without any of the steam age characteristics of the pyramid. Although confused, he just continued forward and registered himself for the lightning training grounds. There were 3 options available to him. First was the basic training ground, second was something called Lightning Valley, and finally was Thunder Mountain. Their prices were 10, 100, and 500 premium points respectively. Looking at his student ID card, he saw the number 644 written next to the premium point section. Satisfied, he picked the highest option. He had no use for premium points beside using this facility, so he didn't care about his expenditure. The receptionist was surprised by his choice, but said nothing. He pushed a button on his station and led Damien to a door behind the desk. When the door was opened, Damien sensed slight spatial fluctuations, making him realize the truth behind the building. It was composed of many subspaces that catered to various affinities. The unique shape of the building most likely related to how the subspaces were sectioned off, and the button was most likely to choose which subspace the door would connect to. Entering the door, Damien was immediately greeted by a thick bolt of lightning that tried to strike him down, but before it could, he had teleported away. Turning around, Damien noticed that the door had disappeared. He then felt a ping from his ID card. Taking it out, he noticed that the words on its surface had changed. Damien Void. Thunder Mountain. Time remaining, 71 hours 59 minutes 55 seconds. To exit early, inject mana into your student ID card. It was plain and simple, but he understood the point. A verbal explanation for every new student would be a hassle, so this system was much more efficient. It could also be used for those who already knew the rules. Now that he had taken care of that, Damien finally got a chance to look at his surroundings. The name Thunder Mountain wasn't an exaggeration in the slightest. The ground around him was already on a slope, and in front of him stood one of the biggest mountains he had ever seen. It was larger than even Mt. Everest on Earth, standing proud at 10,000 meters. Its peak was shrouded in dark clouds, just like the rest of the sky. There was nothing besides this mountain within the subspace. The entire area was constantly being struck by lightning bolts, with even the smallest ones being thicker than an arm. It seemed that the farther one climbed up the mountain, the stronger the lightning would get. Just looking at this lightning gave Damien insights towards increasing his destructive power. Everywhere it landed there would be havoc, with some rocks even disintegrating on contact. However, Damien could see much deeper than the normal person. He could see the rampaging lightning mana that ran through the ground like snakes, and he could see the highly compressed mana within the clouds. The purple-colored mana even permeated the air and the surroundings. Everything within this space was supercharged with electricity. Damien smiled as he looked towards the peak of the mountain. Let's hope the lightning up there isn't as painful as evolution. Leaving these words, Damien began a rapid climb to the peak. 3 days later, Damien could be seen on the peak of Thunder Mountain surrounded by volatile black lightning. Natural purple lightning as thick as a telephone pole constantly attempted to strike him down, but to no avail. When it met the black lightning surrounding Damien, they'd go through huge clashes, leading to chunks of the mountain peak being dislodged and causing landslides. However, he had only been training for 3 days. There was no way he would have advanced enough to ward off every bolt of lightning that was aimed at him. Very often, tens of lightning bolts would breach his own lightning defense and charge towards his body. While half of these would be deflected by his vector field, the other half were allowed to directly strike his body. This was because Damien had discovered something interesting. The lightning mana within this space could be devoured by his void physique to increase his comprehension. This absorption was the only reason he was even able to contend in quality with the lightning at the peak. The berserk natural lightning mana that entered his body rampaged, attempting to fry his organs and blood, but it was quickly tamed by the devouring force that emanated from his physique. The lightning-filled essence was then purified and sent back into his body to nourish it rather than to destroy. Suddenly, the Damien's eyes snapped open. Still seated, he let out a bestial roar into the sky. And as expected, this roar was accompanied by a massive whirlpool-like beam that escaped his mouth. The difference between this breath and the usual, however, was that the lightning that usually just danced around the spatial storm was actually integrated inside it. While the spatial storm tore through everything in its path and mutilated its targets, the lightning now followed its attack, incinerating everything that could have stayed intact after the initial damage. After spending a few minutes roaring with abandon, Damien smiled and checked his status. Status. Damien Void. Half-human/half-beast. Male, age 19. Level 75, Vector Controller, Lightning Mage. Experience value, 78, 450/80, 000. Titles, Bearer of the Void Physique Evolver. Affinities, Space, Lightning. Physique, Void Physique. Magic Power, 3900. STR, 275. AGI, 290. Def, 265. Int, 250. Dex, 290. Skills, Warp Level 5, Spatial Control Level 7, High-Level Regeneration Level Max, Sword Mastery Level Max, Mana Sense Level 8, Devour Level 5, Vector Control Level 6, Lightning Magic Level Max. Inventory. Traits, Shock Absorption, All-Seeing Eyes Level 3, Dragon's Breath. There weren't many changes to his status since he had last checked it in Kurt's subspace besides his long-forgotten subclass. His physical stats and mana capacity had only increased by leveling, as he hadn't found any particularly special beasts that granted him massive gains like he did in the dungeon. The time he spent slaying beasts on the surface truly accentuated how special the dungeon was. Besides that, a few of his skills had leveled up a small amount and his spatial magic had evolved into vector control. The change that he was excited to see, however, was that his lightning magic, which had been stuck at level 6 for the longest time, had finally achieved max level. According to the control stages he had recently learned of, he should still be in the mage level, but he wasn't far from reaching the master level. All he needed to do was find more abstract applications for his lightning. Checking his ID card, he noticed that his time within the training ground was over. The door had reappeared at the bottom of the mountain, and Damien directly teleported to it. Thinking that he should use this facility more often, Damien exited the door with a smile on his face. Upon his return to the reception area, though, Damien was greeted with a taunting and familiar voice. "Oh, look who we have here. What's with that stunned face? Don't tell me you missed me so much that you're too stunned to speak." Chapter 42, Meeting 2. "Oh, look who we have here. What's with that face? Don't tell me you missed me so much that you're too stunned to speak." In front of Damien stood a familiar pink-haired ruby-eyed girl. Compared to the first time they met, Damien had to admit that she was much more attractive now. Last time, she was wearing plain clothes as if to disguise her status, but today, she was dressed up like Damien. She had on a sleeveless top with silver patterns running along its surface and a pair of pants that matched. Her shoes were a pair of black boots. Although it wasn't flashy, it was oriented for combat and coincidentally matched Damien. Looking at her curvaceous figure, Damien ended up stunned for a second, only to instinctively respond in kind. Yeah, I missed you so much, but I wonder who it was that couldn't wait to see me and waited eagerly for me at the door." Catherine, still in disguise, was also momentarily stunned. Even if she had a slight transformation from their last meeting, Damien's was outrageous. From his outfit to his neatly tied hair to the cross-shaped earring hanging from his ear, he looked like a completely different person. She also had a gnawing feeling that he was looking straight into her ruby eyes, completely unaffected by her disguise. "Well," Damien said in a questioning tone, "are we going to keep crowding in front of the door, or are you cool with leaving?" Catherine similarly snapped out of her daze as her face was colored red. In reality, she had also just come out of the door from the wind training ground and happened to see Damien exit after her. In her rush to tease him, she had forgotten that they hadn't moved. As the two continued trying to get the upper hand on one another, they exited the pyramid and headed to a cafe. It had been 3 months since they last talked, so there was plenty to catch up on. Within a certain office in the academy, a middle-aged man with black hair and red eyes looked down from his balcony, his gaze seemingly seeing past the various structures that inhibited it. Oh ho ho, what an interesting duo. Especially that boy. It seems I should keep an eye on him. The training grounds were secluded areas that most people couldn't peek into when they were occupied, but this didn't apply to everyone. The man was an exception to that privacy rule. Oh ho ho, the elders are already scrambling to see who they should train for the upcoming event. Maybe I should get involved this year as well. After all, this is a special occasion. The man smiled as he went back to his desk, quietly continuing his work as he thought about the upcoming event. Meanwhile, Damien and Catherine had just finished eating and catching up about the past 3 months. Zara had also left the shadows to join them. As they walked around the academy, their conversation landed on the Nexus event. So, you're participating, right? Or are you perhaps some old fogey pretending to be young? Catherine asked, still attempting to win their teasing match. Please, Damien scoffed. I'm 19 right now. I'm naturally a young and handsome genius ready to compete. If anything, aren't you the old fogey here? Didn't anyone tell you that it's rude to ask a lady her age? Besides, I'm not even that much older than you. Catherine pouted, but she was inwardly surprised. She was turning 21 this year, making her a year older than Damien, and she had one of the best nurturing environments one could hope for. Thinking this far, she couldn't help but wonder what his background was, but whenever the topic came up, he'd brush it off and change it. Anyway, I'm going all the way to the top in this event, so you better make it there too. I've been wanting to fight you since the moment we met. Damien continued. Catherine nodded her head with an eager look in her eyes. Although they could easily fight at any time, she understood his sentiment. In 5 months, they'd have immensely improved both their techniques and levels. Also, from Damien's words, it seems he wanted to fight for the first and second place positions, which made it even more exciting. Just thinking about it made her blood pump as her eyes filled with motivation. You're right. I can't waste any time on a loser like you. It seems I should go back to training. Not even waiting for a response, Catherine ran off. Damien smilingly shook his head. Well, I have to agree with her on that one. Training is what's most important for these next 5 months. Besides the tournament, that secret realm sounds like a lot of fun. I have a lot of preparing to do. Damien hopped on Zara's back as they flew out of the academy. He was going to train his sword art, so he needed open space. He didn't want to cause damage in the academy and be forced to pay for it. However, neither Damien nor Zara noticed a third presence tailing them with interest. Reaching a secluded forest, Damien hopped off Zara's back and pulled out his sword. Zara, I'll be staying here for a while, so don't worry about me. You've been staying in my shadow and letting me take all the rewards for the missions we've been going on. Go get stronger while I'm here. I'll wait for you and leave once you're back. Indeed, regardless of whether it was as an adventurer or student, Damien had always prioritized beast-slaying quests, and Zara never took any rewards. The bodies needed to be presented as proof of completion, so she didn't have any time to gain strength. After nodding at Damien gratefully and nuzzling up to him for a bit, Zara vanished into the woods. Damien kept his sword in his hands and sat down on the ground cross-legged. It's not yet time for me to create the 4th step, but I have plenty of improvement to do for the first 3 steps. Every use of his sword art had been catered towards mass destruction. He had never considered other uses of the art. Even chaining from one step to another was an unexplored concept. Hypothetically, if he could limit the effects of the 3rd step, spatial collapse, and use it to restrain the target in a locked space, it would immensely benefit the 1st and 2nd steps. Likewise, if he used the 2nd step, Dance of the Void, and used the 1st step, Bladeless, as a finisher, it could be a devastating attack. His sword art wasn't some structured masterpiece that exponentially increased in power when one move was chained to the next. Rather, it was more apt to call it a compilation of his achievements in the sword path. This made it so each move had a great deal of individuality, and there was immense potential for multiple combinations and chains. Damien only needed to work out the details. He had a feeling that once he completed this step and made this compilation into a true art, his sword mastery would finally evolve into something new. He sat there like a statue for 3 days without moving a single muscle, but every once in a while, the space around him would contort and collapse, while at other times his sword would randomly vanish. But throughout this process, only a small amount of damage was done to the surroundings. At the end of those 3 days, Damien slowly stood up with his eyes still closed. He began moving slowly, but as time passed his speed picked up. He looked like he was performing a one-man show as he danced with abandon alone in the forest. His sword was kept in fluid motion as small areas of the land kept disappearing without a sound. As his speed reached its climax, a change occurred. Every 5 moves of his dance, his sword would flicker and deep gashes were created in the lush ground. However, unlike the massive chunks that were damaged when he usually used the first step, these gashes were strictly linear and concentrated. The damage was more pronounced in its depth than its width. Damien kept his dance going for 4 weeks, every once in a while stopping when he ran out of mana and going back into contemplating the fusion he was attempting. In the first and second week, his dance was accompanied by the gashes created by the first step, but on the third and fourth, those gashes stopped appearing altogether. Instead, space would contort and thicken, causing the tree branches that were swaying in the wind created by his movements to abruptly pause for a second before they continued their movement. By the end of the 4th week, each swing of his was accompanied by a constricting pressure that disallowed any escape from his blade. Falling leaves were stopped in place and directly cut by his sword, and trees were split in half with their trunks being unable to fall over. When Damien finally stopped moving, many of the trees in his vicinity fell in different directions as the spatial locks disappeared. Damien's shirtless figure was covered head to toe in sweat. Although he had always trained himself intensively, this time he had gone without pause for over a month. The only time he stopped was when he ran out of mana, but even then he was pushing his brain to contemplate the fusion he was performing. But his efforts were rewarding. He hadn't been completely successful in learning how to fluidly switch between and combine the steps of his sword art, but he had made good progress. Looking at the surrounding environment, Damien noticed that Zara wasn't back yet, so he decided to once again work on refining his vector control, when all of a sudden, he heard the sound of clapping coming from behind him. That was a truly impressive showing, young man. Chapter 43, Meeting 3. A storm. This was the best way to describe the scene Damien saw when he turned around. A raging storm of crimson magic power that looked like a sea of blood. Without a second thought, Damien immediately teleported hundreds of meters away. Web audio channel announcement. Thank you for listening. If you want to listen to the full series and hundreds of audiobooks similar to this, please join our Discord or join our Patreon on patreon.com/webaudio. The link will be in the description and also pinned in the comment section. Thank you. And release his own amethyst magic power. However, in front of that blood sea, his magic power was like a tiny boat swaying with the wind. Still, he didn't panic. Although the middle-aged man in front of him was extremely powerful, he didn't sense any hostile intent coming from him. Damien didn't let his guard down, though. This was someone who could kill him with a single smack. Who are you? Damien questioned as he glared at the man vigilantly. The man smiled. Oh ho ho, you're indeed a feisty young man. Don't worry about who I am for now, just come at me with your full strength. If not, you might end up dead. Without another word, he disappeared from his spot. Before Damien could even register what happened, he was flying backward with such force that the trees behind him were crushed on contact with his body. I've felt this once before. The last time Damien felt this sensation of his brain being unable to keep up with the movement of his body was when he was thrown into the dungeon all those years ago. The cause? Naturally, it was a massive difference in strength. Damien no longer had the time to care about motive or identity. He couldn't even flee from someone whose strength was so far above his. He could only retaliate or, as the man said, he'd die. It was only after he had flown for a kilometer or so like a broken kite that he managed to stabilize himself. His back was covered in a cold sweat. The only reason he was still uninjured was simply that the man in front of him didn't seem to have any intention to hurt him with that strike. Damien promptly drew his sword and coated it with black lightning, warping directly in front of the man and slashing down. The man smiled lightly as he raised his hand to block the incoming sword. However, Damien didn't pay it any mind. Obviously, this old man is testing me or something. Who knew I'd get into a classic cultivation scenario in a fantasy world? Damien figured that this old man was some powerhouse who had witnessed his training and decided to have some entertainment. If that was the case, it was Damien's job to impress. Maybe he could gain some benefits that way. Damien smirked. If there was one thing he was confident in, it was his fighting ability. Without wasting time, he began performing his dance of the void while circling the man. For the first time, the small spatial tears and distortions created by the technique weren't able to banish anything to the void. The man kept leisurely watching Damien move while easily blocking all of his moves with a single hand. Damien was getting fed up. As he danced around the man attempting to inflict any wound he could, he used his other hand to lightly flick the air. Each time he flicked, molecules were forced to vibrate and plasma began generating. Then, those beams of plasma shot towards the man from every direction. He also decided to stop conserving mana and wantonly attacked with various techniques. Still, nothing worked on the man. Huge rifts created by Bladeless were unceremoniously shattered, and as space collapsed and twisted, the man simply stood there unharmed. Beams of plasma kept firing, and at some point were amplified by volatile lightning, but all to no avail. It had been around an hour since Damien had started his attempt to harm this old man, but he hadn't been able to make the man budge even a single step. Damien's mana reserves quickly depleted. He was fighting much more recklessly than he usually did, but that wasn't for no reason. At some point, he stopped seeing this as a bid to impress the man in front of him. Rather, he had found a target who could withstand everything he threw at it. A perfect training dummy, if you will. Damien simply continued practicing combination attacks with his sword art and vector control as he circled the man continuously, every once in a while making distance and sending sword waves and thick lightning bolts. And 3 hours later, Damien ran out of steam. He smiled to himself as he thought of the improvements he'd made in the past 4 hours. Although the man didn't budge from his spot, the pressure of knowing his target could kill him at any time had pushed him forward. Frankly, Damien missed this feeling of death looming over his head. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "All right, now that that's over, how about we see if you can survive this one attack of mine?" Damien, in his excitement, had forgotten that the man was a living being and not a training dummy. When he looked up, the man was still standing calmly. However, the winds in the area had begun whipping violently. At first, he thought the man was a wind affinity user, but looking at the sky, he realized his mistake. Similar to the scene he had seen at Thunder Mountain, volatile black clouds rumbled in the air. The lightning within those clouds, however, was much worse than those of Thunder Mountain. In addition, it was also crimson in color. The lightning danced wildly before gathering at the spot above Damien's head, and then they sped down to smite him. Damien could feel that if he was struck by that lightning, he'd be severely injured if not dead. Everything seemed to stop as the only things left in the world were Damien and the red lightning that attempted to reap his life. Closing his eyes, Damien breathed in until his lungs couldn't contain any more air. The man stood watching this spectacle with interest. The boy in front of him truly was amusing. He had charged forward without hesitation, even knowing he couldn't beat his opponent. He had used someone exponentially stronger than him as a training dummy, and now in the face of death, he had closed his eyes. The man knew this wasn't the resignation that most people would feel at this moment. Rather, it was preparation for something. He was honestly impressed most by Damien's guts and his will. The thought of battling this boy when he reached the same level managed to make the man's blood boil, something he hadn't felt in many years. He smiled and continued observing, preparing to intervene if anything went wrong, but as the milliseconds ticked by, his brows became increasingly furrowed. Even now, The boy was still inhaling as if to fill his lungs with as much air as he could. From his observation, this boy had space and lightning affinities, so what use would breathing be? However, he didn't have to wait long for his answer. As the lightning reached halfway to Damien, his eyes snapped open, and without missing a beat, he opened his mouth. A huge roar that surpassed any mere beast erupted from the mouth of a human. Even the sound waves produced by this roar were enough to obliterate the environment around Damien. The ground shattered and caved, the trees flew in all directions, and the lush grass that covered the ground was reduced to ashes. Out of Damien's mouth came a beam of black light that had the thickness of a small tree trunk. Different from his usual breath that was more like a spatial storm, this one was a beam of destruction. There was no distinction between lightning and space as they melded and fused into something greater. However, Damien was unaware of this. In his last-ditch attempt to survive, he had used up every last bit of mana he had in his system and ended up passing out on his feet. Two beams met in the sky, and the world was painted black and red. From the sky to the clouds was a massive lightning storm that could rip even a peak third-class being to shreds in an instant. And from the ground up? Pure destruction. The blackness was thick enough to block all of one's senses, and space had completely shattered into pieces. The broken trees and ground in the surroundings had already been banished to the void as black lightning wantonly shot through the air and sundered everything that still existed, creating countless massive craters. If one saw this scene, one would truly believe the world was ending. The man had long since grabbed Damien and escaped from the area of the collision. Although he could survive, he wasn't sure he could say the same for Damien. A few kilometers away, on top of a mountain peak, he stood and admired the chaos they had caused. Shifting his gaze to Damien, he couldn't help but admire the kid. He knew that the attack he had released was subconsciously put together, but whatever that power was, it was extremely dangerous. Even if he had lowered the intensity of the lightning to the peak of third class, it wasn't something a second class should ever completely block. He had at most expected Damien to offset some of the damage before he had to step in and save him. He smiled to himself once more. Interesting. Interesting indeed. The kid's destructive power is great, but he has plenty to improve on. Haha, I'm excited to see the looks on those elders' faces when I'm finished with him. Deciding to keep up his identity as a mysterious senior, the man chose to leave while Damien was still unconscious. But before he did, he left a circular golden-black token on Damien's chest along with a small note made with his mana. Kid, if you ever want to use that spatial training ground at the academy, take this token to the disciplinary building and hand it to the elder there. Next time we meet, we'll have some more fun. Chapter 44. Token 1. By the time Damien woke up, the sun had already set. His eyes fluttered open, and he realized he was resting on Zara, who had returned a few hours ago, rather than collapsed on the floor. He learned from Zara that she had returned to the spot he was training after she finished her hunt, only to find pure devastation. Luckily, they had their link. Through this, Zara was able to locate Damien before her panic set in and also feel that he was safe. As she recounted the events on her side, Damien smiled wryly. The moments before he fainted started replaying in his head. For the first time in almost 3 years, he had been completely and utterly defeated. There wasn't even a chance for him to win. He had truly been humbled by the experience. Recently, he had begun slightly looking down on this world, as the only person he'd met who could match him even slightly was Catherine, but today proved to him that there were many hidden masters around the world. Only after ruminating over this point for a while did Damien realize the slight weight on his chest. Grabbing the object, Damien found the token and note that was left for him. His eyes slowly widened as he read its contents. No wonder that old man took an interest in me. It turns out he's one of the higher-ups in the academy. Who would have thought that the elders would have such power? His wry smile grew as he put on a set of clothes and hopped on Zara's back. As they took off, they flew over the site of Damien's last battle, leaving him extremely shocked. When Zara had said devastation, he thought she meant the gashes and craters from his assault, but he was sorely mistaken. The whole area was like a wasteland where life couldn't grow anymore and craters littered the cracked earth. The living greenery only existed over a kilometer away from the crux of the battle. What the hell happened here? Because I for sure didn't cause this. Damien remembered the final lightning attack the old man had sent at him, but his memory blacked out after that. Did I pass out and force him to save me from his attack? If he caused all this destruction on his own, how strong is he really? But he truly couldn't be mad at the old man's appearance. Even if he was slightly humbled, he improved immensely through the fight, if it could even be called that. He was much closer to the fluidity he had been seeking, and he even felt that he had slightly touched on something greater. However, no matter how much he tried to remember what that something was, he couldn't. Slowly but surely, Damien and Zara reached their abode in the academy. What greeted them was the yelling of a certain girl. "Hey, where have you been for the past 4 weeks? I've been looking all over for you." Once again, Damien was forced to smile wryly. The original plan was to be back in a week, but both he and Zara had gotten too into their training and forgotten the flow of time. "Yeah, sorry about that. We were out training." "So, how does the little princess want us to compensate her?" Damien teased. Catherine blushed at his form of address, but knew he wasn't serious. "Humph. You owe me dinner and conversation for the next week. If you skimp me on this, I might just move in and annoy you to death." Damien shook his head. This girl seemed intent on intruding on his property no matter what. Even in that short amount of time they'd met each other before they went their separate ways to train, she had forced him to give her his address. Walking into the house with Catherine and Zara, Damien immediately plopped down on the couch. Fine, you can do whatever you want, but if you want to eat here, you're cooking." "I don't have that kind of skill." Catherine rolled her eyes, but still went to the kitchen. She had been trained in various arts by her family, not just in combat. Her cooking skills were excellent. As she started cooking, Damien decided to rant about the encounter he had while training. "You wouldn't believe what happened to me earlier. I actually got beat up by some random old man who's apparently from the academy. He just showed up out of nowhere and started beating me up." Catherine's eyes widened. Someone capable of beating Damien up had to be immensely strong. However, she didn't voice this opinion as she had already gotten a taste of his shamelessness earlier. "So Mr. Perfect finally got his ass handed to him, huh? How's it feel? You gonna cry?" "Why would I cry?" Damien responded with a grin. "That old man gave me access to the spatial training ground as a reward. Even that crazy guy thinks I'm awesome, see?" Damien pulled out the token he had been given and waved it in her face to brag. Although he'd been humbled, change wasn't something that happened in an instant. Besides, shamelessness was a personality trait he possessed even before his fall. It was ingrained in his bones. Rolling her eyes, Catherine looked up at the token Damien was holding before her eyes widened in shock, and she dropped the knife she was holding. Why, you bastard? Tell me right now, what did that old man look like?" Damien was confused by the sudden change in her behavior, but obediently described the man's appearance. He was a middle-aged man with purple hair and red eyes. His build was kinda big, but he obviously can't compare to me. Also, he used red lightning to attack. You should have seen his magic power. It seriously looked like a sea of blood. The more he talked, the more shocked Catherine became. She knew the identity of the man Damien had met, but decided not to tell him. It'd be fun to see how he reacts when he finds out. He must be a pretty high-ranking elder then. Those tokens aren't something just anyone can give out. Catherine lied with a straight face. She then continued cooking as if nothing happened as the two continued to banter and talk about various subjects. Soon, the food was ready. Arriving at the table, Damien was genuinely surprised. It was beast meat and something that looked like rice with assorted vegetables. A simple but refined meal. Taking his first bite, he almost melted on the spot. "Wow! You weren't kidding about your cooking skills. This is wifey-level skill right here for sure. Someone needs to wife you up ASAP." Damien sang his praises before quickly adding, "Not me though." Catherine was happy with his praise and even slightly blushed at the talk of wifing her up, but hearing the last part of this sentence, her mood immediately fell. Humph. Guess someone never wants to eat my cooking again. Zara, you come here. It's all us girls now since a certain someone wants to be cheeky. Smirking at Damien, Zara pranced over to Catherine before getting comfortable at her side. Damien's mouth was agape seeing the scene. Why is Zara walking like a pretentious anime girl? Wait, since when did she even learn how to walk like that? Is this the so-called girl power that even spans the racial and communication barriers to team up against unsuspecting men like me? Quickly realizing that he'd get nowhere if he didn't correct himself, Damien hurriedly responded. Okay, fine. I would love to marry you, oh beautiful Catherine. Now continue making me food, okay? Naturally, the food was his main objective. It was too good for him to be forced to stop eating it for such a small mistake. Good that you know. Oh, by the way, I don't want to marry you so you can keep all that talk to yourself, Catherine said with a smirk. Damien was endlessly sighing in his heart. If she didn't care in the first place, why did she have to bring it up? He guessed that this was an irrational woman thing that he'd never understand, only to pause his train of thought as two murderous glares landed on him. Cold sweat drenched his body. Devils. They're truly devils who can read my mind. The whole situation was so bizarre to him, who was terrible at social contact, that he forgot that one of them could genuinely read his mind. After that stunt, their dinner continued with more laughing and joking before Catherine left back to her abode. Before departing, though, she had also left him a message. You should head over to the disciplinary building with that token right away. Something tells me that there'll be an interesting surprise waiting for you there. Damien was put off by the suspicious and sly smile on her face, but decided to heed her advice. He had an inkling of her status, so if she was saying it'd be a surprise, it'd definitely be worth it. Since he had already gotten ample rest after he passed out, Damien couldn't sleep. He decided to ruminate over his gains from the past 4 weeks before heading over with the token in the morning. Sigh. What does that old man have planned for me this time? Chapter 45. Token 2. The disciplinary building was only 5 minutes from the pyramid containing the training grounds, so Damien didn't have any problem locating it. This building was a normal rectangular 2-story building attached to a separate smaller building that seemed to be a prison of some sort. Entering the building, Damien was faced with many students of all ages walking around and doing their jobs. A few were even dealing with other students who seemed to have been brought in due to violations. Damien quizzically watched these activities and mentally compared them to police stations back on Earth. The processes were mainly the same, only the disciplinary officers in the academy had much more prestige than cops. Keeping order in the academy was a job that could get you a continuous supply of premium points, so it was naturally sought after by many. But there were strict criteria and evaluations necessary before one could be accepted, leading it to be extremely desired by the students. Admission trials for the officer position officially ended a week ago, so there's no need to look around. A strict feminine voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Damien looked over and saw a tall blonde girl with green eyes looking at him with annoyance. HM? I don't want any position here. Anyway, where's the elder that runs this place? I was told to come see him. He responded, ignoring her irritated tone. Hearing his request, the girl's expression shifted to disdain. If you were planning to lie, then at least come up with a better one. Everyone knows that Elder Blanc is a woman. Damien shrugged. I want to see her then. Is that better? This further infuriated the girl. This is the disciplinary office. No random hobo off the side of the street can come here and act as they please. Leave now before I use force. Damien rolled his eyes. What's with the cultivation novel scenarios I keep getting myself into? Isn't this supposed to be a fantasy world? He had no intention to go through a whole misunderstanding and face-slapping situation, so he just stopped bickering and pulled out the token he was given. Here, take this and quit your yapping. Seeing something fly at her, the girl was about to attack, but stopped when she noticed what it was. Carefully catching the token, she observed it as carefully as she could. It was an intricately carved circular token filled with black and gold colors. On its surface was an image of a 9-headed serpent, a hydra. Seeing this, the girl stopped in her tracks. Where did you get this? She asked in a shaky voice. I fought an old man, and he gave it to me afterward with a note telling me to come see an elder here. Now do you believe me, or does this have to get annoying? The girl quickly shook her head. No matter how much she wanted to claim that the token was fake so she could cause problems for the annoying guy in front of her, she couldn't. There was a limited amount of these tokens forged in the first place, and although people had attempted to forge them, there was a secret mana signature embedded in each true token that proved its authenticity. Her face flushed in shame. The girl quickly ran to the second floor of the building, seemingly going to grab the elder. With the authenticity of the token proven, she couldn't mess with Damien anymore unless she wanted to get expelled from the disciplinary squad or worse, the academy itself. On the second floor, the girl ran to a certain door and knocked furiously. Come in. Gaining permission, the girl entered the room with shaky hands. Upon entering, she saw a beautiful middle-aged woman with black hair and cold blue eyes leaning over a desk. Although this woman could be said to look older, she had in no way lost her beauty. She had a figure that could make countless men fall for her with a single glance. This was the disciplinary head, Elder Rosary Blanc. Seeing who entered the room, her gaze softened slightly. What is it, little Lana? Was there a problem that you couldn't solve on your own? Lana slightly nodded before shaking her head. Even after many years, she was still infatuated with the elder's appearance. The fact that she always treated Lana like a big sister or mother rather than an elder only worsened her condition. Elder, there is indeed a case I can't handle, but it isn't anything from the disciplinary squad. Take a look at this, Lana said as she handed over the token. Inspecting the item in her hands, the elder's eyes widened in shock. This is... Lana nodded, still holding some shock many minutes after realizing the identity of the token. The elder sighed and shook her head as she stood up. All right, take me to whoever brought this in. Although she was outwardly calm, she was brimming with questions internally. What the hell is that old fogey doing? Damien spent 10 minutes enduring various gazes that landed on him curiously. It had to be known that Lana was both the most important member of their squad and the strongest. For someone to make her behave like that, they must be interesting. Only after what felt like hours of silence did Damien hear footsteps coming from the staircase. This was Lana and Elder Blanc. Arriving in front of Damien, the elder looked him up and down. Besides his above-average looks, she couldn't see anything special about him. So, how did you end up getting your hands on this token? Once again, Damien repeated the story of how he was beaten up by an old man and woke up with the token and the note on his body. Elder Blanc shook her head in exasperation. That damn fogey is always doing eccentric things. Anyway, we can't do anything for you in this case. This is just one of that old man's games. Damien raised his brow at this. If they couldn't do anything for him, then why was he even here? Sensing his confusion, Elder Blanc continued speaking. I'll explain. Our disciplinary squad is one of the only places where the authenticity of this token can be verified, so he probably sent you here for that. As for finding him, your best bet is the mountain in the distance behind the academy. Damien knew which mountain she was referring to. It was larger than even Thunder Mountain that he had trained at and was located only a slight distance from the academy. He didn't know its name yet, but he had already figured it held some importance. That mountain is probably full of traps and other annoyances that you'll have to pass through before you can reach him. That old man loves to think of himself as mysterious and go around testing people, so good luck with whatever it is you plan to do from here on out. Damien thanked the elder before turning to leave, only to remember something he'd forgotten for a while. *T. I haven't been to class in like a month. Hearing his exclamation, the elder shook her head. They're truly alike. That old fogey also had this indifferent to anything but training mentality back then. No wonder he took a liking to this kid. Waving her hand, she addressed him. It's fine, kid. Just go meet with that old fogey and make him teach you. I'll have someone contact your teacher and notify them. Just tell me your name first. Damien Void, he replied. The elder nodded before heading back to her study. Receiving that affirmation, Damien once again said his thanks before leaving. Back in her office, the elder looked through the new student roster to find Damien's name. Damien Void? What? Finding his name, the elder leapt up in shock. Age 19, level 75, spatial and lightning affinity. That old bastard. He knew I'd only check the books after everything was done. He fooled me again. Just like the rest of the elders, she was looking for people to sponsor or train for the Nexus event so she could gain some benefits, and Damien had been one of the candidates on her list. Spatial affinity was incredibly rare, and he was also an immense talent, making him someone many elders were paying attention to. Unfortunately for her, her favorite student Lana was already past the 40-year age limit, so she couldn't participate. So the old bastard is also participating this year. And if it's that kid, I wonder if the rest of us stand a chance. Flipping through the rest of the pages of the roster, Elder Blanc found something interesting. Oh! Another promising seedling. Looks like I'll have to place my bets on her. The page she was looking at had a picture of a slightly above-average girl with black hair and brown eyes. Catherine Hart, age 21, level 85, wind and illusion affinity. Chapter 46, Circuits 1. Since it was relatively close, it took less than a day for Damien to reach the mountain. It looked to be close to a full 10,000 meters in height, leaving Damien stunned by its magnificence. It didn't have the same rumbling sky or cracked surface as Thunder Mountain did, rather this one was a true natural beauty. The entire mountainside was filled with lush trees and various beautiful flowers. When he spread his awareness, Damien could sense many beasts cohabitating its surface as well. And unlike the scenes in the dungeon, these beasts didn't constantly feed on each other for growth. There were even a few species that seemed to be herbivorous, without the need or desire for meat. It was a clear day, so Damien could see up to the peak of the mountain, which was capped in snow, giving off a beautiful contrast with the vibrant colors that led up to it. Damien thought this environment gave off a feeling of bliss. No endless fight on the path to strength, no burdens or worries, and no pressure. However, this type of life didn't appeal to him. He loved gaining strength, he loved pressure that stimulated his growth, and although he didn't love burdens, he knew they were inevitable if one had even a single person or thing they cared about. In reality, everything besides oneself could be considered a burden on this long and arduous path, and it was normal for many people to forsake everything for the sake of strength. Some people even choose to be so cold-hearted that their own families become nothing more than pawns to fit their needs. Damien knew he had the chance to take this path if he truly wanted to, but he didn't have any desire to become like this. He liked his human side, his sometimes volatile emotions, and the bonds he had with the select few people he was close with. He agreed that others could become burdens for him, and he even understood that from a certain perspective, his own mother who was bedridden could be considered a burden, but he didn't care. He had a taste of the endless cycle of blood that came from being alone, the feral and primal nature that one would begin to develop. He had no interest in that. If he wanted to do that, then that day he would have forsaken his humanity and devoured Zara rather than saving her. Shaking his head, Damien snapped out of his thoughts. Now wasn't the time for introspection. He gazed up the mountain and thought to himself, if I'm being honest, I could spam teleport and make it to the peak in a few seconds, but I doubt that's what that old man wants. It had only been 2 days, and he was already tired of playing the old man's games, but he decided that he'd concede with this one last challenge. Without further ado, Damien began rushing up the mountain. And indeed, just as Elder Blanc had suspected, there were countless traps set up along the way. Some were stupid traps that could only kill mortals, such as a swinging tree trunk, but some were even slightly dangerous to him. There was a pit full of third-class vipers that he almost fell into, mechanisms that suppressed his spatial ability and forced him to narrowly dodge razor-sharp blades with his bare body, and many other traps. This old man seriously has a wild imagination. Damien kept climbing without stopping as he evaded trap after trap. Surprisingly, no beasts attacked him besides those within the traps. It seemed that there was some sort of order among them. Even the ones that looked desperate to eat him begrudgingly turned away as he continued his climb. and by the time night fell, Damien reached the snow-covered peak. There, he saw a familiar middle-aged man staring into the distance with his back facing Damien as if to come off as more mysterious. Knowing that this was the old man's quirk, he didn't pay attention to it, instead opting to sit down and recover his mana. When Damien closed his eyes, the man took a peek behind him and witnessed Damien completely ignoring him. He was disgruntled, but didn't bother the kid as he recovered his mana. Half an hour later, Damien's eyes began to open, and the man returned to his original pose of gazing into the distance. "Old man, there's no need to act so mysteriously with me. That elder already told me about your antics." The man's shoulders twitched a bit when he heard this, and he reluctantly turned around. "That damn witch. Looks like I need to teach her a lesson when I get back." Noticing Damien's deadpan gaze, the man quickly changed the subject. "Come. I guess now is the time for formal introductions. My name is Malcolm Gray, and I am the headmaster of Zenith Academy. And I want you, Damien Void, to be my student." The air of an expert radiated from Malcolm as he revealed his status, waiting to see the shock on Damien's face. However, Damien's gaze was still deadpan. "Okay, now what?" Malcolm's brows twitched. "Kid, don't you get it? The headmaster of the whole academy wants to take you as a student. Aren't you supposed to be like, wow, what an opportunity, or something?" Damien's dead fish gaze intensified. "Old man, I figured you were the headmaster after the reactions of everyone I showed the token to. It isn't that hard. Also, why would I be surprised about you wanting to train me? You literally made it so obvious with all the testing and mysteriousness. So, let's just get on with the actual training part." The twitch in Malcolm's brow became even more pronounced. Not only was the kid being so blunt that it slightly damaged his ego, he even had the nerve to keep calling him old man, even though he's known his status since the beginning. Sighing at the fact that he couldn't keep his cool image, Malcolm's eyes turned serious and his whole aura shifted. "Very well, since you want to learn then let's start immediately. Your sword art seems to be original, and you've already found a path, so I won't say anything about it. The same goes for your spatial affinity. I can teach you about lightning, but that'll be secondary." Damien felt his pride swell hearing all the praise he was getting, but he was soon brought back to reality. The most important thing is your mana control. Frankly, it's sh*T. Completely garbage for someone your age. Even little 5-year-old children can easily wield mana better than you without even trying. I saw during our first fight that you have immense reserves of mana, but you still ran out within only a couple of hours. Truly, you should be ashamed of yourself. Damien was too stunned to speak. Since he had begun his climb in strength, he had never received such a harsh rating of his abilities. He fought a third class and succeeded in killing him, begetting praise. His level was insane for his age, begetting praise. Not once had someone insulted or berated him since he had left Earth. He was about to retort and get angry at the old man, but he stopped himself and thought about the words he had heard. The more he thought, the more he realized the truth in those words. Damien had put all his focus on his sword art and his affinities. Not once had he ever focused on mana control. He had always used mana however he pleased without any rhyme or reason to it. In the first place, the structure of his mana control was based on how it had been utilized by the feral version of him when he had been taken over by his bestial instinct. How could a feral beast with barely any conscious thought be able to compare to an intelligent being? Beasts above second class had already started developing intelligence, so even they probably had better mana control than him. His eyes hardened as he realized this. I truly got too conceited recently. If nobody had said anything, I probably wouldn't have corrected it before it turned into a habit I can't change. Malcolm had been watching Damien this whole time, seeing how he'd react to his harsh words. In fact, he had made sure to make his words more taunting specifically to test Damien's reaction. At first, he was disappointed seeing Damien get angry. But as he continued to watch Damien fall into thought and saw his eyes harden as he realized the truth, Malcolm became appreciative. This kid was truly worthy to become his disciple. Pride is normal and was bred within almost every life form as they gained strength. With all the hard work most people put into their strength, how could they not hold immense pride over their achievements? The main issue was knowing when pride turned into arrogance and fixing the issue before it stabbed them in the back. Seeing Damien look up at him, Malcolm smiled. Good. It seems you've realized the truth of the matter. Let me reintroduce myself then. My name is Malcolm Gray, a 4th class and the only person in the human domain who has reached the saint level in mana control. Are you willing to accept me as your teacher? This time, Damien's eyes truly did widen in shock. The quirky old man in front of him was actually a 4th class and someone who reached saint level to boot. This level was seen as a legend by many people in the world, but someone who had reached it was standing before him. His decision didn't even take a second. Bowing his head, Damien repeated a line he'd read countless times in novels. Damien greets his new teacher. Malcolm's smile grew even wider. Good. Now, let's start our training to make you unstoppable in the Nexus event. The first and most important priority? Mana Circuits. Chapter 47, Circuits 2. Mana Circuits. According to Malcolm, mana circuit was a term used to broadly define the pathways and methods people used to wield their mana. Since everyone's body was different and everyone had different specializations, there were many different iterations of mana circuits created through the years. Many important clans and powers within the world have their own methods for structuring mana circuits that have been passed down through the generations, highlighting their strengths. However, there were also generalized methods for their creation as well. Even the common populace could easily get their hands on these, which was why Malcolm was surprised at Damien's terrible usage of mana. The purpose of mana circuits was to act as both a pathway for mana, similar to meridians in cultivation novels, as well as to optimize and amplify its power. The structure of the mana circuit of someone who's specialized in defense would mirror that, while the same went for offense and support. Malcolm continued to talk about the history of mana circuits, which dated back thousands of years. By the end of the spontaneous lecture he was given, Damien truly felt enlightened. To think there were so many different ways to utilize mana. Damien felt like an idiot for never trying to learn about this. There weren't books on it within Kurt's subspace in the dungeon either, making him believe that this specific knowledge was kept elsewhere. Now that you have all the general information, your job is to create your own mana circuit. After seeing your talent the other day, I'm sure you can do it. My mana circuits were built using the volatile nature of lightning as its base, but yours needs to be different. Malcolm hadn't been idly standing by when Damien was climbing the mountain. He had been carefully watching to see how Damien dealt with every situation. It's clear to me that lightning isn't something that you particularly focus on, only using its destructive power occasionally. So, you need to either structure your mana circuits based on your spatial affinity or do something new. The choice is up to you. Damien fell into thought. Although my spatial affinity is definitely my strongest power and will most likely remain that way in the future, it's not all I have. Although it was faint, Damien still remembered the feeling he had that he touched upon something greater. While he didn't know exactly what it was, he knew that he couldn't close off the doors that led to that possible future. Naturally, as your teacher, I won't force you to start and continue the process without any guidance. While most of the work will be done by you, I'll give you a starting point and help you if you ever come across roadblocks in your path. Listening to Malcolm, Damien smiled. A teacher that didn't restrict him and instead chose to subtly guide his path was exactly what he needed. Seeing the fire that was growing in Damien's eyes, Malcolm continued. I suggest you start by feeling the structure of your internal body. This can be a great basis to create your circuit. And finally, he decided to end his speech. The body itself is a huge interconnected system that keeps you functioning, and mana circuits are very similar to veins and arteries. That's it for me. Inject some mana into that token if you ever need to contact me. With that, Malcolm vanished. Damien didn't even realize this, though, as he continued ruminating over the new information he had gained. Although the concept of mana circuits was extremely different, Damien knew that his own method would be vastly different from the denizens of this world. After all, he wasn't a native here. He had Earth's specialty from before mana erupted, science. Mana technology and previously modern science were leagues apart in both functionality and methodology. Since mana was a mysterious energy that could break the laws of physics, it made many new things possible. However, precisely because it was constrained and limited by the laws of physics, modern science was full of great ideas and the ingeniousness of mankind. Many things were already theorized using science that became easily applicable due to mana. Like this, Damien decided to make his mana circuits function more algorithmically. He would create an intricate system within his body that boosted his efficiency and output manifold. He only had 5 months to design and implement the system. He decided that he would put any development into his abilities on hold and focus wholeheartedly on this task. Other than his daily practice to make sure his skills don't rust, he wouldn't do anything else. He spent the next week on the mountain peak, sitting unmoving as he studied the structure of his internal body. He had done this once before, but only for a single arm. This time, he focused on everything. The rate at which his heart pumped blood and the movements of that blood through his veins and arteries to create a sort of feedback loop, the flexing of his muscles that caused various tendons and ligaments to move as his bones followed suit. Even the response of neurons sent to and from his brain down his spinal cord that facilitated his control over his body. Damien put his whole focus onto these processes to the point that he no longer felt the flow of time around him. He also pondered on various examples of mana circuits he had read about to see if they had any use in real-life scenarios. He wasn't a big science fanatic back on Earth, so he wasn't familiar with too many theories that could help him, but he had the basic knowledge to use as a basis. His ambition for his mana circuits was as grand as can be. Maybe not within these 5 months, but sometime in the future, he wanted his mana circuits to act as a perpetual motion system. If his idea succeeded, he'd, in theory, gain access to a nigh-infinite supply of magic power. The debut release occurred at NOV3L, Bin. However, whether through mana or science, perpetual motion has never been achieved. Nothing could continue moving indefinitely when it was drawing from a finite power source. Even celestial bodies, which seem to rotate and move infinitely, do not truly achieve perpetual motion. Many forces disrupt their flow of kinetic energy, such as solar winds, gravitational and thermal radiation, etc. To even gain a possibility of achieving the wild dream of infinite mana, Damien needed to create a mana circuit that could constantly evolve. Evolve. The word brought back memories of his first evolution after killing that first-class wolf. What was it that allowed me to evolve at that time? Although I believe in my will and tenacity, it wouldn't be enough to grant me a perfect evolution. No, it was my void physique that allowed that. His void physique had always been a mystery to him. It devoured energy like a black hole, but also fed him energy whenever he evolved. He had even begun to muse that his devour skill might be a product of his physique. He had never truly studied his physique in depth, and the reason was that its actual location was unknown to him. This problem might sound stupid, as physiques were essentially one's body, but Damien's was different. He could always feel a faint connection to what he assumed to be his void physique, and it was always superimposed on his body, yet not existing within it. It was confusing even for him, as if its true existence was in a separate dimension or something. Still, he determined that his physique was the beginning of the path he needed to take to reach his insane goal. So, he put his all into attempting to study it. Another week passed without any progress. Damien was starting to get frustrated. He had never experienced failure in his training, only slight setbacks that he could overcome with time. This time, he hadn't even been able to find an inkling of a path forward. But he wasn't going to quit now. He had seen a vision of the insane power he could grant himself in the far future if he succeeded here, and he wasn't going to let it go easily. If he couldn't reach his void physique directly, he'd simply need to study his devour skill first, since he suspected that they were linked. The devour skill was the method his physique utilized to help him evolve. This was his conjecture. And as he spent his time studying it, he knew he was correct. The devour skill was mysterious in just how greatly it could optimize the usage of energy he devoured, and this was specifically the concept he was focusing on. optimizing the energy, amplifying its effect, and evolving when a better option was presented. Damien had finally found a clue. He had to build a true physical construct within his body that could be evolved, enhanced, and tweaked as he pleased. Rather than an ethereal path to carry his mana, he decided to change his body structure. For the first step, he took an idea he had seen used countless times, a mana core. Although it wouldn't be cultivated the same way, the concept was similar. However, he had no interest in wantonly experimenting with his body and accidentally injuring himself. He first drew his magic power out of his body and began compressing it. He used his spatial affinity to aid this compression as he gushed out mana into a ball on his palm. The sphere shrunk as its power grew, but it looked more like an attack than something that would become corporeal. He then decided to revolve the ball of mana as it was compressed, hoping that this would also aid the process. And aid it did. The ball became smaller and smaller as the mana that composed it started liquefying. And by the time he had used up half of his mana capacity, all that was left on his palm was a small amethyst marble that he could pick up and move as he pleased. It was pure solidified mana. After half a month, he had taken the first step forward towards his grand ambition. Chapter 48, Circuits, 3. Another half a month passed as Damien moved to ponder the structure of his mana circuits. Mana circuits were ethereal but still tethered to the body. If he wanted to design an intricate circuit, he needed to plan it well. Being interlinked with the body means that any small injury could disrupt his entire circuit. It was the same idea as removing a small cog from a huge machine and causing its downfall. To solve this problem, Damien decided to design his circuits in quadrants pertaining to specific areas of his body. This way, if his arm ended up getting severed, the overall system would only slightly weaken, rather than shutting down. This was solely for the ethereal aspect of his mana circuits. The corporeal structure that he was creating was different and didn't possess the same flaw. It was essentially a new body part and would qualify to regenerate through his skill, so he didn't need to worry about it. Damien had done many experiments over the past half a month on how he should structure the physical aspect of his circuits, and he had finally decided. The mana core he had created would be placed in the center of his chest, essentially becoming a second heart, and he would form veins that scaled his entire body connecting to that heart. He also decided that a set of meridians were necessary to facilitate the flow and blockage of energy. These would be smaller variants of his mana core that carried only a portion of its functions. The creation of this corporeal system would be a long and grueling process, and he didn't even have enough mana to complete what he had now termed as his mana heart, so he once again tried something new. Rather than devouring corpses, he targeted his skill at the atmospheric mana around him. Surprisingly, it worked. He couldn't increase his mana capacity this way, but refilling his tank at a rapid pace was child's play. Luckily, he would be able to move around fine during the process and wouldn't have to complete it all in one go. After all, his mana circuits wouldn't have negative effects on his internals even while they were incomplete, as their functionality would be null until he completed their ethereal counterpart. The final thing he had to decide was the basis of his ethereal circuits. It would be most logical at this point for Damien to optimize them towards his spatial affinity, but he opted against that. He didn't want to be limited to just that much. However, he couldn't make circuits that accepted everything, as it would limit his potential due to having too much freedom. Instead, he decided to keep it broad but not too expansive. He wanted his mana circuits to focus on destructive power. He decided to block off all routes he had towards external healing and more positive powers. Naturally, this wouldn't disallow his own regeneration and similar skills, but he wouldn't be able to utilize such practices on others. During the month that had passed since Damien began, Malcolm had visited weekly to track his progress. However, every time he came, Damien was deep in thought and didn't even notice his presence. What surprised Malcolm was that Damien hadn't even started construction of his mana circuits yet. For a genius like him, it should be easy, so Malcolm figured that Damien was aiming for something greater. He naturally supported this, but he hoped that Damien wouldn't try to do too much and end up failing. There were only 4 months left until the Nexus event officially began, so Malcolm once again decided to check on Damien. Reaching the mountain peak, he saw Damien standing up and playing with an amethyst marble. This was the first time Malcolm had seen a change in Damien, so he was pleasantly surprised. Sensing something peculiar about the marble, Malcolm analyzed it, only to be shocked by what he found. The marble was made up of pure crystallized mana, something he didn't expect to see from someone who was working on mana circuits. Damien, what are you planning to do with that? Malcolm was a bit suspicious since that marble had the potential to be used as a bomb, but Damien's answer left him even more surprised. Old man, you're back. This is nothing, just a slight experiment I did while I was contemplating the mana circuits I'm going to make. I have the base idea down now. All I need to do is implement it. Hearing this, Malcolm decided not to ask too many questions. Damien's choice was his alone, and as long as he didn't plan to use those mana beads as weapons, he didn't care. All right then. You have 4 months left until the start of the event, so make sure not to waste too much time. Malcolm was about to leave once again when Damien stopped him. Take me with you this time, old man. I'm going to take a little break before I start for real. Malcolm nodded. It wasn't a bad thing to take rest every once in a while, especially during a big project like Damien's. Damien only felt his shoulder be grabbed before the wind started whooshing around him. The next thing he knew, he was back at the academy. Bidding farewell to Malcolm, Damien headed back to his abode where he was once again greeted by Catherine. Since the last time they had met, she decided that she'd stay at his house. She claimed that the dorm she was staying in was too stuffy compared to it. He would usually be against it, but he honestly doesn't stay at the house much and Zara seemed to enjoy her company, so he agreed. Speaking of Zara, she hadn't been with Damien since he left for the mountain. He told her to stay home when he left and realizing that he'd be at the peak for a while, he told her to hunt and increase her strength. He'd only be back for a day, so he decided he wouldn't disturb her training. Once again, Damien plopped down on the couch as Catherine went to the kitchen to make food. If anyone else saw them, they'd think the two were dating, but the two of them were too oblivious to even make the connection. You could have told me that old man was the headmaster, you know. I mean, I guessed it easily, but still. Catherine giggled in response. Well, I thought it'd be more fun to surprise you. Oh yeah, did he take you as his student? Damien rolled his eyes. Yeah, the old man is helping me fix some things that I was being stupid on. What about you? With your talent, there has to be an elder who wanted to teach you. Catherine smiled. Yep, it was one of the Grand Elders too. Her name is Elder Monique and she specializes in illusion affinity as well. Hehe, I can't wait to beat you up in the tournament. Sure, you'll be the one beating me up. You have to be careful though, if you lose I might just have to spank your butt as punishment. Damien replied with a sly smile. Shameless. Catherine muttered as a rosy blush covered her face. The two continued chatting as they ate dinner with each other. They were growing closer at an abnormal rate that would be weird by anyone's standards. After all, the two have only had close relations for around 2 months. However, it wasn't surprising. Catherine was a sheltered girl with an adventurous personality that quickly got attached to anything she found interesting. As someone who didn't have many close friends, she gravitated towards Damien often. Damien was similar as well. And him being terrible at talking freely with anyone besides her, he also gravitated towards her. The two had a slight amount of codependence, but it wasn't unhealthy. If two people only had each other in the same age range that they could freely speak to and were also extremely similar in their personalities, it'd be weirder if they didn't get close fast. But they were both dense as a lake, so neither had noticed this in the slightest. Night soon fell and the two retired to their rooms. Damien, however, warped back to the mountain peak. It was relatively close, so he didn't need to use too much mana. Talking with Catherine for a few hours honestly made him much more refreshed than sleep did. He didn't know why that was, but just assumed that it came from the synergy between like-minded people. Spending a few hours to recover his mana, Damien ended up falling asleep. He woke up the next morning with a wide smile on his face. There are only 4 months left for the competition to start. If everything does as planned, it'll take 2 months to develop the corporeal system and 2 months to develop the ethereal one. Without waiting, Damien began the process. The first step was the mana heart. Just like he did previously, he gathered mana in a ball shape. Only this time it was at the center of his chest, directly next to his heart. This was a step Damien needed to take extra care with. He gently used his spatial affinity to compress the swirling ball of mana in his chest. As time passes, the ball became smaller and smaller, and at this time Damien started devouring the atmospheric mana. Rather than a marble, he wanted his mana heart to be at least the size of a golf ball. The mana kept compressing as even more mana was added to it, creating a semi-liquefied ball whose mass kept increasing. He lost track of time and even of the functions of his body as his sole focus was compressing his mana heart. Mana roared and his body protested the foreign mass that had intruded on its structure, but Damien didn't care. He had already run many simulations and figured out the perfect positioning for each piece of his new organ. The strain was only present due to the large portions of mana that were still being liquefied. Damien continued like this for an entire day and a half. Every time his mana capacity lowered, it was regenerated by the ambient mana he devoured, and this mana went directly into his mana heart. By the end of the second day, Damien fell to the floor exhausted. His consciousness started fading due to the intense concentration and mana depletion he had felt over the past 2 days, but he held a wide smile on his face. Within his chest, he could feel it. Although it didn't beat or pump anything, he could feel a second baseball-sized heart made entirely of mana, just waiting for him to give it function. Chapter 49. Prelude 1. The next 4 months passed without any unexpected scenarios. In the time Damien wasn't training either by creating his mana circuits or getting lectured about lightning by Malcolm, he was constantly with Catherine. They made a point to at least have dinner together every night, having idle conversation about their days and what they were doing with their respective teachers. Naturally, they left out the most important details so they could surprise each other when they actually fought, but everything else was shared. When Catherine heard that Damien had never heard of mana circuits until Malcolm explained it to him, she almost fell out of her chair laughing. Inwardly, however, she became even more curious about his identity. Not having a method to create them was natural, but not knowing of their existence in general was mysterious. No matter how many topics they spoke about throughout the past few months, his past was never one of them. The two had grown much closer over this period of time. Especially with them essentially becoming roommates, they spoke to each other constantly. Sometimes they would get close enough for even they themselves to suspect their relationship before awkwardly brushing it off. Neither of them dared to bring up the topic. They had only known each other for around 6 months in total, which was hypothetically more than enough time for something to develop, but with neither of them saying anything, their relationship slowly became filled with palpable tension. This tension wasn't bad, though. They just had moments where they would become awkward around each other and act like normal teenagers, blushing and unable to make eye contact. His relationship with Catherine wasn't even close to the only thing he had improved over the past 4 months. His control over lightning had seen a drastic rise after he gained an expert like Malcolm as a teacher. He even developed a fun ability where he could call down lightning from the sky to smite his opponents, the same one that Malcolm had used on him during their first meeting. Though, the scale was much smaller when Damien used it. The ominous black color of his lightning also carried different properties than Malcolm's crimson kind, making the effects differ. None of these were the greatest improvements, however, as Damien's main focus wasn't there. Rather, it was on his mana circuits. Unlike his original plan, it took almost 3 months to complete the corporeal structure he had created. After his mana heart was finished, he spent 2 months completing the intricate system he built that covered his neck down to his toes. This system was honestly a work of art. Thin purple strands now layered Damien's entire internal body, as rather than a circulatory system as he had originally planned, he structured it more like a nervous system. And nerves were much more intricate than arteries. They snaked through his body, coiling around each other and forming patterns as they filled his body. 8 quadrants made up the system. 1 for each extremity and 4 for his torso alone. He figured that there'd be times when he'd be run through, and he couldn't have the whole upper body portion of his mana circuits be jeopardized by that. Another change he made was his heart. After extensive thought, he connected his physical heart with his mana heart to stabilize the mana circuit's position within his internal body. Now, they had become a true part of him. When his body evolved, they'd evolve along with it, and like Legos, they could be taken apart and put back together as he pleased. The final month he spent on his corporeal circuits was when he made another drastic decision. He decided to link his brain to the system as well, creating a feedback loop that spanned every part of his body. Since he didn't want to end up brain dead, he took 2 weeks studying its functions before even attempting this step. This part was by far the most dangerous, as he had to put his complete focus on every movement he made. That week, he wasn't even able to move an inch from his spot on the mountain. When Damien finished, a faint purple hue seemed to emanate from his skin as his newly created meridians shone. They weren't the same meridians that cultivators had, but he named them like that anyway. And once that was done, Damien began working on the ethereal system. Once the system was finished, it would be anchored to its corporeal counterpart to complete his mana circuits. This process was much easier for him than the previous one. Creating the corporeal circuit was like creating a new body part, altering the base structure of his body. But the ethereal portion was similar to comprehending his affinities. He drew the pathway in his mind and focused on the concept he wanted to imbue in them. He only had to trace the already existing parallel within his body. As he formed these ethereal circuits, his mind wandered to various forms of destruction. Nuclear explosions that instantly incinerated hundreds of thousands of lives, and the nuclear winter that reaped those who survived. The collision of celestial bodies that formed planets and galaxies, and even more complex forms of destruction like mental breakdowns and wrath. All these thoughts of destruction fueled his creation as an ethereal reddish-black construct formed within his body. He started from his lower extremities and worked his way up, purposefully evading his mana heart as he built. And then, on the final day of its creation, he linked the core of his ethereal circuits to his mana heart. In that instant, the world lit up and Damien could swear he heard something akin to a car engine revving. His body emitted a blinding amethyst glow as mana began cycling through the circuits he had set up. Badum. Badum. His mana heart started beating as it pumped mana through every part of his body. Since it was connected to his actual heart, it functioned in a similar fashion. There were also benefits to connecting to his brain. Damien felt euphoria as the mana in his body followed the pathways he created as he flicked a casual bolt of lightning to test his gains. It was instant. Not only was there not even a microsecond of delay between his thoughts and actions, but the power of that simple flick was also enough to drill a small hole into the ground. Damien almost leapt with joy. He honestly couldn't see anyone defeating him now, but he quickly calmed himself by thinking about how Malcolm toyed with him all those months ago. That's right. My strength has been optimized and slightly amplified, but it hasn't been raised an insane amount. I need to keep my wits and not get conceited. And as he brought himself down from his momentary high, another unexpected event took place. A system window popped up in front of his eyes. You have begun pioneering a new realm of mana circuits. Although many have built them in either corporeal or ethereal form, very few have chosen to interconnect both. As your path continues, you might even be able to unlock mysteries pertaining to the soul. Through this monumental achievement, your legends have been enhanced. Your mana circuits have been listed as a new trait. You have been granted the trait, Ananta Matrix. Your legends have been enhanced. Damien's eyes widened. It seemed the system truly was omnipresent. It had even realized the grand intent he had behind the creation of his mana circuits and granted him rewards based on it. He had no idea what the Ananta Matrix was or what it had to do with his mana circuits, but for it to be classified as a trait, it had to be good. All he had to do was continue forward as he always did. As he finished up, Damien got up and stretched. It had been 5 months since he'd last seen Zara, and he was curious what she was up to. During these 5 months, they had communicated constantly through their mental connection, and Damien could feel that Zara's thoughts had become more coherent. Even though she couldn't speak yet, her thoughts were basically complete sentences, rather than the bundles of emotion he had received when they first initiated their pact. The Beast territory wasn't far from the Zenith Academy, as it was situated in a place easily accessible by all races. Damien didn't understand why it was necessary to be close to the Beast domain as well, since beasts without their 4th class couldn't take human form, but he had learned from Malcolm that it was a sign of goodwill. After all, if the Academy was in the center of every race's domain besides the beasts, what kind of message would it give off? Anyway, Zara had traveled to the Beast domain during the first month that Damien had been training and had spent her time there evolving. Although the inner areas of the Beast domain were developed and not much different from human territories, there were plenty of beasts that preferred roaming free and hunting as it was truest to their nature. This was even more so for second-class beasts as their intelligence was still budding. Zara was a special case, and Damien mused it was due to her bloodline that her intelligence had been high enough for her to understand his words when they were mere first classes. Now that their preparation period had ended, Damien called her back. He didn't mind being separated if he was stationary, but with him going to the tournament, he couldn't bear being too far. Zara shared this sentiment. The two had been together through many rough experiences and had forged a bond thicker than even blood. Regardless of anything, if someone asked Damien who the person he was closest to in the world was, it would undoubtedly be Zara. Damien warped back to his house and had his nightly dinner with Catherine as they excitedly talked about various things. However, the topic for today was mainly on the upcoming Nexus event. After all, its start was merely a week away. Chapter 50, Prelude 2. The next morning, Damien and Catherine were summoned by their respective teachers for a meeting. With the Nexus event rapidly approaching, it was time for them to make preparations and leave. The event's location would change every time, and this year it was being held in the human domain. Due to this, they only had to leave now. Most people from the various other domains in the world had already started making their way towards the venue. As they arrived in front of the disciplinary building where they were summoned, they saw 3 other students waiting, 2 girls and a boy. The 5 of them waited in silence for a few minutes before the doors to the building opened. Out of those doors came their teachers. Good. The 5 of you have been officially titled as Supreme Geniuses from our academy and will be representing us in the event, said Malcolm, who was at the forefront of the group. The other 4 quickly bowed to him while Damien simply nodded his head. Malcolm and Damien shared a more casual relationship than most teachers and students since both of them liked to banter and make fun of each other, so Malcolm didn't mind this seemingly disrespectful behavior. All right, I'll do all the explaining on the road. For now, let's leave. Malcolm let out a shrill whistle. Instantly, 2 flying beasts arrived in the sky above the group. One looked awfully similar to a griffin while the other was more reptilian, seemingly a subspecies of wyverns. However, when the group was about to mount the beasts, both beasts entered a slightly panicked state. Their bodies shivered as their heads lowered to the ground. Everyone was flabbergasted until they witnessed a large shadow cover the sky above them. The shadow started changing shape, and in its place stood a wolf the size of a 2-story building with beautiful black wings. Looking down at the other beasts in contempt, the wolf let out a prideful howl. "Awoo!" This caused the 2 beasts to shrink back even further, unable to even move properly due to their fear. Seeing the scene, the group became weary and took battle stances, well, all but 2 of them. Damien and Catherine simply smiled at each other before Damien walked forward. All right, you've made your grand entrance so you can stop now. Can't you see that you're scaring the others? The wolf looked at Damien and snorted, but still came down obediently. Reaching the ground, it shrunk down to the size of a normal human and rushed towards Damien. Damien greeted it with a hug. This wolf was obviously Zara, who had gone through large transformations since Damien had last seen her. Besides her size, the aura she gave off was much more overbearing, and her eyes now held a hint of silver. Damien smiled as he felt Zara's excited emotions. "Yeah, I missed you too, but we have all the time in the world to catch up. For now, let's just get moving, all right?" Looking at the rest of the group that was staring at him, Damien raised his brow. "What? Are we leaving, or are you just going to keep staring at me?" They soon snapped out of their dazes. Out of these people, the only other person who knew of Zara's existence besides him and Catherine was Malcolm. Even if he hadn't seen her when they first met, how could he miss the wolf in Damien's shadow while he was observing him? If he did, wouldn't he be disqualified from being a fourth class? Well, I guess Damien has his own ride, so the rest of us have more space. There were no more disruptions as the group got mounted the other two beasts and took flight. Catherine had unceremoniously climbed atop Zara though, and Zara didn't have problems with this. She and Catherine were very close to the point of being called friends, and so Catherine became the only person other than Damien that Zara would allow on her back. Damien rolled his eyes at this, but said nothing, instead opting to ask Malcolm for information. "Hey, old man, tell us about the Nexus event now that we're already on the way." The other three students were baffled by the fact that Damien called the headmaster so casually, but before any of them could make a fool of themselves, Malcolm responded. "Calm down, brat, I'm getting to it. The Nexus event changes its structure every year, but has a base concept that remains consistent. The first event will always be a comprehension test to weed out those who don't even qualify to be considered above average." Malcolm smiled, seeing the surprised look on the students' faces before continuing. "However, don't be fooled by this. There will still be thousands of people who pass this phase. After that, it's a point-based event. There will be 3 rounds that weed out the competitors until only the top 12 remain. After that is the main event, which is a normal single-elimination tournament." Damien felt his anticipation grow after hearing this explanation. Normal tournament arcs always bored him, as fighting 1v1 over and over again can become monotonous. Events like this were more to his preference. "I'm sure you all know the prizes for the top 3, but there are also various smaller prizes for those who place in the top 10, along with the entry to the secret realm that's granted to the top 50. The other important aspect is the connections you should make." Malcolm became slightly more serious as he spoke. "As future powerhouses of our world, it's important that you make strong ties to those in your generation. Regardless of race or opinions, you should attempt to remain friendly. Naturally, I won't force you to like everyone, but keep my advice in mind. We can't have a repeat of what happened 1,000 years ago." Malcolm's words turned the atmosphere solemn. Damien also remembered something he had once deemed as a flag but forgotten due to his training. "Old man, can you tell me more about the Great War? In my defense, you made me skip my classes, so I didn't learn anything." Malcolm rolled his eyes. This kid was truly too ignorant, but it was his job as a teacher to fix that, so he carefully explained. "The Great War that took place 1,000 years ago was an unprecedented tragedy for our world. Many nations and powerhouses alike fell. Even a demigod ended up dying due to this war. His name was Kurt Galloway, and he was the one who created the training grounds in our academy." Damien's eyes widened. Kurt was the reason he was still alive today, as, without the subspace in the dungeon, he would have long fallen victim to the wyvern of the 40th floor. The fact that he had reached demigod level was a shock in itself, but for him to die in that battle was even more shocking. That war is the reason all races in this world love in relative harmony. Due to the racism and segregation at the time, it became much easier for enemies to pick them off one by one. As for who that enemy is, it was a race called Nox. Even those who had knowledge of the war had their interests piqued. The Nox were always mentioned as the perpetrators, but nothing else about them was made known. Malcolm nodded. "Since you are all on the path to becoming important figures in the future, it isn't hard for me to tell you. The Nox are a race from a distant star somewhere in the universe, and their power far exceeds our own." Malcolm sighed as he continued. "We still don't know their purpose for invasion, or even their home planet, since we have been forced into a defensive position. When the Nox invaded 1,000 years ago, it started the Great War. They had 3 demigod-level beings among them while we only had 1, and their 4th classes were uncountable. Due to the many deaths they sustained during the invasion, there were few 4th-class beings alive today. This was all Malcolm said before he changed the topic. You will learn more as you gain power and rise in rank. For now, this is enough. Focus on what's ahead of you rather than things that will not matter until the far future. A heavy silence descended after this, as everyone was in their own thoughts. Damien was still thinking about the Nox. Otherworldly invaders, huh? As I thought, this is probably a flag. The Earth is also nearby, so it isn't certain that it won't be targeted. Although I don't care much about the world itself, there are still things I care about there. I need to return quickly after I gain enough power. Damien shook off his depressing thoughts. As Malcolm said, these were all things that would only matter in the future. For now, Damien just wanted to have fun in the Nexus event, obtain first place and get the elixir, and then explore the secret realm. That's right. Everything else comes later. Who knows, by the time I have to deal with an invasion, I might even be powerful enough to wipe the floor with them. As he cheered himself up, a smile returned to his face. Besides his own internal pep talk, he also had 2 others who sensed his emotional state. Zara was mentally communicating her cheers, while Catherine was gently holding his hand. Damien's smile became gentle. Damn, it's kinda nice to have people around me who care, huh? The week passed by in a flash as the group arrived at a massive arena-like structure. It was time for the Nexus event to commence. Chapter 51. Prelude 3. A Pylon was structured in a very classic manner. There was the human domain, the massive helioforest, and many smaller domains existing between them. The structures of these domains were also simple. Within the human domain, there were 5 empires, namely the Adelaire, Stanton, Lenin, Wolford, and Gerard empires. While they had minor power struggles, their overall balance was always maintained due to each having a separate specialization. Each empire had 4 major clans below their royal family and many smaller clans and families below them. This was in accordance with an agreement made so the balance between them wouldn't crumble. The Adelaire Empire was the strongest and largest of the 5 empires. It covered the majority of the central area of the human domain, consisting of many mountainous and grassy plain regions. The Stanton and Lenin empires were situated in the far north and south, with the Stanton Empire in a massive snow-covered flatland and the Lenin Empire closer to the sun. This led to cultural development where the Stanton Empire became similar to Eskimos and the Lenin Empire adopted a more traditional Eastern culture. Meanwhile, the Wolford and Gerard empires were on the east and west of the human domain. The Wolford Empire was surrounded by forests and mainly specialized in hunting, with their culture revolving around this concept as well. The Gerard Empire was by the boundless sea that surrounded the entire massive continent that made up Apiron. They naturally focused on sea trade and exports. The boundless sea essentially made the entire continent into a giant island, and many people had wondered whether there could be other continents or land masses floating within it, but nobody had ever explored the entire sea to find out. It was too expansive for even a 4th class to cover it, and, even in space, it would take a large amount of time to circle the entire planet to explore. Perhaps some demigods who ascended to the heavenly world knew the truth, but it was never shared with anyone else. The helioforest was home to both the beast domain and the elven domain, as both coexisted and shared the land. The helioforest alone took up around 1/3 RD of the space on the entire continent, so the 2 races weren't cramped for space. The elven domain was ruled by the Kyria royal family and didn't follow the same system of clans and smaller powers as the human domain. Elves were typically more united as a race due to their nature and didn't tend to enjoy conflict. However, this didn't mean they couldn't fight. Elves were always known as a peaceful race, leading many ambitious people in the past to attempt to conquer them, but this was a terrible idea. When they were forced to enter battle, the usual peace-loving elves became bloodthirsty war gods. The duality of their nature was never explained, as nobody dared to ask, But once it became known, nobody wantonly picked fights with them. This demeanor only came forth in life or death battles or moments of extreme stress, making many people wonder if it was controllable or a subconscious defense mechanism. The beast domain was also ruled by a royal family, but not much was known about them. They tended to stay secluded within their domain and watch over their subjects. While the various other ruling class individuals knew their names and strengths, it was never disclosed to the common populace. Beasts weren't the only ones living in their domain, though, as demi-humans also chose to make their home there. Demi-humans were the product of a union between beasts and other races and were shunned heavily before the Great War. This was due to some more disgusting individuals mating with beasts before they received their human forms to produce children. This kind of practice was extremely frowned upon. Until a beast gained its human form, it was absolutely forbidden to mate with them for obvious reasons. Nowadays, the discrimination isn't as high, as many demi-humans are born from demi-human parents, but their race still decided to stay within the beast domain as it had been their home for many years. In the Nexus event, the beast domain's participants were usually demi-humans, as beasts who fit the age range were usually unable to verbally speak. This was a requirement as well that was set so there wouldn't be any misunderstandings during the tournament. The final major domain within Apiron was the dwarves' domain. The interesting fact about them, however, was that they lived underground. Dwarves were a race of scientists and blacksmiths who naturally preferred heat to the point that they built their empire close to the molten core of the planet. The royal dwarf lineage was called the Temur family, and with their citizens, they built a massive underground empire that spanned roughly the same distance as the Adelair Empire of the human domain. Dwarves were naturally weaker in combat due to their smaller physiques, but it wasn't that they didn't hold power, or rather, their power couldn't be mobilized offensively. Their strength usually came from artifacts and technology that they invented. For this reason, they tended not to participate in the Nexus event, but they still attended it. They could both sell artifacts to gather more raw material and form connections and long-term business relationships with the major empires on the surface. Their intelligence was their strong suit, and business was almost a natural instinct to them. All of these various races and various powers were now congregating in a single spot that Damien was gazing upon at this very moment. It was a massive arena that seemed capable of housing hundreds of thousands of people, and on its exterior, countless massive screens showcased the view within to those who couldn't enter. Damien didn't understand how such a massive event that would have thousands of participants could efficiently be hosted within such an enclosed space, but his doubts were soon answered. Within the arena, he could sense countless spatial fluctuations emanating from various spots, seemingly holding subspaces to host the events. Most likely, those screens he saw earlier were going to be used to broadcast what was happening to the spectators. Damien followed Malcolm into an elevator-like structure that took their group to a huge penthouse that overlooked the entire arena. Within this penthouse, there were various figures already gathered. On a raised platform, 9 people sat together with grand auras emanating from their bodies. They were 7 men and 2 women, the leaders of the various nations of the world. The 7 men were the 5 emperors of the human domain, the dwarf king, and the beast emperor, while the 2 women were the elf queen and the beast empress. The human domain was largely patriarchal and the elven domain matriarchal, while the beast domain was ruled by the emperor and empress who wielded equal authority. The dwarf domain's ruling was based on mastery of their craft, so the gender of their ruler was always subject to change. The geniuses of this year's competition sure are interesting, the beast emperor said. Indeed, I see you've brought an especially talented youth this year. The Lenin emperor, Jonas Lenin, said. Yes, the elf queen chimed in, not just the demi-human kid, but also that girl from the human domain isn't bad. Those from the Zenith Academy still haven't shown up. I heard they have many good seedlings this time around, the dwarf king added. The 4th-class beings that stood at the top of the world conversed lightly as they waited for the event to start. At this time, Damien's group arrived at the penthouse. All eyes turned on them for a second as silence reigned. Then, as if nothing happened, everyone went back to their conversations. Come on, Malcolm said with a smile, "Time to make your debut into the world." Damien and the others followed. In their group, Damien and Catherine were the only humans, with one of the girls being a demi-human and the other boy and girl being a pair of elven twins. The diversity of their group was unintentional but still gave off a good impression. The Academy was prided for being unbiased, so having too many people of a single race would raise brows whether their qualifications were fair or not. The group walked through the room and reached the elevated platform. It was common courtesy to greet these emperors and empresses before moving on to anything else. Malcolm only gave a slight nod as a greeting, being an individual on their level, while the rest bowed. "We greet seniors," the others said in unison. This time, Damien also followed the same customs. He could be as wild as he pleased in front of Malcolm, but these were beings who could toy with him as they pleased that he didn't know. Offending them on accident would take his life far earlier than he'd like. His bow was still not as low as the rest, though. Maybe it was a matter of pride, or maybe it was a matter of habit. Damien didn't know. All he knew was that the only people he'd ever bowed before were his mother and his teacher. He didn't enjoy giving his respect to people who hadn't done anything to earn it. Receiving affirmation from the leaders, the group raised their heads. The first to speak was the Beast Empress. "You boy, what is that girl doing in your shadow?" Damien was surprised at first, but quickly calmed down. How could Zara even think to hide from fourth-class beings? However, she still prided herself on her concealment. Seeing that she was discovered so easily, she warily glared at the Beast Empress without leaving his shadow. Her boldness only existed when she was in her safe space. I apologize for her rudeness, Senior. It's just that she doesn't really enjoy crowds and tends to find comfort there. Though I have no idea why." The Beast Empress smiled. "You must have gone through many life or death situations together. You're around the same age too, so it isn't surprising that she'd get attached to you." Damien didn't know how old Zara was, but finding out that they were of similar age truly surprised him. Considering her behavior when they first met, he thought she was much younger. As Damien was thinking of how to respond, he noticed a fierce gaze on him. Looking over, he saw a large pink-haired man with ruby eyes on one of the central thrones. Pink hair? Damien slowly became drenched in a cold sweat. He and Catherine were standing shoulder to shoulder as opposed to everyone else who had a healthy amount of distance between them. Sneakily glancing at her, he once again saw the pink hair and ruby eyes under Catherine's disguise. His cold sweat intensified as he covertly took 2 steps to the side, putting a comfortable distance between him and Catherine. Fuck. She was a princess this entire time. Chapter 52. Start 1. Damien's actions were hardly noticeable, but that didn't mean nobody saw him. Both his sneaky look towards Catherine and his slight movement to create distance were clear as day to those fourth-class beings that were observing him. This both amused them and piqued their curiosity. With their strength, it was normal that they could see through Catherine's disguise and witness the pink hair and ruby eyes under the black-haired, brown-eyed facade, but for a boy that was still at 2RD class to do so was a different story. Now, all their gazes were focused on Damien, and even the Adler Emperor's fierce gaze held a hint of admiration. But none of them brought it up. It was one thing for the boy who looked extremely close to her to notice, but her identity was hidden for a reason. Meanwhile, Damien was silently praying that the matter would be glossed over. Although he previously said he had a clue about her status, he at most thought she'd be from one of the major clans of one of the empires, not a legitimate princess. But it's not like it affected his view of their relationship. He didn't have respect for status. He only respected strength and character. If he likes her, he'd like her regardless. Still, standing in front of her fourth-class father made him act slightly more respectful. "Boy, I know that little girl in your shadow seems awfully attached to you, but be aware that she can't participate in the tournament. How about you leave her with me instead?" The Beast Empress said, changing the topic. Damien was caught off guard. Leave Zara with a stranger? He would never even consider it. Even Zara was filled with apprehension at this thought. Beasts evolved through their bloodlines, which increased along with their strength. Every beast had the slightest amount of god-beast blood within them, and as they grew in class this bloodline became more potent. They had two options for evolution. Either they follow the steps of their ancestors and become true god beasts themselves through their bloodlines, or they assimilate other strong bloodlines to create their own new variation and carve their own path. Each path had its own merits and demerits. While following the footsteps of their latent bloodlines was easier, it would limit their potential to the level their ancestors reached. Although they could progress farther, it could be incredibly difficult to do so. On the other hand, forging a unique bloodline was a terrifyingly difficult path in its own right. It would take much longer for a beast to evolve into a god beast no matter how much they leveled up. However, their potential would be limitless. If they forged their path without stopping, they could possibly reach a peak above the peak. Zara was a beast with an incredibly unique bloodline, and Damien had sensed this even from their first meeting. His beast half also had the potential to make him into a god beast, but Zara's bloodline wasn't helpful for that. But that didn't mean that other beasts wouldn't covet her bloodline. He had seen a prime example of this through the wyvern on the 40th floor. It spent months chasing her for her bloodline, even throwing away its pride and leaving its nest to capture her. Due to this, Damien couldn't help but become wary. He knew he couldn't do anything to these fourth-class beings, but if any of them wanted to take Zara away from him for their own selfish intentions, he'd use his life to make sure it didn't happen. After all, he designed a hidden function in his mana circuits specifically for a situation where he was fated to die either way. Damien's body started leaning forward as he adopted a defensive posture, and his feral bestial aura slightly radiated. If it was to protect Zara, he didn't care enough to control his bestial instinct. His best fighting state was when it was in control. Seeing this, the Beast Empress smiled helplessly. She realized that the boy in front of her knew the secrets of beast evolution and doubted her intentions. She was also extremely surprised. She didn't sense it before, but the boy seemed to be a demi-human. The curious thing was that he didn't radiate an aura of someone who was born a demi-human, but rather of a progenitor of whatever his bloodline was. An evolver? Once the thought struck her, she couldn't get it out of her head. If this boy was truly a human who achieved perfect evolution, his potential was much greater than she originally thought. Okay, no need to get protective. It was simply a suggestion. However, when this event ends, you should come visit us in the Beast Domain. We'd welcome you with open arms. The others in the group couldn't hold back their shock. The only one who had an idea of what was going on was the Beast Emperor, who shook his head with a helpless expression on his face. This wife of his always seemed to do whatever she wanted without consulting anyone about it. Damien slightly relaxed, realizing that he had accidentally revealed a secret of his. Well, no need to fret over it. She doesn't have any hostile intentions, so perhaps this could be another opportunity for me. As they continued interacting, the arena slowly filled up until maximum capacity. Not only that, the land surrounding the arena was packed for miles with a crowd of people. Suddenly, a booming voice rang out. Welcome everyone to the 100th anniversary Nexus event. There are plenty of exciting games that will have you sitting on the edge of your seat, so be prepared and be excited. The crowd roared with cheers and applause as the announcer continued. The comprehension event has already been concluded, so it's about time we move on to the main event. This year we have 3,000 geniuses from across the world participating, so without further ado, let me introduce our first stage. Damien was a little confused, but his doubts were instantly answered by Malcolm, who was standing beside him. The comprehension event is to weed out the weak people who won't stand a chance in the main competition. Why would those in this room who have already been declared as supreme geniuses need to go through that selection process? Nodding his head, Damien continued to listen to the announcer. For the 100th anniversary of the Nexus event, our leaders have gone all out in the preparations. For our first event, a fan favorite and a classic, survival games. The audience roared once more. It seems survival games truly was a fan favorite. The screens around the arena lit up as scenes of mountains, rivers, deserts, and plains began displaying. There was even a region filled with lava. This is our arena for the first game. A small world filled with various terrain for our many participants to choose from. The rules are simple. This game will last for an entire week and the goal is to survive. The competitors will be given a bracelet artifact before they enter that will track their position at all times. Losing your bracelet means you're disqualified, and having someone else's bracelet gains you a point, even if you got it by stealing from the person who originally disqualified them. Each day, the space within the small realm will shrink, so you don't have to worry about a boring match where everyone stays hidden. Teaming is allowed, and cheating will not be disallowed unless it's reported, so if you have that idea, don't get caught. Now, all our competitors come to the stage. As the announcer finished, Malcolm smiled. This is your time. Go out there, shine bright, and make sure your name resounds across the entire continent. Bright fires were lit in everyone's eyes. The thought of glory was enticing, and their whole purpose was to show their worth. Down below, the 2,950 normal participants were already in place. The only ones remaining were the 50 Supreme Geniuses in the penthouse. While it may seem that the Supreme Geniuses will easily win and take all 50 top spots, that had never been the case. There was more to the event than just strength, and one's wits and tactics were also put to the test. Every decade, countless underdogs rise from the ranks of the normal competitors and claim their spots among the top 50 or even the top 10. It was these stories that motivated those that couldn't be titled Supreme Geniuses to continue competing. Damien entered a small teleport formation with the rest of the geniuses that took them directly to the center of the field. Once there, they were immediately handed their bracelets, which they promptly put on. Damien basked in the cheers of the audience. His blood pumped and his mana danced as his excitement grew for what was to come. A battle of strength, a battle of wits, a battle of status. Damien didn't care for its form. As long as it was battle, it made his blood boil. He wasn't the only one feeling this. Catherine was standing by his side basking in the same emotions as the announcer spoke once again. Now, the time you've all been waiting for. Let the battle. The arena became silent as anticipation bubbled. Damien suddenly felt a soft punch from his side. Looking over, he saw Catherine flashing him an enchanting smile. See you on the other side. Damien smiled back as he felt the light of teleportation swallow him. That's right. Let's see who wins at the end. As the participants started disappearing from the platform, the announcer's words finally fell. Begin. Chapter 53, Survival Games 1. When Damien opened his eyes, he was in the middle of a large flatland. He immediately activated his vector field as an attack headed his way. It was a line of earth spikes that would have caught any normal person off guard and immediately eliminated them. The debut release occurred at N. Web Audio Channel announcement. Thank you for listening. If you want to listen to the full series and hundreds of audiobooks similar to this, please join our Discord or join our Patreon on patreon.com/webaudio. The link will be in the description and also pinned in the comment section. Thank you. OV3L. Finn. But Damien wasn't a normal person. When the earth spikes were within range, they were suddenly crushed under their own weight and dissipated. When he turned to look in the direction the attack came from, he saw a skinny man with panic in his eyes. Damien didn't even pay attention to this man, directly teleporting past him and making his way out of the flatlands. The man was confused as to why the kid he had attacked didn't retaliate, but he didn't get the chance to think farther as spatial light covered him and removed him from this small realm. Damien easily took the bracelet of the man as he passed by. He mused that, even though the man made it past the comprehension test, he was in the lowest tier of people competing. Killing was strictly forbidden within this competition, but severe injury of any kind was permitted. Due to this, Damien didn't spend too much time on weaklings. If he saw one, he'd quickly eliminate them. His targets were the other Supreme Geniuses and maybe the hidden tigers who had entered normally. It was below him to bully those weaker than him in a friendly competition. This wasn't a life or death battlefield where slaughter was his best option. He moved quickly and efficiently as the flatlands slowly began sloping into a mountainous region. This was where Damien would hunt for the next day before he measured the rate of shrinking of the small realm. Artifacts were also banned for the first phases of the tournament, leaving Damien with only his fists as weapons. This tool was put in place to guarantee fairness in that people won't move further in the competition by simply relying on their status and wealth. This was another reason why dwarves never participated in the event. Artifacts were their main strength, so the rules were against them even if it was done so unintentionally. Though, artifacts would be reintroduced into the event at later stages. This rule left Damien with a smaller arsenal of tricks up his sleeve, but he wasn't defenseless. His body was always his strongest point, and he had developed a solid level of destructive power through his affinities while training with Malcolm. His sword art was useless, but there was still one move he could use. Bladeless was designed in such a way that even his arm could be used as a blade. He could also mimic the effects of spatial collapse simply with his spatial magic, but the damage was much smaller. On his way up the mountain, Damien encountered many weaker participants who didn't even notice as their bracelets were stolen. Sadly, he wasn't able to find anyone who could truly fight him. Nevertheless, Damien continued on, hoping to find a worthy opponent soon. In a huge desert spanning the majority of the west side of the small realm, Catherine was having a much more fun time than Damien. With the desert being relatively flat beside the various sand dunes strewn along its surface, the participants within it were engaged in a small battle royale. Catherine quickly joined this battle and started amassing points. Similar to Damien, she felt it was below her to bully the weak, so she simply used illusions to manipulate them, grabbing their bracelets while they assumed nobody was around them. When this didn't work, she would shoot compressed air bullets that instantly knocked out most of her opponents, granting her more points. As she continued this cycle, she ran into a human youth that blocked her path. He pulled out a table, 2 chairs, and a tea set. "Miss Hart, why don't you put away your hostility so the two of us can have a chat over tea?" the youth said while scanning her with a lewd gaze. Catherine immediately felt disgusted. She knew who this youth was. His name was Evan Lockhart, one of the supreme geniuses from the Stanton Empire. Even within the penthouse where all the geniuses were mingling, he was constantly attempting to woo the female geniuses. None of them gave him the time of day with him, not even attempting to conceal his indecent intentions. It was obvious that certain people didn't choose their participants based on character, but only strength. Without a single word, Catherine flicked her wrist as a massive sword made of wind flew towards Evan. However, he just smiled and lightly stepped out of its path, allowing it to decimate the table he was previously sitting at. My, he exclaimed, "it appears that you're quite the feisty one." "Well, no matter. Taming your type is my favorite pastime." As he spoke, the earth around him began to vibrate. The Stanton Empire was known for its talented Earth affinity users, so the element didn't surprise Catherine. If it was 6 months ago, she'd slightly panic about how to deal with the present situation. After all, neither her wind nor illusion affinities were effective counters for Earth. But now? She didn't even bat an eye at what Evan was doing. This confrontation was naturally witnessed by the countless spectators within the arena. Within the cacophony of cheers and boos, the announcer's voice rang clear. "Here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Our first confrontation between supreme geniuses is about to begin. Place your bets at the betting booth and see if you can win big." Many people were already headed to the booths before the announcer's words even fell. The betting booths were a way to enhance the audience's experience during the tournament. It was both a way to make money and support their favorite competitors. Although they couldn't hear what was being said within the small realm arena, the audience could clearly see Evan's lewd stare and Catherine's evident disgust through the projection. The women in the audience and quite a few of the men didn't like this type of disgusting character, and so they immediately put bets on Catherine, while those of the Stanton Empire were the majority of those who bet on Evan. The Stanton Emperor sighed helplessly as he received more than a few sidelong glances from the others around him. You know how the world works. Strength speaks louder than character. Besides that, his family is one of our 4 major clans. Even if I decided to reject, there would have been a large uproar over my decision. He was right. Although it wasn't too exaggerated on the surface, the world truly was one where strength is king. The one with the bigger fist could twist things as they pleased as the losers wallowed in self-pity. Meanwhile, Catherine's first major clash of the Nexus event finally began. She concentrated wind below her feet and retreated to a distance while constantly firing air bullets and wind blades in Evan's direction. These were all met by earth walls. Although they could mitigate the damage from the wind blades, the bullets were specifically built for penetration. Holes began forming in the earth walls, forcing Evan to dodge. He stomped his foot on the ground, resulting in a disruption of the sand he was standing on. The sand billowed out in waves as it attempted to swallow Catherine. Even though it was a rare subset, sand was still within the boundary of Earth, making it something those with immense control over their affinity could manipulate. Being a supreme genius, Evan met this standard of control. Sensing danger from the wave of sand, Catherine used her propulsion to fly above its range, creating massive gusts of wind that threw the environment into a flurry. But to everyone watching, it was clear that she was on the losing end. Evan was in an environment that perfectly suited his abilities, allowing him to gain the upper hand. Realizing this, Catherine went on a full offensive. Her speed increased fivefold, making her figure blur as she darted around the battlefield. From every direction, countless bullets and swords of compressed wind rained down. Only about a third of them were real, though. Evan clicked his tongue. He knew that Catherine possessed an illusion affinity, but he was still forced to defend against every attack, not knowing which were real or fake. Catherine's new strategy was wholly focused on explosive power. Each bullet that hit the ground caused a massive eruption of sand, clouding the atmosphere and hiding her position as she continued her assault. Damn it! Evan cursed as he became annoyed. With another stomp of his foot, he increased the gravity around him in hopes of dragging her to the ground, but this was the wrong choice. The increased gravity accelerated Catherine's attacks and made their power even more explosive as they crashed into the ground. Evan was flung backward as he coughed blood. His gravity control was still in its beta phase, so he didn't know the specifics of how it worked. The only reason he used it was in hopes that it would slow her down. And in truth, it did. Catherine slammed into the ground as her assault came to a pause. Without warning, several earth spikes emerged around her, cutting off her escape routes. The power of these spikes vastly outstripped the ones Damien deflected earlier, posing a serious threat to Catherine. Since she just plummeted to the ground and had yet to recover, she wasn't able to put up a proper defense or counter. It was clear that she had lost this match. The audience was on the edge of their seat, paying rapt attention to see if Catherine could work her way out of this perilous situation when all of a sudden, clap. A resounding clap was heard, followed by a huge shockwave that even disrupted the viewing devices slightly, causing static to form for a split second before it returned to normal. When the screens came back on, the scene in front of them left the audience stumped. Gone were the residual effects of battle, gone were the massive walls of earth and waves of sand, and gone was Catherine, who was previously stuck in a perilous situation. In front of them was Evan, who had blood leaking from his ears and a horrified look on his face. And behind him stood Catherine. Nobody could make heads or tails out of the situation besides a few powerhouses who had noticed from the start. A voice rang out in the stands. It was all an illusion, causing a tidal wave of discussions to erupt. Catherine watched with a malicious grin as Evan fell to the ground unconscious. Grabbing his bracelet off his wrist, she spoke. On to the next target. Chapter 54, Survival Games 2. 3 days passed in a flash as the games continued. Within every area of the small realm, there were constant battles taking place, with every participant trying their hardest to prove themselves. By this point, the realm had shrunk to nearly half its original size, but it wasn't a linear decrease. It seemed that as the final day drew closer, exponential amounts of land were removed from the playing field. This removal of land was accompanied by a visible fog filled with spatial attribute that teleported anyone it touched out of the realm, effectively disqualifying them. Out of the 3,000 original participants, only 2,200 remained, and there were still 4 days left in the week. These 4 days would be even more brutal as the area shrunk and battles became more prominent. The audience outside mostly hadn't moved from their spots during this time, watching with rapt attention for any intense battles that would occur. Still, sleep was necessary for people without high ranks, so there were recordings available of the most important battles that people could purchase. There was also a leaderboard present that showcased the top 50 participants based on the points they gained in real time. Catherine's fight in the desert was one of them. By this point, she had left the vicinity of the desert area and entered the oceanic landscape. She encountered many foes and accumulated enough points to reach the top of the leaderboard, even defeating another supreme genius from the Elven domain. She was excited to see that these people titled as supreme geniuses could give her good fights, but she knew that the best had yet to come. In this manner, she continued moving forward. Damien had spent these 3 days in the mountainous region defeating anyone he saw. It was honestly smooth sailing for him so far. He had yet to run into a single supreme genius, and most of the normal participants couldn't even notice him taking their bracelets. Feeling bored of this continuous routine, he decided to switch things up. He stopped using his rush strategy to accumulate points and instead stopped aiming for points altogether and used the tournament to train. Every time he came across another participant, he'd play as a weakling and battle it out with them, but he never truly attacked. Instead, he trained his ability to dodge and counter. As a spatial affinity user, he always relied on teleporting to dodge. And while his instincts were sharp as is, he wanted to train his body reflexes to reach the same level. After all, he could very well run into opponents that could read his teleportation path, making it useless. Like this, he gained a ton of battle experience, and his reflexes slowly improved. In the beginning, he was hit countless times by various elemental attacks, but none of them could get past his bodily defenses, so he remained uninjured. As he traversed the forest, Damien finally ran into an opponent he could consider as strong, with his senses telling him he'd receive a good fight. It was a young man from the Lenin Empire who stood regally as if everything was beneath him. When Damien approached, the young man raised his brow before grinning. "Oh, what do we have here?" Damien rolled his eyes. "Shut up and fight me already. Stop acting like a pretentious brat." The youth became incensed, but he soon controlled his emotions as his grin widened. Well, as someone who holds the title of Supreme Genius, isn't it bullying for you to face me on an even playing field? Let's spice things up, shall we? A long katana-like sword appeared in his hand. Even if one only took a brief glance, it was clear that the sword was an artifact. This was blatant cheating. Even the crowd outside started yelling and booing, forcing the announcer to speak. "Ladies and gentlemen, you have to remember the rules. Cheaters can only be disqualified if a participant reports them for it. Unless his opponent says anything, we are bound by the rules." It was truly an ingenious strategy. With the pride that most of the supreme geniuses held in their titles, they were bound to get conceited and attempt to face the youth on his own terms. Even though Damien didn't hold the same pride, he didn't say anything about the weapon. If anything, he welcomed such a thing. This would both be great for his training and also more interesting. Without another word, the two charged at each other. Damien had long deployed his vector field as he burst forth with a vicious left hook. The youth narrowly dodged while slashing down with his sword. Damien twisted his body while altering the sword's path with his vector field, causing it to switch directions. This caught the youth off guard. Not wanting to miss his chance, Damien shot a bolt of black lightning towards the youth, who raised his sword to block. Damien thought it'd be done there, but he was wrong. The lightning was absorbed into the sword as the youth smiled. "I wonder how long you can last against your own lightning." The two clashed once more, but this time, the lightning gathered within the youth's sword sprung forth, attempting to paralyze Damien. While his vector field wouldn't allow him to be touched, he decided to turn it off for now so he could experience true battle. He had already considered his choices long before the event even began, and had decided he'd limit himself during this time. It wouldn't be fun if he caused mass destruction and immediately win. This choice put Damien in a rough spot at the moment, but this kind of pressure was what he wanted. He continued dodging by the skin of his teeth as the youth's attacks became fiercer and fiercer. Unless he wanted to go back on his word, he'd have to think of another strategy to win. Damien quickly teleported out of the young man's range as he got an idea. Without further ado, he also pulled out a sword. This didn't make the youth scared, though. It actually caused him to smile brightly. Judges. This man is cheating by using an artifact. This was his plan all along. As long as he forced the other party to use their own artifacts, he could call them out and disqualify them, earning their badges. This strategy was specifically created to deal with supreme geniuses. Even if they called him out after he made this move, it wouldn't be counted. The words of a disqualified participant no longer mattered. The crowd outside was able to hear these words, as addressing the judges was a keyword to turn on the audio system. It was set up like this so calls of cheating wouldn't be overlooked in the mayhem of countless battles. The crowd went into a frenzy at the youth's shameless actions, but they couldn't do anything about it. They were just here to watch the event, not participate. Even the announcer was shocked for a second, not thinking that the rules on cheating would be used in such a way. However, the action wasn't illegal, just extremely shameless. The announcer regained his bearings as he addressed the issue. All right, people. We have our first call for cheating in the event so far. Before anything else, would the accused party like to say a few words in defense? The arena turned silent as everyone's attention fell on Damien. Even while all this was happening, he stood there with a carefree smile. Seeing how he was being addressed, he shrugged and spoke up. How am I cheating? I don't see any cheating happening on my side. Once again, everyone was stumped. Was this kid an idiot? The sword was still clearly in his hand, so how could he say he was being falsely accused? But Damien didn't let them wait for too long. As his smile grew, he continued his sentence. After all, this is just a normal steel sword. Wasn't the rule that artifacts aren't allowed? Well, this isn't an artifact in the slightest. Damien held up the sword for all to witness. The announcer touched his ear, seemingly receiving word from someone with more power before he spoke. It's true, folks. The sword in his hand has been confirmed to be a normal steel sword. What a turn of events. The participant has used a loophole in the rules to turn the odds in his favor. The crowd was silent, trying to comprehend the announcer's words before they erupted into maddening cheers. What a drama they had just witnessed. From the intense fight beforehand to the call for cheating to the loophole, their emotions had been taken on a roller coaster with endless loops. Back in the small realm, the Lenin youth's face had gone pale. He never expected such a loophole, nor did he expect Damien to pull out a normal sword. He didn't even check before calling for cheating, as he didn't want to get eliminated before his call was acknowledged. Robotically turning towards his opponent, he saw Damien looking back at him with a devilish grin on his face. Now that that's over, it's time to have some fun. Damien raised his sword and decided to teach this youth a lesson. Void Sword Art Third Step, Spatial Collapse. Damien's steel sword smashed into the ground and shattered on impact, but it still achieved its intended effects. Space bent and twisted as the solid ground beneath their feet took on a more rubbery texture. The Lenin youth was horrified and attempted to run, but his attempts were futile. When he went forward, he'd end up heading left, and when he went left, he'd end up going right. There was no sense of direction within the collapsing space. Damien had toned down the power of his attack, so the youth was able to leave the collapsing space relatively unharmed. But he had made a misstep within the space as he recklessly attempted to escape, causing his arm to superimpose an area of the twisted ground and fuse with it. In a panic, he had completely severed that arm. Damien smiled at the scene before walking up to the youth and sliding his wristband off of his only remaining arm. Next time, be careful who you mess with. Not everyone is as nice as me. With that, Damien teleported away. It looked like the last 4 days of the survival games would truly be a fun time. Chapter 55, Survival Games 3. The days passed in a flash as Damien and Catherine continued gaining points. It was already the last day of the event, so not many participants were still active. Due to this, it was much harder to find opponents and gain points. Both Damien and Catherine had already made their way up to the top of the leaderboard through their efforts, gaining massive amounts of bracelets from the stronger foes they defeated, but neither had run into another supreme genius in this time. This was confusing. There were a total of 50 of them, so logically they should have more encounters, but this spoke to the immensity of the small realm they were in. There were 5 regions of varying climates, and most people would choose the one that aligned closest with their affinity. Even while the realm shrunk, a piece of each of these environments would still be present. And perhaps many of the supreme geniuses had already fallen. However, everything would change today. As the day began, the rate of shrinking within the realm increased by a large margin, crowding everyone towards the flatlands in the center. Damien stood at the edge of this flatland and covertly watched as more and more people arrived. He'd already been in this position for a few hours, and a few hundred people were strewn along the area, warily eyeing each other. As more and more people crowded in, the announcer's voice fell on their ears. "Listen up, participants. There are currently 1,506 of you remaining. Congratulations. However, this number is a bit too much for us. Being smart people, I'm sure you all know what I mean." Damien swore he could hear the announcer grin through his words. "A battle royale. Until only 1,050 of you remain. Duke it out and see who comes out on top. Leaving the flatland area means disqualification. Now, begin." Nobody moved. They all watched the people next to them vigilantly as they planned their next course of action. It would be embarrassing to fall here due to carelessness. Since nobody else wanted to make the first move, Damien decided to take it upon himself. A faint black hue emanated from his body for a split second before lightning erupted in his surroundings. The thick black snakes traveled through the air and ground in all directions, attempting to sunder everything in their path. 2 of the participants nearby Damien were immediately paralyzed and knocked out, while the third managed to narrowly dodge. He quickly moved to collect their bracelets before looking up. The entire arena was quiet, staring at him before all mayhem broke loose. It seemed that his move had been a horn to begin. Damien grinned. He would only use lightning in this free for all unless he was forced to teleport. Running a constant stream of electricity through his internal body, Damien increased his speed 5-fold as he dashed into the battlefield. Chaos was everywhere. Various elemental attacks were flying randomly through the air without target. The ground rumbled and quaked in some areas, while massive water spouts and pillars of fire sprouted up in others. The crowd was stunned. This was a true free for all between 1,500 people, so it was naturally insane to watch. Damien maneuvered through the battlefield like a fox as he found opponents and rapidly took them out, gaining points. But this wasn't his main goal. He was looking for a supreme genius to fight. On the other side of the battlefield, Catherine was also having a great time. Just like Damien, she had put away her illusions and was solely relying on wind to take care of her enemies. Tornadoes picked up and threw participants into chaos before they were finished off by blades and bullets of wind. She rushed through the masses of people while accumulating points even faster than Damien. Wind was usually used as a supportive element, but her training had always been focused on making it destructive. Her last fight with Evan had been a small portion of what she'd learned in the 6 months Damien was creating his mana circuits. Her teacher, one of the 2 grand elders of the academy, was extremely adept at illusions to the point of slightly affecting reality. She could create constructs with true physical weight and power that she could then use in battle, even changing the environment to something completely different for short periods. When Catherine saw this, she was made aware of how much potential she was wasting in her illusions. She wanted to reach a level where she could make someone doubt whether their whole life was illusion or reality. She wanted reality to become her illusion. Due to her intense focus on this, she had fallen behind on her wind affinity, but she made up for this by combining the 2. Her small success in illusions allowed her to maintain smaller constructs as she pleased, so she used it to enhance her wind. She used illusions to create the tornadoes and used wind to power them, causing her to need much less focus to keep them active. She had also gotten the idea of compressing wind from Zara, who showed her how she used ice. Catherine took this slight inspiration and expanded on it, creating blades that could rip through the atmosphere. She was extremely impressed by Damien's spatial affinity and worked to be able to manipulate space using air as a medium in the future. While Catherine used her newly improved abilities to eliminate her competitors, Damien finally ran into his first supreme genius. It was a man with a robust body that contrasted his wolf ears and tail. The screens on the outside quickly zoomed into this confrontation. The rest of the supreme geniuses were avoiding each other, seemingly saving their strength for later rounds of the event. The Beast Empress smiled as she watched them. The boy has evolved through many beasts, but the wolf still takes the forefront in his instinct. It's only natural that those two will feel rivalry immediately upon meeting. Truthfully, she was also a wolf-type beast. This wasn't a fact known to many, and her strength was too high for it to be pinpointed from her aura. This was also why she was interested in Zara. It wasn't that she wanted to consume Zara for her evolution, rather she was interested in taking her as a disciple. She also had the ice element after all, and she could sense the icy aura emanating from Zara, making her believe it might be fate for the two to meet. Noticing that Damien was an evolved human only made her want to take Zara as a disciple even more. Her invitation for Damien to come to the Beast Domain was so he could train with her husband while she took care of Zara. She felt a connection to the young wolf that felt almost familial, making her curious about the wolf's origins. Meanwhile, within the arena things were progressing as the Beast Empress expected. When Damien and the demi-human locked eyes, their instincts flared. The person in front of them would give them an amazing fight. They both grinned at each other while ignoring everything around them. "I'm Ethan Wolfong." "You," the demi-human said. Damien void. "I seem to have a lot of fate with wolves." Damien replied with a grin. The two didn't need any more words. They already understood each other's intent. Pure physical strength, no affinities. This was how they would compete. Damien stretched a bit. It had been a long time since he fought in such a primitive way, and he couldn't say he wasn't excited. The two men charged at each other. Punching forward, their fists connected, causing a shockwave that threw away anyone who was in their vicinity. "We're equal," they both thought before they continued their exchange. Fists connected with flesh and kicks pushed them back. The ground around them cracked from the many impacts it was forced to sustain. Neither of them blocked and neither backed down. Their fight grew in intensity until they were rushing all through the battlefield, acting like a tornado that would shred anything in its path. Boom! Their fists connected once more, but it seemed to carry some sort of resonance effect as the shockwave was amplified. Three unlucky individuals in their surroundings were caught off guard and directly knocked out. The debut release occurred at NOV3L. Bin. "Ha ha ha ha." Damien roared with laughter. "This is it. I haven't had a fight like this in ages." Ethan was similarly jubilant. He was always known for his monstrous physical strength, making him undefeated by most people within his class range, but he'd finally met his match. Once again, the two punched forward, directly connecting with each other's faces. Blood splashed and teeth were knocked out, but neither cared. In fact, Damien was suppressing his regeneration to the same level as Ethan's to allow the fight to continue. Boom! Boom! Everywhere they went they left havoc in their wake. Damien connected another kick to Ethan's ribs while the latter landed an uppercut to Damien's chin. It didn't seem like their fight would end anytime soon. They continued like this for almost an hour. At some point, the announcer's voice had resounded, telling the participants to stop fighting. There were only 1,051 people left in the tournament. Whoever lost the current bout would be the last person eliminated. Knowing this, the rest of the competitors backed away from the vicinity of the fight. They didn't want to be the next ones to be accidentally caught in the crossfire. Abruptly, the two fighters separated. Looking at the fire in each other's eyes, they knew what they wanted. One final clash to decide it all. Black lightning crackled around Damien's body, making him look like a devil, while fire erupted from Ethan's. But neither made any big moves. Instead, they focused their elemental mana in their fists and rushed towards each other. HAAA! With a loud cry, Damien shot his fist forward to connect with Ethan's. An even bigger explosion came forth. The mix of fire and lightning was extremely destructive, charring the ground and creating a small crater beneath their feet. But neither of them moved. They kept pushing their fists together as if they didn't want the other to get even a single bit of leeway. Finally, they once again jumped back. While everyone was confused about what just happened, Damien spoke up. "In the final 12? Ethan nodded with a grin. "In the final 12. They both sat down and healed their injuries as Damien looked around him. Spotting a random competitor, Damien teleported over and stole his bracelet without anyone noticing. It was only when the announcer's voice rang out that people realized what happened. A participant has been disqualified. The first round of our Nexus event has finally concluded. Stay tuned for the next round, folks. It looks like we have plenty of blood-boiling action ahead of us." The crowd let out a wave of cheers. Even though it was only the first event, it had already brought them so much excitement. They couldn't wait for the next round to start. Chapter 56, Interlude 1. The participants were once again covered in spatial light as they were teleported back to the main arena. Upon arrival, they were greeted with a cacophony of cheers, with various names being chanted over each other. Damien even heard his own name being chanted by certain sections of the crowd. Looking around, Damien saw the leaderboard and understood why. The top 50 were clearly outlined, and he was at the top of that list. Surprisingly, though, he wasn't in first. First, Catherine Hart, 75 points. Seeing the name, a grin formed on his face. "Losing sucks, but at least it was her I lost to." Damien's name was in second with 66 points. The board was lined with names that would become famous after the event, and surprisingly, only around half of them were supreme geniuses. While only around 15 of them were eliminated, many were schemed against and outwitted into losing many of the bracelets they collected. The 1,050 remaining participants were led off the stage and towards many back rooms for them to rest. They would be given a day to recuperate before the next event started. The announcer gave them one last tip as they left. "Pay attention to and make friends with the people around you, competitors. All I'll say is that the people you're sharing the private room with will be important in the next round." While they walked, Damien felt a nudge from behind him. "Weren't you going to wipe the floor with me? What happened to all your confidence?" A familiar voice said tauntingly. Damien smiled as his hand snaked back and pinched her waist. "Yeah, okay, this is just the first event. Let's see how you keep that energy after the next one." Catherine slapped his hand away with a red face as she increased her pace and walked by his side. "That event was truly fun, though. I got to test out a lot of things that I had only theorized in my training." Damien nodded. "For sure. I limited my spatial abilities so I could have more fun, and it was a great time, especially that last fight. I wonder what the next game will be, though. There are still so many participants left and only 2 more events before the final 12 tournament." Damien glanced around at the crowd of participants around them as he nodded. True. If they keep doing solo events like this, it'll take forever to whittle down the numbers while keeping the crowd entertained. As the two continued to discuss the event, they arrived at the private rooms arranged for them. Each room was meant to fit 3 people, so there was ample space. This was to further the original goal of the event, which is to forge ties between the various nations and races. Damien and Catherine entered one of the private rooms and sat down on the couch as they continued talking. The room was around the size of a 2-bedroom apartment and came complete with a king-sized bed, full bathroom, and an assortment of various snacks. There was also a screen in the room that was a smaller version of those used to display the events to the audience. These were like this world's adaptation of television. Damien wondered why there was only one bed when the room was meant for 3 people, but that question was soon answered. As he relaxed on the couch, Catherine suddenly pulled a lever that caused them to end up on their backs. It seemed this world had couch beds as well. Catherine had pulled the lever to catch Damien off guard and see his startled expression, thinking it would be a fun prank. But clearly, she didn't think things through. They were a man and a woman now alone in a room laying on a relatively smaller bed together. Their bodies were practically touching already. Glancing sideways, she ended up catching Damien looking at her too. Their faces were only inches apart. Seconds ticked away as the two stared into each other's eyes before they abruptly snapped out of their dazes. Catherine looked away hurriedly. Her face blushed red, and she thought of ways to get out of her current predicament, but there was no need. Her guardian angel had shown up in the form of a giant black wolf that squeezed herself into the spot between them, alleviating the awkwardness. Truthfully, Catherine wasn't the only one saved. Damien had just discovered that his bestial instinct also had a taste for other kinds of battle. The second he turned his head and saw her face only inches away from him, his instinct flared, and like a little devil on his shoulder, it tried its hardest to coerce him into losing control. Not knowing what to do in this situation, Damien went with his first idea, acting oblivious. He was a genuine weeb before he accidentally transmigrated, so he knew the ins and outs of this kind of situation. Japanese main characters are always dense as sh*t, and that's the only reason the romance doesn't develop until the last episode of the entire anime. I'm a genius. Zara had come out after feeling his panic and hearing the idiotic thoughts running through his head. She glanced at him and rolled her eyes while sending various messages through their mental connection. If Damien had to translate, it would come out as something like, "Why are you being such a wuss about it? She wants to mate with you too, right? So just do it, weirdo." He had the urge to facepalm continuously while rolling on the ground with shame. Where did his innocent Zara even learn things like that? Not to mention, this was his first time in such a precarious situation. He wondered why this instinct didn't flare during his earlier interactions with her as well, since this sort of closeness was only slightly rare at this point. Usually, neither of them would think much of it. They would just continue talking or messing around as if everything was normal. So why was his instinct acting up now? It can't be that I had that thought first, right? The only explanation he could think of was that the instinct had just amplified thoughts that he already had, but he quickly shook off that idea. Let's continue playing the dense MC role. I don't have the mental capacity to deal with this right now. All this while, he was hugging Zara's body while ignoring the painful silence that filled the room. Catherine was having similar yet completely different thoughts. What's happening to me? Since when did it become like that? Whatever it is, this can wait until the event ends. Focus on what's ahead of you. She cheered herself on. Then, as if it was a message from God, the screen in the room turned on. The announcer's face popped up along with an alternating view of many different fields with different terrains. There was a completely flat and rocky area, a small sea filled with islands, a huge mountain, and even a city. As the two's attention focused on the screen, the announcer started speaking. Greetings, competitors. I know you're all enjoying your rest, so don't worry, I won't take too much of your time. However, it's time for me to explain the next game. This game is called Monolith Capture. This is a team versus team game. Participants are grouped into teams of 3 and given 1 week to familiarize with each other and strategize. The view on the screen changed to a large rectangular object that was made out of some type of smooth metal. Each team possesses a monolith that they are responsible for guarding. Just like the survival games, each player has a bracelet artifact, but its use is very different. If you get within 10 meters of the opposing team's monolith, you can activate this bracelet to open it. A man walked into the range of the rectangular monolith and injected mana into his bracelet. Suddenly, the monolith split in half top to bottom, and the back half fell to the floor. On the now opened inside of the monolith, there was a small screen. Inside the monolith is a code or phrase, a type of password. The goal is to type this password into your own team's monolith. The team that succeeds first wins the round, and the team that wins 2 rounds first is the overall winner. Did you ever play Capture the Flag as a kid? Well, this game is a more advanced version of that. There are 350 teams at the moment, and the game will continue until only 100 teams remain, aka 300 participants. As for your teammates, why do you think each private room holds 3 people? As I said before, you have 1 week to strategize, so get to it. With that, the screen shut off. It was only after hearing the announcer's words that the two of them realized that there was supposed to be another person in the room. As they robotically stood up from the couch, an elf who looked in her 20s entered their view. Hello. My name is Eva Locke. I'll be a pleasure working with you. She was also on the leaderboard, so she would usually have a more confident demeanor, but the two others in the room were currently staring at her with death glares and billowing auras, so she couldn't help but shy away. Damien and Catherine looked at each other. Silence her. Silence her. The two dashed at Eva. W8. We can talk this out. As she ran away from them, Eva desperately pleaded. Meanwhile, Zara sat in the corner enjoying the show. Embarrassment wasn't something she understood. Maybe it was just beast culture, but seeing Damien get all flustered confused her, but also amused her. It took several hours for the newly formed team to calm down. Eva had been thoroughly questioned, and they made sure she saw nothing. As for the questioning method, it doesn't need to be mentioned. After they calmed down, they had a chance to properly talk over the event. Catherine started the conversation. This game will heavily rely on strategy and teamwork. We can't just wantonly charge forward, or the other team will easily be able to grab our code and win. To start, let's introduce ourselves. I'm Catherine Hart. I have a wind and illusion affinity. Damien Void. Spatial and lightning affinity. Finally, it was the newcomer's turn. Eva Locke. Nature affinity. Damien raised his brow before grinning. Ho! It seems like this event might be even easier than the first. Chapter 57. Monolith Capture 2. The structure of the Monolith Capture event was simple. Just like the survival games, the main event would also last a week, with 25 matches occurring every day. There would be 12 in the morning and 13 at night. It was truly convenient that the matches were recorded, so people could watch them even if they weren't present while it was happening live. This way, people could prioritize what they wanted to watch without missing any dark horses or interesting drama. For this reason, it was possible to hold many matches simultaneously. Within the private room, Damien, Catherine, and Eva were still discussing their plans. This guy over here is a brute through and through, so we should take care of the planning. Just make him follow whatever we come up with, Catherine said while eyeing Damien. Aye, he countered, but he couldn't say anything. She was telling the truth. His battle sense and power were both extremely high, but his talent in strategizing was either not present or hadn't bloomed. He had never needed to do too much strategizing. The dungeon was always filled with the most primal of battles, and once he left it, he had felt a severe lack of life or death situations. So, he let Catherine do the planning. If anything, this was what teamwork meant in the first place. He couldn't do everything himself, so he needed people to rely on to cover his weaknesses. Damien suddenly had a thought. Hey Eva, can you expand a bit about what your nature affinity can do? Eva looked hesitant, but still decided to speak. It's mainly as it sounds. Within a certain area, any nature is within my control. Trees, plants, and even the earth are included within my ability. Damien fell into thought. This will be a major benefit to us when the terrain is in our favor, but there were islands and cities within the terrains we saw on the screen. We need to figure out a strategy that prevents her from being a liability. Voicing his thoughts, Damien looked to Catherine for the decision. She thought for a moment before responding. Don't worry. I have a plan. The week passed by in a flash as the many different teams worked to synergize and coordinate their attack patterns. It wasn't enough time to become truly cohesive, but it was enough to learn how to work together. There would always be teams that couldn't work together, but that was their bad luck. In the first place, the teams were randomized. Otherwise, Damien and Catherine, who were second and first place in the first event, would have never been put on a team together. The event also had one other mechanic that was based on luck. By the end of the event, only 100 teams were allowed to move forward, but with the way it was structured, 175 teams would win by the end of the week. Due to this, another mechanism was added. 150 of those remaining teams would fight once again for their spot to continue, while 25 teams will be seeded directly to the third round. Since they didn't know how many times they'd be fighting and also what terrain they'd be in, every team had to come up with various strategies to win. Just one or two wouldn't cut it. Damien, Catherine, and Eva walked out of their private room. The first day of monolith capture had officially begun. Damien's luck was always good, but it seemed like it didn't want to help him anymore after putting him on the same team as Catherine. Their team was one of the first to compete. This would naturally put them at a disadvantage as others would be able to read their team composition and movements to plan against them. But they weren't worried. They had planned for this very scenario long ago. They walked up to an attendant who handed them cards with the number 2 on them. This was their team number and the identifier that would be used for them throughout the event. Arriving on the stage, they came face to face with their enemies. It was a team made up of 2 humans and a demi-human. As the 2 teams stared each other down, an automated voice resounded. 13 matches were going on simultaneously, so the support team for the event most likely prepared these recordings beforehand. Team 2 versus Team 43. Match start. When Damien opened his eyes, they were in a lush forest similar to the one he saw when he first arrived on the surface. "Good," he said. "This works perfectly with our plan." Catherine continued his sentence. "Eva, you guard the monolith. Damien, you know what to do. Meanwhile, I'll prepare my part." The 3 nodded at each other before they split up. Damien headed straight for the other team while Catherine split to the left. The monolith was right behind them when they spawned, so Eva stayed in place. On the other side, similar events were taking place. "Donald, you know what to do. No matter what, we can't let them approach," said one of the humans to the other. Donald nodded. "Same to you, Clark. 2 of those guys are supreme geniuses, so we need to stay on guard at all times." The 2 of them then turned to the demi-human. "Your physical strength surpasses both of us, Rex. Make sure you don't let anyone stop you. I'll distract their defense while you go straight for the monolith." The 3 nodded at each other. It hadn't taken more than 5 minutes for them to sort everything out, so they thought they were safe. But they were very wrong. Boom! An explosion was heard throughout the forest as a black stream maneuvered its way forward. The group had decided that it'd be best to hide his spatial abilities for now, so he was purely basing his speed on lightning. Unlike the opposing group, theirs had finished planning instantly and split up. There was no need for more talk after all the discussions they had during the week of preparation. Damien zoomed through the forest without pause, seemingly wanting to brute strength his way through the round. Seeing this, Clark's face twisted. "Change of plans. Rex, hold him back. I'll head towards their monolith." Rex, a lion demi-human, immediately rushed forward while Clark split off from him. As he ran, the earth pushed him forward, enhancing his speed. Then he collided with Damien, causing many trees to fall. The 2 started fighting without care. Earth spikes and large levitating chunks of rock crashed towards Damien while bolts of lightning snaked towards Rex. They received each other's attacks and flew back. Regaining balance, the 2 vigilantly stared each other down before they started clashing again. Outside the arena, many participants were watching the match. Damien had made quite the showing in the first round in his fight against Ethan, so many were wary of him. Ethan was also among those watching, as his match was scheduled for the evening portion of the day. "He's holding back most of his power," Ethan thought. "His physical strength is on par with mine, so there's no way that lion would be able to fight on par with him. He's more flexible than I thought." In another area, the elf twins that came from Zenith Academy along with Damien were also watching the match. "What do you think, Era? He's been hiding his spatial affinity this whole time. Otherwise, he'd be able to easily win against these weaker competitors," the male twin said. Era responded, "I don't think he has the brain to come up with any strategies, Aaron. It must be either that Catherine girl or the elf that's with them. However, we should still be wary. They might be fooling the crowd to increase their unpredictability in the coming rounds." Aaron nodded as he continued watching. Out of all the supreme geniuses he'd met before the first round, Damien was still the one who gave him the most dangerous feeling. If we have to go against him and that Catherine girl combined, it'll probably be our hardest fight. Within the forest, Damien and Rex continued clashing, leading each other away from their respective monoliths. Meanwhile, Clark approached Eva's position. If the other 2 went ahead, she must be the weakest link. After all, she's not a supreme genius like them. Clark snuck towards the monolith as he charged lightning into his hands. Unlike Damien's, this lightning retained its original purple color. When he got within range, he immediately infused his mana into his bracelet, causing the monolith to split and the code within to be revealed. He watched Eva panic within the concealment of the forest as he moved to peek at the code when his foot suddenly got stuck. This damn forest environment. These roots are everywhere. If I'm not careful, it'll limit my mobility and cost us the win. He ignored the problem and continued moving, only to find himself stuck once again. Damn it! He cursed as he tried to free himself, but the moment he took his eyes off her, Eva's entire demeanor changed. She raised her hand before dropping it once again. Countless tendrils of wood and vines charged towards Clark from all angles before entangling him within. Startled, he wantonly released electricity to burn the vines. But he was too late. An entire tree trunk was already heading his way, crashing into his head and knocking him unconscious. Eva smiled. Step 1 complete. On the other side, Donald was still guarding the monolith. He felt an ominous feeling around him, but there was nobody there. He increased his vigilance in watching the surroundings. Unbeknownst to him, the back half of the monolith had already fallen long ago, and a certain princess was already on her way back to her base with the code. Only a few minutes later did the illusion dispel, leaving a horrified Donald as the buzzer rang. The first round had been a clean win by Team 2. The second round was even faster. Since Eva's nature affinity had already been revealed, there was no need to be sneaky. They left Damien, the strongest of them, to guard the monolith and knock out anyone that approached, while Eva entangled the defenders and Catherine stole the code. Even while knowing that illusions could be in play, the other team was unable to do anything. They simply lacked the strength to retaliate. The only reason they had survived so long in the first round was that Damien's team had a larger plan that they became pawns in. And like that, their first battle in the second event ended in an overwhelming victory. Chapter 58, Interlude 1. After their match, Damien and Catherine rested for a few hours before returning to the arena to watch the other matches of the day. Ethan's match had the most obvious outcome. His physical strength was almost unmatched, allowing him to brute force his way through his opponents. Since his team wasn't fighting supreme geniuses, there was no need for strategy. It was an age-old saying that no schemes or trickery matter in the face of absolute strength. It was unknown if the same strategy would be used against stronger opponents, but that didn't matter. The most shocking match was that of the twins. Damien never paid too much attention to the others that had joined from the academy, but it seemed he had to do so starting now. The twins were up against a team with two supreme geniuses just like them, but they outmaneuvered their opponents easily. While the male twin, Aaron, was extremely adept at calculation and prediction, the female twin, Era, was like a battle goddess. When they two were put together, they were truly terrifying. The days passed quickly as many participants were eliminated. Out of the 50 supreme geniuses that were present at the start of the tournament, only half were remaining. Besides getting matched up against each other, there were also plenty of cases where their arrogance cost them the win. Being titled as a supreme genius only outlined one's talent and current strength. Using Evan, who Catherine demolished in the survival games, as an example, it was clear that intellect wasn't present in every genius. Team 2's next match took place on the fourth day of the event. And just like Ethan did previously, they decided to brute strength their way through it. The terrain was a rocky flatland, and with Damien's elemental affinities, he wasn't disadvantaged in the slightest. He charged through the opposing team and directly reached the monolith, cracking it open. Following this, Catherine used her propulsion technique to rapidly arrive at the code and memorize it before heading back to their monolith. Both rounds played out the same way, leaving the opposing team with an irrefutable loss, but a weakness was finally discovered in Team 2. With the lack of plant life, Eva became a liability who couldn't help in the slightest during the round. None of the remaining participants were dumb enough to let this slight detail go. Team 2 was a variable and arguably one of the strongest competitors for them. If they could find even the slightest misstep to use against them, they would. Nature affinity has always been something our kind has prided themselves on, but it has its obvious weak points, Era said as they watched Team 2 exit the battle stage. Indeed, Aaron responded. If we get the city terrain, it'd be the most ideal setup for us. Even if Damien decided to use his spatial abilities, he would be severely limited by the environment. Our greatest threat would be the illusions. The twins continued discussing. They had also won both of their matches and gained the right to proceed, but there was still the final 75 that needed to be eliminated before the next round started. There was no guarantee that any of them would be seeded, so they made ample preparations. Damien, Catherine, and Eva were holding a similar conversation. At this point, our greatest threat is the twins. The other teams are strong, but their intellect doesn't hold a candle to that Aaron's, Catherine said. Eva nodded. Even before they left the Elven domain for the academy, they were always lauded as some of the most talented from our generation. If there's anyone we need to be careful of, it's them. Damien was silent, but he still agreed with them. They needed to plan out how to defeat the brain of those twins. Soon, the week ended and the seeded teams were chosen at random. The announcer went up on the stage and used the simplest method, pulling strips of paper out of a sealed box. There was no method to cheat with the mana technology that was inlaid into the box. As expected, neither Team 2 nor the twins were seeded. However, Ethan's team got lucky enough to enter the pick. Damien was happy about this, though. He had no interest in facing Ethan in this kind of strategy game. He wanted to have a rematch where they fight each other with their full strength without any motive other than knocking the other party out. Using the same format as the previous week, the matches continued for 3 days. It seemed like everyone else noticed the difference in strength between a certain two teams and the rest of the bunch, so they weren't picked to fight until the final day. It was the final fight of the second round. Damien and Catherine versus Aaron and Era. The terrain had already been announced as the city, so Eva was cast out of the picture. Besides her, nobody even remembered the name of the twins' third teammate. He had been largely useless anyway, just riding the coattails of his teammates. Even if he made it to the third round, he was destined to be eliminated at the start. The match between these two groups was especially intense. The first round went to the twins, who used insane strategies to win. Era went straight for Damien and kept him occupied with a riveting fight while Aaron went for the monolith. His affinity was earth, but rather than using it conventionally, he created golems and similar constructs to act as a puppet master. This skill was something he hadn't brought out this far, catching the team off guard and allowing him to win the first round. The second round, however, went to Team 2. Using a more intricate version of their first strategy, Damien and Catherine managed to trick the twins into making a slight mistake that cost them the win. The audience was in cheers the entire time. This match was by far the most entertaining of those that took place, making it obvious why it was left for last. It was the final round of their match, and everything was on the line. The team that lost would lose everything. Damien was currently in a meeting with his other two teammates. All right, this is it. Let's execute what we've been working towards this whole time. When the round began, Damien immediately teleported towards the enemy monolith. It wasn't time to hide his spatial affinity anymore. Halfway there, he met Era once again, but she didn't attempt to stop him. Rather, they both kept rushing